HarperCollins presents Planes, Trains and Toilet Doors, 50 Places That Changed British Politics. Written and read by Matt Chorley. Introduction. March 2010. Age 27. I'm standing in the back of a mint green VW campervan called Maisie, sniffing a pint of milk to see if it is off. Sitting with his legs hanging out of the door of the van, my guest is complaining that my hobnobs are soft. Within a few weeks, he will be Deputy Prime Minister, except neither of us knows it yet. We're in Cornwall. I'm midway through my marginal mystery tour of the swing seats spread across my patch as London editor of the Western Morning News, an important newspaper in Devon, Cornwall and Somerset back then, of course, because they didn't have the internet, or television, or electricity. As a child of the Somerset levels, I'm allowed to make these jokes. I'd been in two minds about even bothering with the detour to meet Nick Clegg, the youthful leader of the Liberal Democrats, with a mere walk-on part in the blockbuster battle between Gordon Brown and David Cameron, but the sun was out and would make some easy copy. I'd swung Maisie off the road onto the gravel car park of a Cornish tin mining company, and a Lib Dem press officer came bowling over very enthusiastically. They're always enthusiastic, Lib Dem press officers. They're just glad to see anybody, to be honest. So he pops his head through the window of the van and says, "Great, have you got the refreshments?" "What?" "I've got down here on my itinerary it says Matt Chorley is providing refreshments." He was right. That is what it said. But he was also wrong. They'd got the wrong idea about the camper van. I hadn't been sleeping in it because it was so cold and wet and miserable in March, instead opting for pubs, B&Bs and mate sofas. So I also hadn't kept tabs on the 4-pint bottle of milk I'd bought a week earlier. And that's how I ended up in the back of a camper van, detecting the dairy to make sure I didn't poison the man who would soon, amazingly, be the second most powerful politician in the country. I could have changed the course of political history with a curdled coffee. Given how the next 5 years were to unfold for the Lib Dems, Clegg probably wishes I had. The direction of British politics, and with it my life, your life, and those of less important people, has been decided on less, and in even more extraordinary and ordinary places. So much, arguably too much, of our daily national political conversation is about Number 10, Whitehall and the Houses of Parliament, the shenanigans of the weird inhabitants of the so-called Westminster Village, a village no normal person would want to move to, as they strut the corridors of power, whispering in corners, practising high politics and low skullduggery, and feeling terribly important. And yet, so many of the key turning points, which have decided who runs the country and doesn't, and how they run it, or don't, have taken place, not in the mock Gothic, crumbling corridors and courtyards of the Palace of Westminster, or the higgledy-piggledy terraced houses of Downing Street, nor in the windowless halitosis hotspots of party conferences. Instead, they've played out in towns and cities and villages across the country, unlikely, often humdrum places where accidents happen that change everything. I've spent 2 decades reporting from Westminster, joining the press gallery when Tony Blair was Prime Minister and David Cameron was on course to lose to David Davis in the Tory leadership contest. Since then, I've interviewed 6 of the last 7 people who made it to be Prime Minister and reported from Downing Street and Brussels, from the Houses of Parliament, Holyrood. In theory, these are the places where the big moments happen. Yet history is not fussy and can be made, in fact prefers to be made, away from the gaze of people like me. It unfolds at politicians' kitchen tables, in downstairs loos, and in the beds they weren't meant to be sleeping in. The everyday happens every day. There was a brilliant scene in Armando Iannucci's satire In the Loop, a big-screen spin-off of The Thick of It, where Simon Foster, a British government minister played by Tom Hollander, has to break away from attempts to prevent an Anglo-US invasion of a Middle Eastern country to deal with an eccentric constituent complaining about an unstable wall. Global politics must play second fiddle to the local. This portrayal of the constituency link retained by MPs and ministers alike sums up why British politics remains fascinating and reassuringly unpredictable. It is why Prime Ministers on parade get buttonholed by members of the public wherever they are, even if the TV cameras are watching. perhaps especially if the TV cameras are watching. This book celebrates those stories. The town halls and train stations, car parks and coffee shops, dentist chairs and desolate hillsides, beach huts and boarding schools where politicians changed history, most of the time without meaning to. So I drew up a few self-imposed rules. None of the places which changed politics could be in Westminster. They all had to be events that can at least tangentially be said to have changed politics. Sometimes the impact was instant, a new Prime Minister taking power. Other times it would take months, even years, for the impact of the event to be felt. A political butterfly effect. And I wanted them to be unknown stories, not just well-worn tales told many times before. All of these rules are broken in the pages that follow. While I have sought a geographical and historical spread, the list is inevitably biased to the events and places I've witnessed or picked up along the way. The events are spread unevenly over the past 250 years and across the UK. The whole project has been quite the journey, across the country and through time. It's taken me from a tiny museum in the pretty fishing village of Lossiemouth to an even smaller convenience store in central London. And I've gone deep into the National Archives at Kew and the National Theatre Archive at Waterloo, and deeper still into one particular swimming pool. I've visited many of the places, though not all. In fact, at most, there isn't really anything to look at, not so much as a blue plaque. Quite right, too. No one likes a fuss. It would be horribly un-British. Before beginning this project, I'd assumed the lesson, if there were any, to learn from it would be that politics can happen in the most unlikely of places. Which is true. But more than that, this collection serves as a reminder that the word unprecedented should be used sparingly in politics, perhaps not at all. Almost everything which consumes the breathless Twitter commentariat, who claim never to have seen the like of it, has happened before, and better, or worse, depending on your point of view. Dramatic campaign speeches, futuristic technology, eye-catching stunts, surprise election results, quick changes of government, shock resignations, untimely deaths, chance meetings, sex scandals, money scandals, legal scandals have all been done before. Whoever is the next minister caught saying or doing something unprecedented, remember the speed cameras and the sand dunes and the toothpaste in the dark. Whenever the next unprecedented reshuffle happens, remember that at least nobody died in the middle of it. Whichever unprecedented scenes unfold during a by-election, watch to see if anybody leaves the polling station via a window. Whatever the next unprecedented war of words, be glad that it does not end in actual pistols at dawn. What follows is also not intended to be the 50 places which change politics. There are obviously far more than that. It is merely a collection of 50 places. It is, like all politics, inevitably subjective. I've no doubt you will disagree with some I've chosen. Many of those involved will no doubt argue about their significance, from the aspiring party leader locked in the bathroom to the owners of the first prime ministerial legs to be seen on display. I hope at least some will be your cup of tea. Sorry about the milk. Schools and hospitals. 1. Dr. Addington's Surgery, 7 Clifford Street, London, Christmas 1773. William Pitt was very, very clever, but very, very ill. Aged just 14, he went to study at Cambridge in October 1773, but within a few weeks he was taken ill and spent 2 months confined to his rooms before travelling back to Hayes, the family home in Bromley, Kent. It was here that he was referred to Dr. Anthony Addington, who had for many years from smart offices in Piccadilly served as physician to his father, William Pitt the Elder, who had been Prime Minister in the 1760s. A Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, Addington practised in the treatment of insanity and was among the medics called to treat the madness of King George III. However, his recommendation for young Pitt's appalling gout was to have far-reaching consequences. It included extra sleep and fewer late nights studying, along with a better diet, all perfectly sensible, alongside the more eccentric, if harmless, requirement of regular exercise on horseback. More extreme and consequential was the prescription of port. Daily. Yes, daily doses of port to deal with gout. The exact quantity of port is lost to history, but it was a lot, maybe a bottle a day, maybe more. but at any rate a good deal of it, according to Pitt's biographer William Hague, who knows a thing or two about this area, having once claimed he spent his youth drinking 14 pints of beer a day. The prescription was strict advice that Pitt characteristically followed to the letter, and remarkably, his health improved. He returned to Cambridge, where he became friends with future slavery campaigner William Wilberforce, before training as a lawyer and being called to the bar in 1780 and entering the Commons a year later, where he quickly demonstrated the power of his oratory and argument. He was Chancellor by the age of just 24, and a year later, in December 1783, he followed in his father's footsteps in becoming Prime Minister, the youngest ever, before or since. Initially, his government was mocked as the mince pie administration, because it was thought it would not last until Christmas. Instead, he battled on, surviving Commons defeats, winning over the public, and then securing a victory in an election, and he remained in office for a total of almost 18 years. And still he kept drinking the port. In fact, in later life he became known as a three-bottle man, which sounds like a lot by today's standards, but port in the late 18th century was weaker than it is today, and the bottles were smaller. Even so, it was still equivalent to more than a bottle and a half of today's booze, and his reliance on alcohol showed in tales of him having the shakes and downing tumblers of the stuff before his infamous barnstorming Commons speeches. He was not alone. In fact, Pitt's entire cabinet had a reputation for being almost constantly plastered. Having survived the ill health and duels of his first spell as PM, his second from 1804 to 1806 was dominated by the Napoleonic Wars and marked by a number of defeats to the French, including the Battle of Austerlitz in December 1805. Indeed, some suggested that this loss may have finally broken Pitt's health. In truth, he was not a well man, and had not been for some time. The Duke of Wellington would later argue that Pitt's health had been destroyed by long and previous exertions in the House of Commons, and by deluging his stomach with port wine and water, which he drank to excess in order to give a false and artificial stimulus to his nervous system. On the 16th of January 1806, Pitt took to his sickbed, and he died on the 23rd of January at the age of just 46. Life expectancy was not much higher for the average man in those days, but Pitt was far from average, and could have enjoyed many more years at the top of politics. He never saw his friend Wilberforce fulfil their hope of abolishing slavery. Even so, he was Prime Minister for almost 19 of the last 23 years of his life. In fact, during the period when he was out of office, he was replaced by his friend Henry Addington, the son of the doctor who'd prescribed him port all those years earlier. 2. Gillygate School, Pontefract, Thursday the 15th of August, 1872. It is a time-honoured tradition that for many children an election means a day off school. This is not, though, born of an attempt to engender feelings of positivity towards democracy among the nation's youth. It is mere practicality. The polling stations have to go somewhere, and often that means taking over schools. When the first secret ballot was held in the West Yorkshire town of Pontefract, the local schools were judged large enough to address concerns that those who were on their way in to vote should not meet those who had already cast their ballot coming out. It was just one of the new rules designed to end the culture of intimidation, bribery and corruption which had grown up around Britain's early forays into direct democracy. Previously, a clerk would call out the name of a voter in a packed room, and they would have to shout back whom they were supporting, with full lists of how each person voted, often published in newspapers and books. All that changed with the Ballot Act 1872, which had become law in July that year, and in August a by-election was held in Pontefract under the since-abandoned convention that if the local MP was appointed a minister, their constituency should have a say on whether they should remain in the Commons. Hugh Childers, the incumbent Liberal MP for Pontefract, had been named Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and Paymaster General by Gladstone, so had to defend his seat against the Conservative John Savile. Under the new secret ballot rules, each polling booth had a presiding officer sitting at a table, joined by an assistant, a clerk, and a personating agent for each candidate, apparently to stop voters claiming to be someone who they were not. At 8 a.m, the presiding officer tipped his ballot box over to show it was empty, then locked it with a key and sealed it with wax. This being Pontefract, The wax was sealed with a stamp used to make cakes at the local Dunhill's licorice factory. And so the voting could begin. What is striking about accounts of that first vote is how similar it is to casting ballots today. Voters came in, received a ballot paper, and were shown to one of 4 compartments erected in the room, where they found a pencil with which to make their mark, then folded up the paper and posted it into the ballot box. Not everything went smoothly. In one polling station, the compartments were so shoddy that when 4 people were in them, gaps meant one voter could see how his neighbour on each side was voting. When an illiterate voter turned up, everyone had to leave, including the police officer on duty to keep the peace, so that the presiding officer could help him while preserving the secrecy of his vote. Getting in and out of the polling station was also not straightforward. While most of the chosen venues worked just fine, at the schoolroom on Gillygate in Pontefract, the layout was problematic. Voters leaving would pass those arriving. So with amazing ingenuity, a window was knocked out and wooden boards laid in a steep incline to the level of the windowsill, so people who had voted could leave through the window and walk down the planks into the schoolyard. This was not without risk. The angle and the fact the boards were bending did not help, as the Times reported the next day. The voter, full of grave and serious thoughts at having assisted at so important an experiment, found himself involuntarily running with an ever-increasing impetus down a steep incline on a springboard, which would have enabled a professional gymnast to clear the school wall with the greatest ease. A few envious observers beguiled the tedious moments by watching the egress of the voters from this polling division under the impression that the council office had adopted some patent apparatus for carrying out the directions of the Act, that the voter shall leave the polling booth with the utmost possible expedition. Sadly, polling station springboards did not become a permanent fixture of all future elections. Voting closed at 4 p.m, with the ballot boxes sent to Pontefract Town Hall. At 8 p.m, it was announced that 1,236 votes had been cast, an unremarkable turnout of just under 2/3, and Childers had retained his seat with 53% of the vote. So being a secret vote did not change the political map, but it did change the atmosphere. Locals complained that it was so quiet they would not have known that there was an election on. It was almost boring. No riots, no breach of the peace, no claims of bribery. Everyone welcomed it. Well, maybe not Pontefract's publicans. The Times report concluded, persons of great experience declare that they never saw a contested election in which less intoxicating liquor was drunk. 3. Tredegar General Hospital, Saturday, the 7th of April, 1928. Who can forget Winston Churchill intoning, "If you're going through hell, keep going," or Jim Callaghan asking, "Crisis, what crisis?" Or even Sarah Palin boasting, "I can see Russia from my house." Like all the best political quotations, they never actually said it. And to that list we might add Aneurin Bevan, the stuttering son of a coal miner who would go on to create the National Health Service, famously declaring that it was inspired by his hometown. "All I am doing is extending to the entire population of Britain the benefits we had in Tredegar for a generation or more. We are going to Tredegarise you." Except he did not say it, or at least nobody can find evidence of it. Nick Thomas Symonds, the Labour MP and Bevan biographer, tells me, "Neither Michael Foot, another Bevan biographer, nor me could actually source it properly. It's one of those things everyone thinks he said, and it sounds like he might have, but we can't pin it down. I think he may well have said it. It's a shame we can't prove it." Whether he actually stated his aim to Tredegarise the nation or not, he did it, drawing on his experience in the Welsh Valleys mining town to transform healthcare and housing across the UK. By the time Bevan was elected to the town's Cottage Hospital Management Committee on the 7th of April 1928 and became chairman a year later, the Tredegar Workmen's Medical Aid Society had been looking after its members for almost 40 years. It was, in essence, a collective, with first miners and later their families and other townsfolk paying twopence or threepence in the pound each week in return for help with medical care. By the 1920s, when Bevan became involved, it had 5 or 6 doctors, 2 dentists, pharmacists, nurses, and a hospital. Everything from drugs and x-rays to artificial limbs, spectacles, and even wigs was covered. If the local medics could not help, patients would be sent further afield to Newport, Cardiff, or even Bristol, Bath and London, with a first-class train ticket thrown in. By the early 1930s, it covered 95% of the local population. The society was not unique. Community funds had sprung up all over. But when defending the NHS's formation in the Commons years later, Bevan boasted, "In my native town of Tredegar, we had one of the pioneer schemes in Great Britain." Thomas Symonds agrees. Much has been made of the Medical Aid Society as a model for the NHS, and indeed its principles of operation are very similar, save that the NHS was paid for from general taxation, not specific contributions, he wrote in his biography, Nigh, The Political Life of Aneurin Bevan, adding, "Bevan's formative experience in providing healthcare was undoubtedly the Medical Aid Society." Yet ironically, the societies would not survive the Tredegar boys' greatest triumph, the creation of the NHS. It was born out of the Second World War, when every local hospital, large or small, and crucially their doctors and nurses, had been brought into a single national effort. In July 1945, Bevan was appointed Minister of Health in the post-war Attlee government, and he proposed doing the same thing in peacetime, running healthcare nationally from the Ministry of Health. He declared, "If a hospital bedpan is dropped in a hospital corridor in Tredegar, the reverberations should echo around Whitehall." The Conservatives voted against it repeatedly. Hospital doctors in particular hated it, and Bevan was forced to buy them off. "I stuffed their mouths with gold," he said. GPs would get similar treatment. There were rows about who should get what, who should pay, and what staff should be paid. Those rows continued to this day, with Brits enjoying a strange relationship with an arm of the state they love to praise and criticise in the same breath. Nigel Lawson, who was Margaret Thatcher's longest-serving Chancellor, once wrote, "The NHS is the closest thing the English have to a religion." Indeed, it was given pride of place in the opening ceremony of the 2012 London Olympics. Imagine doing that for the Department for Work and Pensions. Yet in the 21st century, the NHS struggles under the twin pressures of rising costs of new successful treatments and the happy consequence of that success being that we all live longer. Today, people survive conditions that the Tredegar Workmen's Medical Aid Society could not have saved them from, but that comes with an extraordinary price tag. In 1950, the NHS cost about £460 million. Today, when adjusted for inflation, it's some 10 times higher, yet the economy has only grown by 5 times in real terms. The need for long-term workforce planning has been overlooked in favour of short-term political advantage. The legacy for Tredegar itself is little better. While it's held by many as the birthplace of the NHS, parts of the town are in the top 10% of the most deprived areas in Wales, including on health outcomes. Tredegar General Hospital, which so inspired Bevan when he had helped to run it, was shut down in 2010. After being boarded up for years, it's since been demolished to make way for a new health and wellbeing centre, a step towards regeneration in a once mighty industrial town where many buildings that were key not just to its own history but that of the nation have been left to crumble. Bevan, though, was a believer in helping people, not preserving institutions or buildings for the sake of it. Henry Richard Jones, a medic and the grandfather of Welsh comedy actor and writer Ruth Jones, ran a medical aid society in Porthcawl. When the NHS was created, he wrote to Bevan asking for the societies to remain involved. Bevan wrote back, and this is a real quote, "You have shown us the way, and by your very efficiency, you have brought about your own cessation." 4. Shrewsbury School, Tuesday the 30th November, 1954. In 1552, Edward VI founded a school in Shropshire, delivering on demands first made to his father, Henry VIII, to use money raised from his dissolution of ecclesiastical establishments for educational purposes. Since then it's taught the great and the good, including old Salopians who went on to be Deputy Prime Minister, Michael Heseltine, pioneer of the theory of evolution, Charles Darwin, and conqueror of Everest, Charles Evans. Yet 400 years after its founding, this most establishment of educational establishments would also bring together a quartet of pupils who would go on to make a career out of mocking the great and the good, and in doing so not just change attitudes towards politicians, but change the political lexicon too. Christopher Booker and Paul Foote met on the day they went to take the Shrewsbury Scholarship exam. They bonded immediately. William Rushton and Richard Ingrams had arrived together on the same day too. Booker and Ingrams both sang in the choir. Foote and Ingrams did classics together. Ingrams and Rushton were in the same house. Their paths crisscrossed and would do for the next decade, a thread which leads to the founding of Private Eye, the satirical magazine in whose pages politicians and political journalists both fear and delight to appear. Not that it was clear that this is where these boys were heading. These people were quite unnoticed when they were at Shrewsbury, recalled their headmaster John Peterson in the Private Eye story. Ingrams he remembered as a very able boy, a classical scholar, no trouble at all, a model boy. Booker was an extraordinarily staid young man, reserved and studious, used to spend his Sundays collecting fossils. Foote had all the makings of an angry young man, but he was not, in fact, a difficult boy at school. Rushton was undistinguished until he took part in a school play and never recovered from his experience of the limelight. But even by then he had one talent. He was a good cartoonist. On the 30th of November 1954, a tree was planted at Shrewsbury outside the school to mark the 4th centenary of the birth of Sir Philip Sidney, the Elizabethan poet and former pupil. But the boys were in no mood for reverence. Having been contributors to the Salopian, the school newspaper, Ingrams and Rushton took charge of a special edition dated 1554, apparently published by William Caxton, the printing press pioneer. It mocked school traditions and events. Lawrence Le Quesnay, the teacher responsible for the newspaper, later told Ingram's biographer, Harry Thompson, that the jokes were slightly deflating without being really unkind enough to be called satirical. But they had been bitten by the bug and would go on to carve out a reputation for their jokes about the teachers. The pages of the Salopian also debuted the Pseudo, short for pseudo-intellectual, a creation of Ingram's under the name Otis, which would go on to have its own corner and enter the dictionary and the national vocabulary. When Ingram's and Rushton's time in charge ended, Booker and Foote, a year younger, took over. The roles which emerged back then remained the pillars of the Eye even today. Ingram's provided the jokes, Rushton the cartoons, Foote offered a strain of seriousness, Booker pure contrarianism. Spells in national service followed Shrewsbury, and then, for some, university. Ingram's was pleasantly surprised to find Foote at Oxford when they got involved first in a paper called Parson's Pleasure, and later Mesopotamia, with Rushton popping up from London at weekends to draw cartoons. Mesopotamia was edited by another undergraduate, Peter Usborne, and after they suffered the indignity of their student days coming to an end, he suggested the magazine need not. It could continue out in the real world, just as the age of deference was beginning to crumble and the 60s were starting to swing. Names for this new publication were tricky. The Yellow Press, the British Letter, the Fleshy's Weekly, the Bladder, and the Finger were all rejected before Private Eye won through, largely by being the idea with the fewest objections. The first issue appeared on the 25th of October 1961, in the same month as Peter Cook had opened the Establishment Club as a home for live satirical comedy. The magazine had been largely pasted together on the floor of Rushton's bedroom in his mother's house, but rode the wave of the satire boom that was soon also being fuelled on TV by That Was the Week That Was. After a bumpy start, it found an audience, and then a buyer in Cook, which meant it had a future too. But its founder's past still hung thick in the air. Marking the Eye's first decade, one of the magazine's original contributors, John Wells, wrote in The Guardian, "The atmosphere of the prefect's study before a beating is still heavy in the office when the entire Shrewsbury gang is gathered together." Ian Hislop, who replaced Ingrams as editor in 1986, tells me the eye simply would not exist without Shrewsbury. It's an extraordinary coincidence of talent. The Order essentially wanted to just question the official narrative at all points, and I'm presuming that comes from being at a certain type of school at a certain time. Not that this friendship forged at school meant that it was all plain sailing. Despite their history, in fact, maybe because of it, there were endless fights and feuds. When Booker, the first editor of the Eye, went on honeymoon in 1963, Ingram staged a coup and replaced him. It was 2 years before Booker returned to the magazine, where he then remained for years as part of the joke-writing team with Ingrams, Hislop and cartoonist Barry Fantoni. Foote, who became increasingly left-wing, would leave periodically to write elsewhere before always returning. Hislop says, because they'd all been sort of forged at the same place, they were all both obsessed by each other and complimented each other for the rest of their lives. Those friendships were incredibly strong. Rushton died in 1996, followed by Foote in 2004 and Booker in 2019. Yet Private Eye, still looking like the homemade effort glued together on Mrs. Rushton's carpet, survives. Hislop's refusal to put it online has secured print sales of 250,000 copies every fortnight, poking fun at all comers, as it always has. The very first edition took aim at the cult around an ageing Winston Churchill, who remained a backbench MP, teased Harold Macmillan, the old Etonian PM, and even John F. Kennedy, who at 44 was being mocked for being too old, and a cartoon suggested he might make way for a younger man. 2 years later, when Howard Wilson became Labour leader, his carefully cultivated public image was ridiculed, with a cartoon showing him returning home and removing his face to reveal a blank behind it. His wife would become a regular in the spoof Mrs. Wilson's Diary, taking the reader behind the suburban scenes of a PM. It was a trick repeated with the Dear Bill letters, supposedly written by Dennis Thatcher. When John Smith died in 1994, the Eye front cover featured a newspaper seller saying he'd still beat Major. Tony Blair was named Tony B. Liar 23 before he even became Labour leader. Gordon Brown was the supreme leader. David Cameron was mocked up as the Lord of the Manor in Downturn Abbey. Nobody was spared. In fact, much of the way we talk about politics today originates from the pages of the Eye. Ugandan discussions, as a euphemism for sex after a journalist allegedly had an encounter with a former Ugandan cabinet minister. Tired and emotional for being drunk, after the BBC used it to describe Labour's alcoholic deputy leader, George Brown. Sir Bufton Tufton as the archetypal Shire Tory MP. Dave Spart as the archetypal lefty agitator. The Daily Telegraph is the Tory graph. The typo-prone Guardian is the Graniad. But to what end? That the Eye's founders did not agree politically explains why the magazine's politics is hard to discern in the stream of long-running jokes. All satirical jokes are there to make a point, Hislop says. I don't think they're there to make a tribal political point. In an age when the jokes get elected, maybe we're just beyond satire. People always say that, Hislop adds. The first writer I know who said satire was pointless was Juvenal. He was the Roman satirist writing in AD 100. Nothing is beyond satire. You just have to work harder. Politics in the past decade has given plenty of material, the Eye lasting longer than any of the people it satirises, and Hislop seeing himself as the long-serving king of satire. He says, "You think, oh, there's another Prime Minister now. Do come in. We'll see how you do." 5. Middlesex Hospital, Friday the 18th of January, 1963. At just after 9 p.m, Dora called out from the private side room to a nearby nurse that she thought her husband was struggling. Having rested peacefully for several hours, he had made a sudden movement. The nurse summoned Dr. Walter Somerville, a consultant cardiologist at the hospital. The 56-year-old patient's heart condition had deteriorated suddenly. The doctor was at the bedside within seconds. It was too late. At 9:12 p.m, no more could be done. Dora clasped her husband's hand as he slipped away. At 9:14 p.m, Peter Clark entered a nearby room in the hospital to break the news. it was suddenly and peacefully 2 minutes ago. The party press officer was informing a room of journalists so that they would tell the world that Hugh Gaitskell, Labour leader of the opposition on the verge of securing power, was dead. Gaitskell's daughters Cressida and Julia, waiting in a ground-floor room, were called upstairs to join their mother in grief. Outside the imposing red-brick facade of Middlesex Hospital, the country began to mourn the loss of the man who would have been their Prime Minister, who had faced down the left of his party, who had seemed certain to end a decade and a half of Conservative rule. The Queen wrote of her deep distress at the news, while Harold Macmillan, the Conservative Prime Minister, declared his premature death a grievous loss to the whole nation. Clement Attlee, the former Labour PM, said, "Had he been spared at the next election, I believe he would have returned to power as Labour Prime Minister." JFK sent a tribute to his political ally, with whom he'd bonded over a lunch of steak tornadoes, anniversaires and Californian rosé at the White House less than a year earlier, saying, "His strength of character, force of intelligence, and generosity of purpose made him one of the foremost figures in the Western community." Tributes arrived from leaders across the globe and political spectrum. Perhaps the most striking symbol of his broad public appeal is that after he was hospitalised, at least 17 members of the public offered to donate him their kidney. Gaitskell had struggled with his health, exacerbated by his tendency to carry the weight of office heavily. Before Christmas 1962, he fell ill with flu and was admitted to Manor House Hospital in Golders Green, but was pictured smiling for cameras as he was discharged on the 23rd of December to spend Christmas with his family. A workaholic, he was looking forward to a New Year trip to Russia to meet Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. Instead, the virus flared up again, leading to pleurisy, and doctors warned him that a trip to freezing Moscow in the winter would make it worse. It got worse anyway, and on Friday the 4th of January he was readmitted to hospital, this time the Middlesex Hospital, one of London's oldest medical centres, a couple of blocks from Oxford Street, with a recurrence of the virus infection on his left lung. As concern grew, so too did the team working to keep him alive, swelling to 9 specialist doctors over the following fortnight. Late on the night of Thursday the 17th of January, Gaitskell was taken to an operating theatre to be put on a kidney dialysis machine delivered from St Paul's Hospital by a police van. During the night, a power cut in the streets nearby raised fears that his treatment would be affected, but the lights stayed on. By the following morning, doctors were reporting that large quantities of poison had been extracted, but at 8:30 a.m. on Friday, it was turned off, with medics worrying it was putting added strain on his heart, which was getting weaker. It was a catch-22. Treating one symptom was making another worse. Gaitskell returned to his room in the private wing of the hospital, the same room where Winston Churchill had been treated for a broken leg a year earlier. Gaitskell continued to be given blood through a drip, while Dora sat by his side all day and into the evening, with no visitors aside from doctors and nurses. And then the end came. John Harris, a Labour Party spokesman, said the doctors had rarely seen such courage in a patient. A light has gone out of our lives. Widely praised for retaining his scholar's integrity, Gaitskell was not a natural politician. As a junior minister, he once suggested people save energy by not washing. Personally, I've never had a great many baths. On another occasion, he started crying while addressing a meeting of miners, choking on his tears. But he had grown in stature during his 7 years as Labour leader. The son of an official in the Indian Civil Service, he went to Winchester before reading philosophy, politics and economics at Oxford, during which time he was radicalised to the socialist cause by the treatment of workers during the 1926 general strike. He embarked on a career in academia and later as a private secretary in Whitehall. First elected as an MP in Leeds in the post-war election of 1945, he was a minister within 2 years and Chancellor of the Exchequer by 1950, just 5 years after entering the Commons, a meteoric rise later matched by Rishi Sunak. He experienced life in opposition for the first time in 1951, when Churchill returned as PM. After Attlee went on to lose the 1955 election to Conservative Anthony Eden, he resigned. Gateskill became Labour leader of the opposition, winning the support of more MPs than his opponents, Aneurin Bevan and Herbert Morrison, combined. Bevan had apparently taken a swipe at his dry rival, a little unfairly, as a desiccated calculating machine, although he later denied it was aimed at Gateskill. After spending 4 years as Labour leader, at the 1959 election, Labour lost again, Macmillan pulling off a surprise win for the Conservatives, not unlike John Major's expectation-defying 1992 victory. Gateskill conceded defeat at 1 a.m, despite many seats having not declared. He remained as leader, though, and the fight with the left continued. Believing that public opposition to nationalisation was in part to blame for the election defeat, Gateskill launched an attempt to rewrite Clause 4 of Labour's constitution, which committed to the common ownership of the means of production, distribution and exchange. He was defeated by the left, and it would be 36 years before Tony Blair finished what Gateskill started. However, when his party conference defied him to back unilateral disarmament, he vowed to fight and fight again to save the party we love. He did, and it worked, surviving the power struggle stronger for it, but his body could not match his political strength. The Times said his political integrity was his most precious quality. It fortified him to endure electoral defeat, the defection of associates, and much misunderstanding over his attempts to modernise the party's constitution. The Guardian described his death as a personal, political and national tragedy, adding, "The tragedy is that a man of immense courage and integrity has been taken away just when he was most likely to be needed." The London Evening Standard said, "In greater measure than anyone now active in Parliament, he had the goodwill and respect of millions who did not share his political views." Cassandra in the Daily Mirror wrote, "Everything was within his grasp, except life itself." Alongside the eulogies, the papers were immediately filled with speculation about who might replace him and what that might mean for Labour, which had seemed on course to oust the Conservatives after more than a decade. By the next election, in 1964, both leaders were new. Harold Wilson had replaced Gateskill, and Macmillan had resigned, leaving Alec Douglas-Home as Prime Minister to lead the Conservatives to defeat in October 1964. Gateskill's victory became Wilson's. His legacy lived on. His followers, dubbed Gateskillites, continued to carry the torch, including Anthony Crossland, James Callaghan and Roy Jenkins. 10 years after Gateskill's death, Jenkins wrote in the Times, he would not have been a perfect Prime Minister, but he concluded he would have won bigger than Wilson and would have been a better Prime Minister to serve under. In the 1960s, politics and the country had been stunned by Gateskill's sudden death. Before the century was out, and before Labour could secure a solid, lasting grip on power, the party and the country would experience the same shattering loss in 1994 with the death of John Smith, an agreeable, quietly determined leader on course for power. 6. Eton, Wednesday, the 2nd of June, 1982. There are many reasons I've not become Prime Minister. Not going to university probably hasn't helped. Just 8 of the 57 PMs in our history didn't have a degree, although it's notable that they include the Duke of Wellington, Winston Churchill and Benjamin Disraeli, as well as more recent non-graduates John Major and Jim Callaghan. Going to the right school also helps. 20 of the 57 went to Eton, but having the right teacher perhaps matters most, and I was never taught by Eric Anderson. A tall, slightly stooped, kindly man, Anderson, it seems, was a political genius, or a disaster, depending on how you think the country's been run for most of the past quarter century. After studying English at St Andrews and Oxford, he went straight into teaching, beginning a career which would help shape modern Britain in a way he could never have predicted. He first joined Fettes College, the elite Edinburgh school, before moving to Gordonston, the rather grim Scottish boarding school, where one of his pupils was the future King Charles. Between bouts of homesickness and bullying, the young prince was coaxed by Anderson into taking the lead role in a production of Macbeth. Having bagged a future king, when he returned to Fettes for a second stint, Anderson's office was regularly visited by his first future Prime Minister. "He was forever knocking at my study door," he would later recall. "Round it would come the grinning Blair face which said, 'Sir, I don't think this rule or that rule is right. Can we change it?'" The Shakespearean political drama also continued, with young Anthony Blair taking the role of Mark Antony in Julius Caesar, dressed in a red toga. In 1980, Anderson moved to Eton to teach not one, but two future PMs, David Cameron, who described him as one of the most popular headmasters in the school's history, and Boris Johnson, who Anderson said was, without doubt, the most interesting pupil he'd ever had. Johnson's future modus operandi was clear in his school days. Anderson bumped into him hours before a big essay was due, and he'd not even started writing. When it arrived, it was very stimulating. When some students took on a staging of Richard III, Johnson, who had the childhood ambition of World King, took the title role. He hadn't had time to learn the lines, so had pasted them up behind various pillars, Anderson told Johnson's biographer Andrew Jimson. The whole performance consisted of him running from one side of the stage to the other and failing to read it properly. A star, and a star's approach to preparation, was born. Other old Etonians whose dramatic skills were better honed on Anderson's watch include actors Damian Lewis and Dominic West. Anderson kept on moving. In 1995, he became rector of Lincoln College, Oxford, where one of the students during his time was his fourth future PM. Rishi Sunak was studying philosophy, politics and economics and graduated with a first in 2001, the year after Anderson had returned again to Eton, this time as provost. Having just missed Prince William during his time away at Oxford, he was at Eton for much of Prince Harry's later years as a pupil. During his stints at Eton, Anderson combined a traditional conservatism with an understanding of the need to modernise, including abolishing the cane and sending his privileged pupils into poorer inner cities for visits. Of the many incidents that crossed his many desks during half a century of teaching, there was perhaps none so consequential for the future of politics as the scandal which engulfed Eton in the summer of 1982. 7 boys have been expelled from Eton for using cannabis, the Daily Telegraph reported on the 3rd of June 1982. They told police that their shared interest in reggae music led them to the London dealers who sold them the drug. Anderson was quoted as denying there was any sort of drug ring at the school, insisting that he had nipped things in the bud with the 7 expulsions. It could have been, in fact should have been, 8. As the May 1982 exam season approached, David Cameron was among pupils who'd been getting hold of cannabis, mostly in the form of hash, typically dark brown and crumbly, although occasionally some red leb, supposedly from the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, he revealed years later in his memoirs. He and 2 friends would take a rowing boat out to an island in the middle of the River Thames, with Cameron as the smallest acting as the cox. Once there, we would roll up and spend a summer's afternoon gently off our heads. When the school clamped down on the Eton dealers, his 2 boating mates were the first to be expelled. Others were caught in the fallout. As time passed, Cameron began to wonder if he might have got away with it. Then he was pulled out of a maths lesson and marched to Anderson's office. There were signed confessions implicating the 15-year-old, whose future now hung in the balance. Cameron writes that the headmaster sitting behind his desk was in fact the most nervous person in the room, grappling with the language of drug-taking. Because I was so keen not to implicate anyone else, I claimed, totally falsely, that I'd only smoked cannabis once at Eton, and all the other times were at home in the village. This involved me telling a more and more elaborate set of lies. A dumbfounded Anderson asked, "Yes, Cameron, but who rolled the joint?" More lies followed. We were dealing with young boys, Anderson later told Cameron's biographers Francis Eliot and James Hanning, and young boys sometimes do silly things. Miraculously, Cameron avoided being thrown out with his fellow pot smokers. He was fined £20, gated, leaving him unable to leave the school's grounds, and made to spend the morning of the school open day on the 4th of June writing out one of Virgil's Georgics. The brush with the law and the prospect of expulsion transformed him into a model student in the sixth form that autumn, thriving on history, art, and especially economics, where he got a taste for the free marketeers. Looking back over Anderson's career, the decision to let Cameron off was perhaps the most politically significant. Had he taken a tougher line, or disbelieved his pupils' web of lies, he might only have helped to educate 3 prime ministers and a king, which is still not a bad record. 7. John Major's dentist, Bishop Stortford, Saturday the 17th of November, 1990. If Halifax had had better teeth, a pupil declares in Alan Bennett's The History Boys, we might have lost the war. It's a good line which captures perfectly the accidental nature of politics. The power of happenstance is strong. It's just that in this case, it's wrong. The reason why Lord Halifax didn't replace Neville Chamberlain in 1940 is not because he had an appointment at the dentist the afternoon the decision was made. It was more to do with the fact he was even less popular with Labour than the guy who got the job of leading the war coalition, Winston Churchill, who, it must be said, was rather less popular with his own colleagues on the Conservative benches. Even so, 50 years later, the opposite of the Halifax teeth tale happened. It was a trip to the dentist that helped ease in a new Prime Minister. The toothache had been a problem for weeks. Late one night, during a visit to Washington, D.C., the Chancellor had been rushed for emergency treatment on what turned out to be an abscess under a wisdom tooth. The pain was too much, so John Major finally agreed to have it operated on. The problem was he was going under the dentist's scalpel just as Margaret Thatcher was fighting for a political life. Whether this was terrible timing or the perfect alibi was not clear as he succumbed to the anaesthetist's spell. The seeds of Thatcher's downfall had been sown by the Iron Lady herself, notably the deeply unpopular poll tax, which would force everyone to pay a flat rate for local services, and Europe, which had put an increasingly antagonistic and aloof Prime Minister at odds with her own colleagues. Major had been promoted twice in the space of months, first to replace Geoffrey Howe, who was demoted from Foreign Secretary to Deputy PM in July 1989, and again 94 days later to Chancellor when Nigel Lawson resigned. It fell to Major to sit silently next to Thatcher on Thursday the 13th of November 1990, while Howe delivered his devastating Commons speech in which he claimed Thatcher's Brussels bashing had deliberately undermined colleagues. It is rather like sending your opening batsman to the crease, Howe told a stunned Commons, only for them to find, the moment the first balls are bowled, that the bats have been broken before the game by the team captain. He ended his speech with what was seen as a call to arms to colleagues. The time has come for others to consider their own response to the tragic conflict of loyalties with which I myself have wrestled for perhaps too long. Swashbuckling Michael Heseltine, who had quit Thatcher's cabinet in 1986, took his cue, triggering a leadership election by declaring, I am persuaded that I would now have a better prospect of leading the Conservatives to a fourth election victory. In retrospect, he might have jumped the gun. Heseltine later told me that actually Howe may have had others in mind. I thought when he said, it's now up to others, he was actually thinking about me. Some many years later, in talking to people who were very close to Geoffrey at the time, I was persuaded that he was not referring to me at all. He was referring to the cabinet. Too late, of course. The race was on. In the first ballot of Tory MPs on the 20th of November, Heseltine won 152 votes, while Thatcher got 204. A clear majority, but 4 votes short of the required margin of 15%. Away at a summit in Paris, sketching out a new world order after the Cold War, rather than being at home adding up the numbers, she had blown it. I fight on, I fight to win, she declared. But she wouldn't. She couldn't. A rerun would be worse. The Iron Lady was corroding. Major missed all this. Having issued a statement urging unity and praising her as one of this country's most successful peacetime prime ministers, he left London. 3 days before the votes, on the morning of Saturday the 17th of November 1990, he'd opened a fair for Mencap in his Huntingdon constituency and was then driven by a friend to the Hearts in Essex Hospital in Bishop Stortford, hoping that the wisdom tooth operation he had booked weeks earlier would finally sort out the pain in his mouth. Thatcher supporters were suspicious of the timing. Why was the newish Chancellor taking himself out of the action for up to a week, just as the Prime Minister was so vulnerable? Cancel the operation and it would look like panic on behalf of a doomed PM, yet go ahead and raise suspicions of abandoning the boss in her darkest hour. Medical considerations overrode the political. The toothache was too great. In his autobiography, Major recounts the story of waking from the general anaesthetic and being visited by his wife Norma and daughter Elizabeth, when, bizarrely, they began discussing a tilt-at-the-top job while he was still coming around. I remember nothing of the conversation, but Elizabeth is certain we talked about whether or not Margaret would make it through the first ballot. She says I speculated about whether I should stand. If so, I suspect I was expecting a firm no in response. I didn't get it. Go for it, Elizabeth said. Norma agreed. So go for it he did, albeit he was in no position to tell anyone just yet. The sore, gaping hole where the abscess had been meant he could barely speak or eat. His memoirs on this period are striking, if not a little alarming, because while weighing up the life-changing decision on whether to stand to run the country, he seems to have been off his head on painkillers. The drug-addled Chancellor was only half alert when Norma pointed out the gravity of the prospect of becoming PM. He was, he recalls, in no state to talk to anyone for long as the phone rang off the hook with support for the idea. As the days passed and the crisis deepened, Major was still recuperating at the Finings, the 1930s family home in Great Stuckley near Huntingdon, which was surrounded by high trees, keeping back the press, who were by now camped outside. Inside, he was, he writes, being fed yet more painkillers by Norma. After the result was announced, Thatcher called her heavily medicated minister and demanded his support by seconding her in the second round of voting. Maybe it was his drugs, maybe it was her directness, but a moment's hesitation before he agreed soured relations between them. Major was still at home when Thatcher famously met her other ministers one by one in the cabinet room, and most said that while of course they personally remained loyal, it was everyone else who was turning against her. On Thursday, the 22nd of November 1990, the triple election winner who reshaped British politics and Britain itself was humiliated into withdrawing from the leadership contest that she believed, just days earlier, she would easily win. Major finally left the Finings and drove to Westminster, getting snarled up in traffic and making it to his desk at the Treasury with only half an hour to spare before the midday deadline to get his nomination papers in. A clean skin, he could honestly say that all that ghastly business had played out while he'd been recuperating. And now, here he was, ready to run, having obviously done nothing to encourage his own candidacy, what with his teeth. His pitch was simple. He was not Heseltine, the self-styled Tarzan swinging through the Westminster jungle who had committed the sin of moving against a Prime Minister. Nor was he Douglas Hurd, whose education at Eton seems to have counted more against him in the Conservative Party of the early 1990s than other old Etonians found more than a quarter of a century later. Not that Major was back on top form. Before each public performance, he was again dosed up on antibiotics and paracetamol. Derek Oakley, the husband of Major's constituency secretary Barbara, trailed around after him, forcing him to down more pills and potions, even at one stage leaving them on my pillow, with a despairing note. On the day of the vote, the impact of both the contest and the operation hit. Mid-afternoon, Major took himself off to bed and woke only an hour before the result was announced. Hurd secured 56 votes and Heseltine 131, with Major way ahead on 185. Not enough to win by the rulebook, but win he obviously had. The rivals soon withdrew. So just 10 days after his wisdom tooth operation, John Major stood outside number 10 as Prime Minister, declaring, somewhat toothily, there is a smile on the face of the party, and boasting he would win the next election. Less than 18 months later, he did, securing a surprise victory over Neil Kinnock's Labour with 14,093,007 votes, the most ever cast for any party in a UK general election. 5 years of economic and political turmoil later, he would lead the Conservatives to a crushing defeat against Tony Blair's New Labour. In addition to the convenience of a dental appointment, one of the lasting consequences of this period is the idea that Heseltine lost because he had moved against Thatcher first, despite there being plenty of colleagues who agreed with him at the time. He who wields the knife never wears the crown, Heseltine intoned with characteristic melodrama. In retrospect, this quote is not what it seems. I thought I was quoting Shakespeare, says Heseltine. Years later, someone said, where did you get that quotation from? I said, I think it's Shakespeare, isn't it? And they came back to me and said there's no quotation attributed to anyone except you. So I think that maybe it was me originally. Maybe it was being the sort of person who would quote himself believing it to be Shakespeare that counted against him. Maybe if Major had been in Westminster, not in a drug-induced fog at home, he too would have been tainted as either the favoured heir or unfaithful assassin. Politics is a lot of maybes. Recent political history is littered with ditherers who hope to obtain the crown while hoping that someone else would do the dirty work. Just ask David Miliband or Penny Mordaunt. Yet Gordon Brown spent a decade doing a lot of wielding while Tony Blair was in number 10 before taking the crown himself. Boris Johnson's weapon was rarely sheathed. Even Rishi Sunak, who was initially punished by Tory members for knifing Johnson in the summer of 2022, got there in the end. And if Major had had better teeth, he might have lost the keys to number 10. Bathrooms. 8. Patrick Jenkins' toothbrush, Highgate, Tuesday the 15th of January, 1974. People power is important, and anyone who tries to take power from the people should expect an electric shock. In early 1974, Britain was in the grip of the miners' strike, with a lack of coal limiting power generation. Edward Heath's government had imposed the 3-day week, curtailing businesses from using electricity the rest of the time. TV broadcasts shut down at 10:30 p.m. The pubs were closed. Grim times. By mid-January, it was clear that only seeking to reduce the energy use of big business was not working. The government had set a target of a 25% cut in electricity demand, but was struggling to hit even 15%. Ministers were considering changing the law to make it illegal to have the lights on in more than one room at once, sparking a national debate about how it might work in practice. Would anyone going to the lavatory have to ensure that everyone else in the house was sitting in the dark? The Guardian asked. There was talk of policemen having to knock on any homes with lights ablaze. TV adverts told families to SOS, switch off something, now. Patrick Jenkins, the immaculately dressed, newly appointed Energy Minister, had a not-so-bright idea. A politician who probably belonged to an earlier, less media-focused age. On the 15th of January 1974, he went on BBC Radio 1's Newsbeat and urged households to do more to cut electricity use. People can clean their teeth in the dark, use the top of the stove instead of the oven, all sorts of savings, but they must use less electricity. It conjured up an unfortunate image of the minister alone in his bathroom, brushing his teeth in pitch black. Normally a politician gets into trouble for what they get up to when they are not in their pyjamas, but the backlash was swift and brutal. Reports went around the world of Brits brushing their teeth but finding themselves using shaving cream and other tubed concoctions rather than toothpaste. It's never wise for a politician in hot water to drag their family into it. Think John Gummer's daughter eating a BSE-free burger. But Jenkin fell into exactly that trap. The front page of the Daily Telegraph carried a large photograph with the caption, "An automatic dishwasher standing idle as Mrs. Monica Jenkin, wife of the new Minister of Energy, washed up by hand last night, assisted by her daughter Flora, 12, as part of her terrific campaign to save electricity at their Highgate home. The refrigerator's been switched off and the gas central heating turned down." In the cash-strapped early 70s, few homes had an automatic dishwasher, idle or otherwise. Jenkin himself then posed to the cameras shaving by candlelight, but hilariously using an electric razor. An even less successful snap emerged when a photographer took a picture of the Jenkin abode with the porch light on and every room well lit. "They must have caught us at a bad moment," Mrs. Jenkin, taking a break from the washing up, confessed. Days later, Jenkin admitted his mistake. "The press are right, and the suggestion I made on radio the other day was not a practical one." It is a brave politician indeed, who tries to tell hard-pressed families how to light and warm their homes. Just a few years later, in 1977, Jimmy Carter appeared on TV, shortly after becoming US President, to urge the country to make sacrifices and save energy. "All of us must learn to waste less energy. Simply by keeping our thermostats, for instance, at 65 degrees in the daytime and 55 degrees at night, we could save half the current shortage of natural gas." He did so in a woolly cardigan, which is seen as terribly insensitive attire in which to lecture the nation. In 2013, David Cameron did the same thing. Or didn't. Gas companies were hiking bills, and Ed Davey, the Lib Dem Energy Secretary in the coalition, had been on BBC Two's Newsnight and outrageously confided, "I'm sure people do wear jumpers. I wear jumpers at home." At the lobby briefing the next day, a Friday, bored journalists demanded answers about whether Cameron also wore a woolly, teasing officials with increasingly absurd questions. Did the Prime Minister wear a jumper at home? The Prime Minister doesn't tend to give fashion tips, the relatively new official spokesman replied. On and on it went, dancing around the Prime Minister's position on pullovers, until, finally, the spokesman cracked. Clearly, he is not going to prescribe necessarily the actions individuals should take about that, he began, before adding, "But that is something that people may wish to consider." All hell broke loose, the posh PM lecturing the poor on what to wear. No greater authority on energy policy than Britain's Got Talent winner Susan Boyle joined the outcry, telling The Sun, "I found it inconceivable that the man running the country, who should be looking out and protecting the people of the UK, would turn around and tell the nation to wear a jumper when the energy companies announced vast price rises." Downing Street then issued the laughable statement. To be clear, it is entirely false to suggest the Prime Minister would advise people they should wear jumpers to stay warm. What? Why wouldn't he? Is it government policy that jumpers don't keep you warm? The whole episode was a pretty terrible example of the way the lobby sometimes works, and how stating the bleeding obvious can get you into trouble. "It can be funny," says Sir Craig Oliver, who was the No. 10 Director of Communications at the time, "but that guy lost his job because of it." In 2022, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, energy prices again spiked and politicians again panicked about whether to launch an advertising campaign to tell people how to save money on their bills. Graham Stewart, the Climate Minister, declined. "We're not a nanny state government." Ironically, it was Jacob Rees-Mogg, the only member of the government to have gone campaigning with his nanny, who was in favour of the idea as business secretary, but was overruled by Liz Truss. In the end, she lost power before the homes of Britain did. 9. Margaret Thatcher's bathroom, Brighton. Friday, the 12th of October, 1984. A piece of paper saved Margaret Thatcher's life. After a long day and night working on her party conference speech, the Prime Minister was about to go into her bathroom on the first floor of the Grand Hotel in Brighton and prepare for bed. Robin Butler, her principal private secretary, had just one more piece of paper for her to take a look at. as principal private secretaries often do. At 2:54 a.m, an IRA bomb went off, ripping through the white wedding cake facade of the seafront hotel, intended to kill the Prime Minister and her cabinet. The Telegraph's David Hughes called it the most audacious attack on a British government since the Gunpowder Plot. 5 people died. Sir Anthony Berry, MP for Enfield and Southgate, Eric Taylor, chairman of the North West Area Conservatives, Jean Shattock, wife of the South West chairman Sir Gordon Shattock, Muriel Maclean, wife of Scottish Conservatives President Sir Donald Maclean, and Roberta Wakeham, wife of Chief Whip John Wakeham. Among the injured were Norman Tebbit, the Trade and Industry Secretary, and his wife Margaret, who was paralysed from the chest down and spent the rest of her life in a wheelchair. 4 weeks earlier, a man called Roy Walsh had checked into the Grand for 4 nights, staying in room 629, enjoying the last days of summer. In fact, he was Patrick McGee, a member of the Provisional IRA opposed to British rule in Northern Ireland, and he planted a £20 gelignite bomb and timer behind the bath panel in his room. A month later, Thatcher and her husband Dennis moved into the Napoleon suite 5 floors below. The Prime Minister had spent the day listening to conference debates, meeting Tory officials, and lunching with Women Party chairmen from across the country. Every spare moment was used to frantically work on her leader's speech. After popping into a ball for party agents, at 11:15 p.m, she returned to the Grand Hotel for more speechwriting. A little after 2:30 a.m, she finished working in the sitting room of the suite and handed the last page to 2 of her staff. She told them that after a long day, they should go to bed. Then Butler appeared and said, "I know you're tired, but there's just one more paper you must do because they want the answer tomorrow." So the PM sat down again and began reading a memo about the Liverpool Garden Festival. That was when the bomb went off, she recalled to Women's Own a month later. The window and the curtain blew out into the street. There was a great whoosh of air and dust. I stood up and went towards the bedroom, but Dennis was already coming out. It had been reported, incorrectly, that she'd been in the bathroom moments before the blast. "I would have been if Robin had not asked me to look at the final paper," she said. Part of the bathroom ceiling had come down. The floor around the toilet, bidet and bath was covered in rubble, large shards of glass hanging in the window. Anyone who had been in there at the time would have been seriously injured or worse. "Those who had sought to kill me had placed the bomb in the wrong place," Thatcher later wrote in her memoirs, The Downing Street Years. In fact, it was probably in the right place. It was luck rather than error which saved her. There was a struggle to get out of the hotel. Her throat thick with cement dust and still wearing the gown and pearls from the ball, the Prime Minister clambered over broken furniture and discarded belongings to get to the back entrance. Within minutes, she was whisked away to Brighton Police Station, spent what was left of the night at Lewis Police Training College, and returned to the Brighton Centre at 9 a.m, where the conference began with a 2-minute silence, and then, incredibly, continued as normal. At just after 2:30 p.m, Thatcher addressed the party and the country. The bomb attack on the Grand Hotel early this morning was first and foremost an inhuman, undiscriminating attempt to massacre innocent, unsuspecting men and women staying in Brighton for our Conservative conference. Our first thoughts must at once be for those who died and for those who are now in hospital recovering from their injuries. But the bomb attack clearly signified more than this. It was an attempt not only to disrupt and terminate our conference, it was an attempt to cripple Her Majesty's democratically elected government. That is the scale of the outrage in which we have all shared, and the fact that we are gathered here now, shocked but composed and determined, as a sign not only that this attack has failed, but that all attempts to destroy democracy by terrorism will fail. She turned the page, and returned to the speech that she had stuffed into a briefcase in the minutes after the bomb had gone off. "And now it must be business as usual," she said, going on to discuss foreign policy, unemployment and the miners' strike, while dropping some of the overtly political attacks on her Labour opponents. Yet so much else had changed. Tentative, secret steps towards a solution in Northern Ireland were set back. The bomb has slowed things down, Thatcher wrote in a prime ministerial note to officials. Thatcher herself was changed too. She wrote in her memoirs of the deceptive normality in the moments after the blast. The lights, thankfully, remained on. The importance of this played on my mind for some time, and for months afterwards I always kept a torch by my bed when I was staying the night in a strange house. Politics changed too. Party conferences in particular became an increasingly high-security affair. Today, a ring of steel is thrown around the annual gatherings of the main parties. Sniffer dogs tour the perimeter, watched by snipers from the rooftops. There are barcoded lanyards to be checked, X-ray scanners for every bag and coat. In 2007, there was uproar at the Lib Dem conference in Brighton when a councillor was stopped from entering because she was carrying a dangerous weapon, a pair of knitting needles. 10. Nick Ryden's toilet, Edinburgh. Monday, the 16th of May, 1994. Tony Blair sat and waited, and waited, and waited. Alone in the front room of the Edinburgh home of his old school friend Nick Ryden, Blair jumped as the telephone began to ring. It not being his house, he let the answering machine take it. "Tony," a voice boomed from the box in the corner. "It's Gordon here." At this, Blair was a little freaked out. "I'm upstairs in the toilet, and I can't get out." Ryden was a property developer and was in the process of doing up a rambling mansion in Merchiston, a posh suburb of Edinburgh. A new door on the bathroom had not had its inside handle fitted. Gordon Brown's vocal cries for help had gone unanswered. For more than 15 minutes he'd been using his big brick of a mobile to call round friends and colleagues to get hold of Ryden's landline number. Blair did not have a mobile and would not get one until after he left Downing Street. When Blair finally climbed the stairs to rescue his colleague, he had an ultimatum, shouting through the door, "Withdraw from the contest, or I'm leaving you in there." It was 4 days after the death of John Smith, the 55-year-old Labour leader, had been announced. It would be another 4 days before he'd be laid to rest. But politics is a brutal business, and before he was in the ground on the beautiful Hebridean island of Iona, attention was already turning to who would replace him. Brown, as Shadow Chancellor, was clearly the senior partner over Blair, then Shadow Home Secretary. Or at least he thought so. During the previous decade, while toiling on the back benches, whenever the question of leadership had come up, Blair had repeatedly told Brown he would back him. Brown claims Blair had told him he did not want to be leader and might even leave politics for TV. Blair admits he had spent the past 2 years being disingenuous with Brown, giving him assurances that he would support him, presuming it would never come to pass because Smith would go on to be Prime Minister. And then Smith died, suffering a heart attack at his London flat on Thursday the 12th of May, 1994. Blair had apparently predicted this. In his memoirs, he recalls spending a few days in Paris with his wife Cherie in April 1994. He woke on the first morning and told her, "If John dies, I will be leader. And somehow I think this will happen. I just think it will." And when the first part came true, he moved quickly to secure part 2. Brown, who spent those first days writing obituaries and tributes, might decry the unseemly haste, but that's politics. By that first weekend after Smith's death, newspaper articles and TV debate shows were dominated by the apparent inevitability of a Blair victory. Brown decided that a public battle would harm the party, that they could not stand against each other, that someone would have to give way. Blair, meanwhile, had decided that that someone had to be Brown, resolving to cajole him out of the race early rather than have to confront and defeat him head-on. So began a series of clandestine meetings in the homes of friends of Blair, an early indication of who had the upper hand. These conversations were held variously at the Rydens' home in Edinburgh, at Blair's sister-in-law's in Richmond Crescent in London, and, most oddly, at an Edinburgh flat belonging to the parents of Blair's former girlfriend and first love, Amanda Mackenzie Stewart. It was at the latter that, according to Blair anyway, Brown first acknowledged the possibility that he would not stand. After that, it was just a case of managing his withdrawal from the race, which is what they were discussing at Chez Ryden, while the homeowner was banished to the local pub. There was wine, whiskey, and an Indian takeaway. After being rescued from the bathroom, Brown stayed late, thrashing out the future direction of a Blair-led Labour Party and his role in it. Ryden was finally told he could come home at 1:30 a.m. The deal had been done. Brown claims that in the days after Smith's death, Blair not only promised him that he could stay as Shadow Chancellor, but that he would also have control over economic and social policy. Blair insists he himself would always remain in charge and bristles at the idea that he was an empty vessel into which Brown would simply pour his big ideas. More significantly, Brown claims that Blair promised he would stand down as PM in his second term to spend time with his children, who would by then be in their teens. It was a promise he repeated on several occasions, Brown wrote in his memoirs. Blair, in his own account, is a little more oblique, but without actually denying it. Had you asked me then what I would do and what might happen, I would have said I would do 2 terms and then hand over. Wisely or otherwise, Brown took Blair at his word, or perhaps recognised the reality that he could not actually win a leadership contest. Either way, he conceded he would not stand in 1994, finally telling those closest to him of his decision in the last days of May. The rest was a formality, he wrote in his memoirs. The rest, of course, was the dinner at Granita. This modish Mediterranean restaurant in North London was perhaps the most obvious location for inclusion in a collection of places which changed politics, were it not for the fact that it didn't. Granita was not where a deal was made, but it was where the fate of both men and the country was sealed. Blair was the first to arrive at Granita on the evening of Tuesday, the 30th of May, 1994. He already knew he was going to be Labour leader. Like the venues for the earlier talks, he had also chosen the restaurant with its fashionable stripped wooden floors and bare white walls. The absence of tablecloths and, heavens, fish knives was the talk of the town. They could not have been less Gordon Brown, the parsimonious son of the manse. Brown was not looking forward to the meal when the main thing he would have to swallow was his pride, so he invited along Ed Balls, a 27-year-old former Financial Times journalist who just 3 months earlier had become his economic advisor. Balls's first job was to tell the maitre d', "We're here to see Tony Blair," to spare Brown from even having to utter the words. They walked the length of the narrow restaurant to find Blair sitting alone off to the right at a table set for 2. Brown made a great fuss, insisting on a third chair and menu for Balls, who tells me that his boss looked at the menu in horror. The first thing he does, having acknowledged Tony's existence, is he turns to me and says, "What exactly is polenta?" I'm pretty sure that Tony had chipperones, baby octopus. Having successfully chaperoned Brown to the table, Balls left, so did not hear if Blair repeated the commitment, vague or otherwise, that he might stand down after 2 terms. He may have foolishly said that in a speculative way, and Gordon may have foolishly believed him, Balls says now. On the way out, Balls clocked another diner, the journalist Alison Pearson, and realised that any hope of the meeting staying secret was futile. However, Pearson says that all the excitement was caused by the presence of Susan Tully, who played Michelle in EastEnders. No one gave the historic summit a second glance, she says. In truth, in 1994, the Blair-Brown soap opera was not gripping the attention of millions, at least not yet. Pearson adds that Granita was very Islington, very uncomfortable for Brown. Light wood floors, clattery, open, small tables, hopeless place for a clandestine meeting. So maybe someone didn't care for it to be secret. Leaving the restaurant barely an hour later, Blair was full of talk of partnership, but Brown's mind was on more pressing matters. Some proper food. 4 miles away, Balls was waiting with spin doctor Charlie Whelan at the Rodin restaurant in Millbank, a short walk across the street from Parliament. Balls's mobile phone rang. It was Brown. "Well done steak and chips, please." Clearly, he'd found the Mediterranean fare even less palatable than the topic of conversation. When Brown arrived, attention quickly turned to the future and what happened next. It was neither dour nor celebratory, says Balls. It was kind of operational, professional. Overnight, Brown began drafting the text of what would be briefed to the press about the outcome of the secret meetings in Edinburgh, although even this was not without problems. So many redrafts were sent between the rival camps that Peter Mandelson, acting as a broker between the two, had to send someone into Hartlepool to buy a replacement fax when his home machine broke down. There was no mention in the text of timescales or standing down, and even on policy it was vague. In 2003, The Guardian published one version, which stated that Blair was in full agreement with Brown's agenda on social justice, employment and skills. But Brown crossed this out and wrote more firmly that Blair has guaranteed this will be pursued. This painstaking process would form the basis of how they would come to operate in government, with Blair and Brown and warring aides tweaking texts until both camps were happy, or at least equally unhappy. At 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday the 1st of June 1994, Brown released his statement confirming he was withdrawing from the leadership race. New Labour, led by Blair, went on to win a landslide 179-seat majority in 1997, and Blair's deadline, such as it was to stand down in the second term, came and went. In 2004, he actually vowed to serve a full third term, but not a fourth. In fact, he managed barely a year after the 2005 election before Brown's patience ran out, and he finally stood down in June 2007. Granita had an even more troubled time. It closed in 2003, becoming first a restaurant called Desperados, then an estate agent's in 2013. That lasted barely 3 years before standing empty as a developer's showroom, before, in 2022, opening as a woman's clothes and interiors store. The restaurant did not survive, Brown wrote, and ultimately neither did our agreement. I once asked Blair, more than 25 years after Nick Ryden's toilet and Granita and all of that, if he wished, with hindsight, that he had tried to sort out the relationship with Brown properly before going into government. I don't think it was sortable in the end, he said, because it was born of what was a very difficult passage when John Smith died, and then I became leader. But certainly at that stage, whatever difficulties there were more than compensated by the enormous contribution that Gordon made. But I think the essence of the problem was never really changed. Or perhaps, in the end, you should have left him in the toilet. 11. Vince Cable's Bath, Twickenham, Tuesday the 27th of November, 2008. There are few greater sentences to hear from a spin doctor than, "How did you find out about that?" In their rush to express shock or even anger, they also provide confirmation that the story is true. I went to the 2017 Lib Dem conference in Bournemouth, expecting my only scoop to be vanilla on a cone with a flake. But I kept hearing that magic phrase, "How did you find out about that?" What I had found out was there were naked photos in circulation of the party's then leader, Sir Vince Cable. Quite the mental image. The pictures were of the 74-year-old in the bath and were apparently taken by his wife, Rachel, who'd sent them for printing. Cable had been recognised by someone doing the processing. The pictures passed through various hands before ending up on the desk of at least one Sunday newspaper, and then finding their way back to a Lib Dem press officer. There were some things you can't unsee, was how one person described the snaps, explaining that a combination of the photographic angle and a plentiful supply of bubbles mercifully meant that the Right Honourable Member was obscured below the waterline. The papers decided that nobody wanted to see that over their breakfast and declined to print them. Yet the Cable bathtub has a special place in British politics. The one-time Shell executive and economist did much of his political thinking while having a soak, and on the evening of Tuesday the 27th of November 2008, he was in his bath trying to come up with some lines for Prime Minister's questions the next day. Some politicians rely on vast teams to brainstorm clever strategies. Not Cable. Something of a loner even in his own party, he would turn up to the Commons most days, having already decided what he would say. In November 2007, Gordon Brown had been Prime Minister for 5 months. He initially surged in the polls on replacing Tony Blair, in part thanks to sure-footed responses to a terror attack, floods, and a foot-and-mouth outbreak. His appeal was summed up in a Saatchi ad campaign, pitching him as not Flash, just Gordon, the antidote to his predecessor's PR sheen. But he then bottled a calling a general election in September, and his popularity plunged faster than shares in Northern Rock. Everything he touched seemed to go wrong. The banking system he had presided over as Chancellor now teetered on the brink. HM Revenue and Customs lost the confidential details of 9 million adults and 15 million children. Ministers twice had to admit they had underestimated how many foreign workers were in the country. And then Labour became embroiled in a donation scandal, with allegations that property tycoon David Abrahams had given the party £600,000 through go-betweens, including his builder and secretary, to remain anonymous. Brown, who had vowed to restore trust just months after a police investigation into political funding had dogged the last days of Blair's government, set up not one but two inquiries into his own party's finances. In the end, no charges were brought and Abrahams was ultimately cleared. A month earlier, Cable had become acting Lib Dem leader, following the resignation of Sir Mengus Campbell after months of criticism about his performance and age, despite being only 2 years older than Cable. This was back in the days when the Lib Dems had enough MPs to be the third largest party in Westminster, and therefore have 2 questions guaranteed at Prime Minister's Questions. After David Cameron had enjoyed himself by mercilessly, if unmemorably, mocking disaster after disaster, leaving Brown squirming over donations, Cable rose to his feet against a background noise of sarcastic cheers from the bigger parties. He was ready to deliver his bath bomb. Mr. Speaker, the House has noticed the Prime Minister's remarkable transformation in the last few weeks, from Stalin to Mr. Bean. The House of Commons collapsed into a rare thing. Genuine laughter. Giddy Tim Farron, a Lib Dem MP, nearly fell off the bench behind Cable. The laughter went on for more than 10 seconds, crescendoing in loud cheers. Cable's decent follow-up line, that Brown was creating chaos out of order rather than order out of chaos, didn't get the same response. But it didn't matter. Similarly, almost nobody in the Commons chamber that day, or in the press gallery where I was sitting, will easily recall what Cable's question was actually about. In fact, he went on to raise concerns from forces chiefs who'd accused Brown of willfully neglecting the safety and welfare of the young men and women who serve in our armed forces. All that is lost to Hansard and history. The long-soak one-liner had done its job. After initially coming up with the Stalin Bean jibe in the bath, Cable had tried it out on Rachel, who told him, "Oh no, I don't think so. Too knockabout, too silly, too school playground." He ignored her, egged on by his political team, who thought it was funny. It worked. It went viral at a time when nobody really knew what going viral meant, reaching wide audiences online. In October 2007, 38% of people had told Ipsos Mori they were dissatisfied with Brown as Prime Minister. A few days after Stalin Bean, that had jumped to 54%. We can argue about cause and effect, but there's no doubt that Cable had captured the public mood with his bath time soundbite. A few months later, in an interview with the New Statesman, Brown sidestepped the Mr. Bean talk and compared himself instead to an older Heathcliff, a wiser Heathcliff, the dark and brooding character created by Emily Bronte. His reputation never recovered, though, and he was unable to recapture his early wuthering heights in the polls as his personal ratings disappeared down the plug hole. Furniture. 12. Gladstone's Chair, Liverpool, October 1812. Even on a cloudy day in Liverpool, 62 Rodney Street is an imposing building. 3 stories high, 4 including the basement, 5 windows wide, 5 steps up to a jet-black door framed by smart cream pillars and portico. The multiple doorbells are the giveaway that this grand old family home has, inevitably, been carved into flats. The grey plaque set into the wall is the only hint of what occurred here when it was a single dwelling. Gladstone, 4 times Prime Minister, born in this house, 29th of December 1809. And one October evening, less than 3 years later, a political career would be born here too. One of Britain's greatest and most influential Prime Ministers first got a taste for politics at the age of 2, and barely 20 years later, he was an MP. Gladstone's father, John, was a merchant and slave owner who had become an MP before his son. Gladstone Sr. was a close ally of George Canning, who would 15 years later become Prime Minister, albeit only briefly, and would often pop by. Gladstone Jr. wrote in his memoirs that one of his earliest memories was of a visit by Canning to Rodney Street in October 1812. Much entertaining went on in my father's house, where Mr. Canning himself was a guest, and on a day of a great dinner I was taken down to the dining room. I was set upon one of the chairs, standing, and directed to say to the company, "Ladies and gentlemen." Those 3 words, calling order in a rowdy dining room, were in effect Gladstone's first speech, at the tender age of just 2. From there, he certainly got a taste for it, securing a reputation later in life for his ability to speak at extraordinary length. President of the Oxford Union, he gained a double first in mathematics and classics, complaining that his oral exam was too easy. When the examiner tried to change the subject, Gladstone replied, "No, sir, if you please, we will not leave it yet," and carried on talking. His sprawling political career meant there was plenty of time for speeches. First elected as an MP aged 22, he finally stood down as Prime Minister for the 4th time, 60 years later. It was quite a journey. Beginning his career as a Tory in Newark, he was as reactionary as they came, defending his father's ownership of slaves before softening many of his earlier positions and becoming a great parliamentary reformer, anti-imperialist and tax cutter. His early public speaking as an MP caught the eye of Robert Peel, who gave him his first junior ministerial post. When the Tory party split in 1846 over trade, Gladstone followed Peel in joining what became the Liberal Party. The near-verbatim newspaper reproduction of many of his speeches over 6 decades in politics no doubt cost more trees than even he felled during his strange recreational habit of taking an axe into the woods. In a landmark 1850 parliamentary debate on the principles of British foreign policy, he spoke for 3 hours solid. In December 1852, the Tory Chancellor Benjamin Disraeli took 2.5 hours to wind up a debate on his first budget. It was 1 a.m, and most present were ready to go home. Not Gladstone, who went on to spend the next 2 hours verbally shredding it, fueling his great rivalry with Disraeli. Within days, the minority Tory government fell, and Gladstone took Disraeli's job in the coalition of Peelites and Whigs formed under Lord Aberdeen. Gladstone's first budget speech as Chancellor in April 1853 lasted more than 4 hours and 45 minutes. It included scrapping 123 duties and cutting 133 others, but his promise to abolish income tax remains unfulfilled to this day. On and on he went, becoming Prime Minister for the first time in 1868. His resignation speech after losing the 1874 election lasted a mere 90 minutes. That's perhaps 10 times longer than the valedictories on the steps of Number 10 we get these days. It was the speeches delivered in the run-up to the 1880 election which had the most lasting impact on politics as we know it today. Gladstone had given up his Greenwich seat and was persuaded to stand in the area around Edinburgh. The Midlothian campaign saw the 70-year-old mount a spirited challenge against the Tory aristocratic incumbent Lord Dalkeith, delivering a series of barnstorming speeches across Scotland, mostly condemning Disraeli's foreign policy. "It comes to this," he said of the overstretched British forces, "that you are increasing your engagement without increasing your strength, and if you increase your engagements without increasing strength, you diminish strength, you abolish strength, you really reduce the empire and do not increase it." The target audience of the speeches was not the tens of thousands who filled town halls, corn exchanges and train station platforms to hear him. It was the many more who would read detailed accounts of them in the daily papers. It meant Gladstone, who spoke off the cuff with minimal preparation, had to work hard to make the content and colour sufficiently different to be worth reporting each day. It was, in many ways, the model for election campaigning even today. It worked. When the Liberals won a landslide victory in January 1880, the party's nominal leaders, Lord Hartington and Lord Granville, had little option but to give way to Gladstone, who was credited at the time with helping to secure the win. He was PM this time until 1885, returned briefly in 1886, and ran again in 1892. During that election campaign, an incident occurred which summed up his extraordinary appeal. Campaigning in Chester, a large crowd had gathered when someone hurled something at the Prime Minister. It hit him in the eye. It turned out to be a hard gingerbread nut biscuit. For the rest of the campaign, Gladstone had to wear dark glasses. But this was not a protest. According to a letter sent to the Times a few days later, the lady who threw the gingerbread at him in Chester is one of his most ardent supporters. Far from intending to insult him, she only attempted to give some outward expression of her frenzied admiration. Gladstone won the election and remained in office as PM until 1894. His ministers burst into tears on the news of his final resignation. His speeches were notable for not patronising his audience, instead treating them to lectures of the same complexity and length as if he were in the Commons chamber. Long, if not rambling, then subclause-strewn sentences which would have fallen flat or lost an audience in a lesser mouth instead soared and captured the imagination. It did not always come easy, though, with Gladstone occasionally writing in his diaries of nervousness, especially when made to wait for long periods before being called to speak in Commons debates. Nor did everyone enjoy the sound of his voice as much as he did. Disraeli once dismissed him as a sophistical rhetorician, inebriated with the exuberance of his own verbosity, and gifted with an egotistical imagination that can, at all times, command an interminable and inconsistent series of arguments to malign an opponent and to glorify himself. Queen Victoria was pithier in her put-down. He addresses me as though I were a public meeting. Quite what she would have made of the lacklustre sophistry of today's politicians, we can only imagine. But Gladstone created the modern election campaign as we know it, with carefully crafted messages delivered again and again to enraptured crowds, repeated by the media to the masses. And he first got a taste for it on a dining room chair, aged 2. These days, Liverpool's Rodney Street is known as the Harley Street of the North, with many of the townhouses now the offices of cosmetic surgeons. Beneath the old street sign is an advert for a firm selling skin peels, lashes and fillers. A beauty salon and trading academy offers makeup training, aesthetics and more. There was a lazy pun to be had about how this is fitting for the birthplace of a man who changed the face of British politics, but I shall not stoop to use it. 13. Salisbury's Sofa, Downing Street, Wednesday the 12th of January, 1887. Stafford Northcote's problem is that he was too nice. He should have been Prime Minister. Instead, the most notable thing he did in 10 Downing Street was to drop dead while waiting to be officially sacked in a ruthless reshuffle carried out by his party colleague who'd beaten him to become PM. Number 10's role as a place which has changed politics has been well told elsewhere. It has been the location of momentous meetings, decisive and often indecisive decisions, of late nights and early mornings, high politics and low skullduggery from its inception as the Prime Minister's official residence in 1775 to this day. Yet no serving Prime Minister has died there. 7 expired elsewhere while in office, so a death in Downing Street is more notable than the routine machinations that you might expect. Nothing better illustrates how politics is, and always has been, a rough business than the manner in which Northcote died. Prone on a sofa in the anteroom of the man who was once his junior, but took the role of Prime Minister that could rightly have been his. There is an enormous, if almost entirely ignored, statue of Northcote and his fine beard in the central lobby of the Houses of Parliament, a monument guiltily erected by those he left behind, and a cautionary tale to all who pass it obliviously today. Northcote was born into a Devon country family in 1818 and studied classics at Oxford before being called to the bar. In his mid-20s, he was hired as a private secretary by William Gladstone, who was then president of the Board of Trade in the Conservative government of Robert Peel. Northcote worked on the Great Exhibition of 1851, and later, with Sir Charles Trevelyan, drew up the Northcote-Trevelyan Report, the founding of the modern impartial civil service as we know it, able to transfer its loyalty and expertise from one elected government to the next. Northcote was probably a better impartial official than hard-nosed politician. Working together for some 9 years, Northcote and Gladstone became close friends. However, when Gladstone joined the breakaway Peelite split, eventually ending up in the Liberal Party, Northcote remained with the Conservatives, rising through the party's ranks under Benjamin Disraeli. Northcote managed the unusual feat of admiring both Gladstone and Disraeli, notes Lord Lexton, the official historian of the Conservative Party. During 3 decades in politics, Northcote held some of the biggest jobs in Victorian Britain: President of the Board of Trade, Secretary of State for India, and a well-regarded spell as a tax-cutting Chancellor of the Exchequer. Then, in 1876, when Disraeli went to the House of Lords, apparently in search of a quieter life, he remained as Prime Minister, but left Northcote as Tory leader in the Commons, a job for which, unfortunately, he was spectacularly ill-suited. In part, it was because it meant going up against Gladstone, his old mentor, who is now Liberal leader of the opposition across the dispatch box. This, critics at the time claimed, weakened his lines of attack, if not paralysed them. He was mild in temperament, the Times wrote after his death, judicial in disposition, gentle in demeanour, courteous to opponents, slow to take offence, slower still to give it. Exactly the sort of person the public often wants in politics, but who turned out to be spectacularly bad at politics. Northcote himself once admitted he was deficient in go. When the Liberals won the 1880 election and Gladstone became Prime Minister for the second time, Northcote struggled even more as leader of the opposition in the Commons, failing to capitalise on the government's woes. When Disraeli died, he was replaced as the Tory leader in the Lords by Lord Salisbury. There was no single Conservative leader in opposition until 1922, but in theory, Northcote, having been in post for longer, had seniority. In practice, Salisbury and his supporters were growing fed up with Mr. Nice Guy. In the 1885 election, Gladstone's Liberals lost their majority, but the Conservatives fell short of an outright win. Queen Victoria did not send for Northcote to be Prime Minister, as he had expected and probably deserved. Instead, Salisbury, more of a political bruiser, got the job and would go on to spend 13 and a half of the next 17 years as Prime Minister. The snub was humiliating for Northcote, who was kicked upstairs and sent to the Lords himself as the Earl of Iddesleigh. At another general election in 1886, Salisbury won a decent majority, and he made Northcote his Foreign Secretary, a job Salisbury had held himself with distinction. A tough gig doing your boss's old job, and Northcote again failed to live up to expectations, ill health meaning he was no longer the man he once was. Within months, rumours appeared in the press that Northcote would be sacked. Soon it became clear that Salisbury was to embark on what has since become a political tradition, a New Year reshuffle. A cabinet meeting had been expected on Tuesday the 5th of January, but Salisbury was still trying to finalise the reshuffle, so it was delayed until the following weekend. The papers were cruelly briefed that Northcote was ready to retire in order to facilitate Lord Salisbury's reconstruction of his cabinet. A lovely euphemism for being sacked. It was also suggested he might be offered some post of dignity, the duties of which are lighter than those he is now relinquishing. So he was getting the sack and a consolation prize. The meeting of the new cabinet was delayed again. Trouble was brewing. As the days passed, it was claimed that the Conservative rank and file felt that no effort should be spared to induce Northcote to stay in the cabinet. One colleague even offered to give up his cabinet seat for him. In fact, Salisbury decided to simply appoint himself Foreign Secretary as well as being PM. On Wednesday the 12th of January 1887, after more than a fortnight of being briefed against, Northcote knew the game was up. He went back to the Foreign Office for a meeting with the celebrated explorer Henry Morton Stanley, but asked for it to be rearranged for 6 o'clock that evening. On the way out, he spoke to Sir James Ferguson, a junior Foreign Office minister, who later recalled Northcote expressing a hope that his exile from government might not be permanent. He was looking as well as, or better than usual, Ferguson said. After having lunch, Northcote made the short walk from the Foreign Office across to Downing Street at 2:45 p.m. He struggled to make it breathlessly up the stairs to the Prime Minister's offices on the first floor. A messenger was sent to tell Salisbury that he had a visitor. Northcote was to wait in an anteroom. He sank into the nearest chair by the door. When the messenger returned and called him to come through, instead of getting up, Northcote said between groans, I will be with Lord Salisbury in a minute." His anguished cries attracted the attention of Henry Manners, the Prime Minister's secretary, who was in the next room and rushed in just in time to catch Northcote as he fell from his chair. Doctors were sent for, and Northcote was moved to a sofa, his tie and collar loosened. Salisbury rushed in. Attempts to revive Northcote failed. After 2 final gasps, he died. He was 68. In its obituary, the Times wrote that Northcote was "the man of perfect courtesy of soul, the man who by word, deed and conduct always strove to make others content with themselves and with him." Queen Victoria mentioned Northcote's death in her personal diary. "He fainted at the top of the stairs at Downing Street," she wrote, "and he died in 20 minutes. I felt quite bewildered and stunned." Less surprised were his own oft-consulted doctors, who said it was not unforeseen by his immediate friends and had been anticipated by his medical attendants. In a letter, Salisbury later described the very painful scene in Downing Street, having not seen anyone die before. He also recalled their 30 years' companionship in political life, and reflected that now, just before this sudden parting, by some strange misunderstanding which it is hopeless to explain, I had, I believe for the first time in my life, seriously wounded his feelings. Salisbury then added, "As I looked upon the dead bodies stretched before me, I felt that politics was a cursed profession." 14. David Butler's Desk, Cambridge, Thursday the 10th of March, 1955. "Cleggy boy, are you in town? Are you around, boy?" Jeremy Vine is dressed as a cowboy, in jeans, Stetson, and clutching a gun. He is talking to a computer-generated Nick Clegg, whose commitment to the saloon bar theme extends to a cowhide waistcoat and leather chaps. "Your leathers might not fit," Vine says, "but at least you've got 'em on." Bizarrely, this tableau, along with taking pot shots at tin cans apparently containing Lib Dem Lerv juice, was designed to explain the vote share Clegg's party had secured in previous elections and how that might affect the 2008 local election results. Yes, this wasn't even for a general election. This was for 137 district and unitary councils in England and all the councils in Wales. Whatever David Butler had imagined more than half a century earlier, we can be pretty sure that it was not this. He had something much simpler in mind to explain politics, a pendulum to show the movement of support from one party to another. Doodling at his desk, the swingometer was born. Butler, it is worth stressing, was a nerd. Initially a cricketing nerd, at the outbreak of the Second World War, the cancellation of county matches deprived him of new data. So, aged 21, he started crunching the numbers on elections instead. His work on the cube rule, which showed that if the ratio of votes between two parties in an election is AB, then the ratio of seats they will win is A cubed B cubed, led to a 1950 article for The Economist, and even an invitation to brief Winston Churchill on his ideas. When Churchill, then 75, asked if he was holding his party back, Butler replied boldly, "You are not the asset you once were, sir." Butler shaped and crafted much of what we now consider to be the game of modern politics. He popularised and spread the use of the term psephology to describe the study of elections. For more than half a century, he wrote the Nuffield Election Studies, definitive academic accounts of the campaign and results. He appeared on the BBC's first televised election programme in 1950, at a time when only 2% of the country even had a TV set. And he pioneered swing, the idea that from one set of results from a constituency or two, it was possible to forecast, with some accuracy, the overall general election outcome. So, if, say, Labour were up 5% in one result, it was possible to work out how many other seats required a swing of 5% or less for Labour to take them. In early 1955, there was a lot of talk in the BBC about using computing machines to do the number crunching and make the broadcast seem more cutting edge. But it was a lower-tech solution that would change politics forever. In later life, Butler would claim that others had created the swingometer, which he then championed. But his biographer, Michael Crick, unearthed letters which prove otherwise. At home in Cambridge on Thursday the 10th of March 1955, Butler sketched out a design for what would become one of the most iconic and simplest explainers of the complicated business of elections. In a letter to Grace Wyndham Goldie, a senior BBC producer of election and political coverage, Butler wrote, "To show people how the tide is going, a simple pendulum might be used. If the pointer is kept at the figure revealed by the electronic calculators as the average swing so far, the total number of seats likely to change will always be available." He enclosed a pencil drawing of what the pendulum might look like. A couple of months later, he wrote again to Goldie, this time calling it a speedometer-type device. In the end, the swingometer only made a brief appearance in the coverage of the snap 1955 election, called by Conservative Anthony Eden to gain his own mandate after replacing Churchill as PM. By the 1959 election, though, it was a 9-foot contraption operated on the night by Butler himself, the only time the inventor would appear with his invention. A young David Dimbleby watched as his father and broadcasting legend Richard grappled with Butler's cutting-edge analysis. It was a kind of magic because nobody knew what he was talking about or how he had discovered this, says Dimbleby, so he was like a sort of magician from the beginning. Butler's friend and colleague Bob Mackenzie would control the swingometer for 6 elections from 1964, before the pendulum was passed first to Peter Snow, who swung a heavy metal pointer over an electronic screen which changed colour, and later Vine, whose graphics became increasingly ambitious and baffling. It didn't always work. In the Dudley West by-election in 1994, the swing from John Major's Tories to Tony Blair's ascendant New Labour was 29%, which Snow's machine could not compute. It was too much for it, Snow recalls. The whole screen went sort of blank. It happened again 2 decades later in Scotland, after the 2015 general election, when a 30% swing to the SNP was too much for the graphics. In fact, Scottish politics helped break the idea of a universal swing across the whole of the UK. In recent years, broadcasters have experimented with 2, 3, even 4 different swingometers, either to show the regional differences or the interplay between different party combinations. Something in its original simplicity, though, was lost. "We had enormous fun with the graphics," says Snow. "I don't think David Butler was that keen." On the night of the 2015 election, in which Vine jumped around a virtual Commons chamber and recreated the Lib Dems as a collapsing house of cards, Butler appeared briefly with them on screen. "I think sometimes we get over-enthused with the graphics," he said, with characteristic understatement. Vine remembers it well. He tried to disguise his feeling of being, I think, quite appalled by the whole snazzery of the graphics. "Every time we do a general election now, I say, look, let's have the bloody thing made of wood again, as a tribute to David, because in the end, that's the joy of it. Let's keep it as simple as we can. A piece of wood on a nail." 15. David Owen's Kitchen Table, Limehouse. Sunday, the 25th of January, 1981. It is a reassuringly British thing that the birth of a new political party be toasted with tea. Like all births, despite being inevitable for months, the moment of truth came suddenly and unexpectedly. With no time to rush to somewhere more suitable, it happened on David Owen's kitchen table. It wasn't that the conception had been an accident, just that all those involved had different ideas about what it might grow into. This was a project with first 3, then 4 parents. The early weeks and months were joyous, surprising, triumphant. Everyone loved each other. But there then followed a messy divorce. First, to the courtship. After James Callaghan lost the 1979 election to Margaret Thatcher, Labour did what parties always do when they lose, and moved even further from the interests and priorities of the public towards the peculiar niche pursuits of the party machine. These hard-left socialists, led by Tony Benn, wanted less private industry, less Europe, less nuclear power. To secure control of the apparatus, an obsession of extreme wings the world over, they wanted the leader to be chosen by unions and members at the annual conference, not by MPs. They also wanted mandatory reselection to allow sitting MPs to be more easily blocked from standing again. Michael Foot became leader in November 1980, and the fudge of a plan to create an electoral college system to choose future leaders and deputy leaders was endorsed at a special conference at Wembley on the 24th of January 1981. The next day, David Owen's wife, Deborah, popped the kettle on at their home in Limehouse, a then gritty part of East London, which had yet to be transformed by the money that would flow into Canary Wharf later in the decade. Around the kitchen table were the Gang of Four. At 42, Owen was the youngest and had perhaps most to lose. A neurologist before becoming a Labour MP, he was a Defence Minister at 36 and Foreign Secretary at just 38. But he hated the hard-left tendency who had booed him at the 1980 party conference. Good-looking, smart, charismatic, he seemed destined to one day be Prime Minister. Instead, he chose to leave Labour, and with it, any prospect of high office again. Joining him was fellow Labour MP Bill Rogers, less well known but an experienced organiser in pursuit of centrist causes, who had been Transport Secretary in the last Labour government. Alongside was Shirley Williams, then 50, a hugely popular political figure who was a Labour minister in both the Wilson and Callaghan governments and was Education Secretary when she lost her seat in the 1979 election. Even Tories openly lamented her defeat. They were the original Gang of Three. The fourth man was Roy Jenkins, who'd been both Chancellor and Home Secretary, but left the Labour government in 1977 to become President of the European Commission. As well known for his inability to pronounce his R's as for his love of good wine, Roy wanted back into British politics and would not entertain Foot's Labour, even if they wanted him. Despite having just 4 members, this gang was prone to spats and splits. The Limehouse Declaration might have been the Patchell Road Declaration if a meeting at Rogers' home in Kentish Town, North London, had not been derailed by Williams and Jenkins arguing about who was going to lead the party that did not yet exist. Rogers' wife, Sylvia, was also fed up with providing lunch for them and cups of tea for the reporters outside, so suggested they might meet somewhere else. So they convened again at Owen's place on the 25th of January. It was an accident, really, Owen says of his kitchen's place in history, and one I'm rather proud of, but I've no real reason. It was just my turn to have the next meeting. Journalists were told to gather outside in expectation of an announcement. There would be no rushing those inside. They wrote and rewrote and redrafted and tore up and wrote again the mini-manifesto that would stake their claim to a new politics. In all, it went through 18 drafts. Shirley was unhappy about some of the wording, Owen tells me. And then she said, "Oh, I'm on the 1 o'clock news." So he turned on the 1 o'clock news around this round table in our kitchen, and there was Shirley being as positive as hell, as she often was. We said, "With what you were saying, Shirley, our wording is mild in comparison to what you just said." We laughed, and she gave up her reservations, and so we went with it. Deborah Owen typed it. "The calamitous outcome of the Labour Party Wembley conference demands a new start in British politics," the Limehouse Declaration began. "A handful of trade union leaders can now dictate the choice of a future Prime Minister. We propose to set up a council for social democracy. Our intention is to rally all those who are committed to the values, principles and policies of social democracy." The aims were bold, if a little on the vague side. Reverse Britain's economic decline, eliminate poverty, an open, classless and more equal society, a healthy public sector and a healthy private sector, a competitive economy with a fair distribution of rewards. It was obvious to all involved that this meant a new political party. They just needed a name. Having toyed with Democratic Labour, Progressive Labour and even New Labour, by March they settled on what the papers were already calling them, the Social Democratic Party, or SDP. They received 80,000 letters of support in days, 50,000 people became members, and the cash started rolling in, with £500,000 soon in the bank. So too the defections. 28 Labour MPs jumped ship. In June, an alliance was formed with the remnants of the Liberal Party. The voters followed. By December, the SDP Liberal Alliance stood at 50% in the polls. Jenkins started to think he might become Prime Minister. Williams got herself elected in a by-election first, then Jenkins followed. Liberal leader David Still told his party, "Go back to your constituencies and prepare for government." They went back and prepared and were left disappointed. By the time of the 1983 election, the bubble had deflated. The SDP Liberal Alliance got 25% of the vote and just 23 MPs. Owen has no doubt about what went wrong. We got into bed with the Liberals, and as soon as we got into bed with the Liberals, we lost our essential, crucial point to our existence. We were a new party, and gradually that image of us had been eroded with alliances and sharing seats. Everything changed. I was ready to fight to build a party, and it was probably going to take 10 or 15 years before it became the government of the country, and probably wouldn't have had me as Prime Minister even by then. In the end, there were too many ideas about what the point of the exercise had been. Was it to force Labour to see sense with a centre-left programme and then return to the fold? Was it to be a new centrist party, a mishmash of the best bits of right and left? Was it to revive the old Liberals of Gladstone? When a formal SDP merger with the Liberals was suggested, Jenkins, Rogers and Williams backed it, but Owen was opposed. When the Liberal Democrats emerged from the wreckage, Owen kept a small rump of the SDP going for a while, with the same flag, but without the electoral support. It limped on until 1988. At the final SDP conference in Coventry, Owen made one last leader's speech. Everyone on the platform stood up to applaud, pushed their chairs back, and the stage, the SDP logo, and the conference slogan all collapsed. And that was the end of that. Municipal. 16. Putney Heath, Sunday the 27th of May, 1798. These days, the only shots you'll get on Putney Heath are of the Instagram and espresso variety. But back in 1798, it was the scene of a quite remarkable and thankfully unrepeated armed duel. The Prime Minister of the day, William Pitt the Younger, 16 years into what would be almost 19 years in power, went up against George Tierney, the Irish Whig leader of the parliamentary opposition, tasked with taking on the government following Charles Fox's cessation from the Commons a year earlier. It was a real test of who was quick on the draw. The row started on Friday the 25th of May, when Pitt, an oddly colourless politician who somehow still dominated the Tory party for decades, tried to get the Commons to pass an emergency bill to bolster the Navy in the face of French aggression. There were fears that without it, revolution would jump from Paris to London. Tierney insisted he did not oppose the detail of what Pitt suggested, but condemned the extraordinary manner in which the government was trying to bounce MPs into passing legislation in a single day, warning it would cause public alarm. Pitt claimed the only motive Tierney could have to oppose the bill was that of impeding the service and defence of the country, a forerunner of what we might now call, "Why do you hate Britain?" Tierney complained to the Commons Speaker, Henry Addington, who replied that everyone should wait for the Prime Minister's explanation. Pitt responded that they would be waiting a long time. So they took it outside. That night, Tierney wrote to Pitt, "I trust you will recollect what a gentleman, as wantonly provoked as I have been, has a right to require." In other words, he challenged him to a duel. Incredibly, Pitt accepted, informed the Speaker, and then wrote his will. They were not, it seems, mucking about. At 3 p.m. on the afternoon of Sunday, the 27th of May, 1798, Pitt arrived on Putney Heath, some 6 miles southeast of the Palace of Westminster, with his close friend and minister Dudley Ryder as his second or wingman. Tierney was joined by his friend George Walpole, the MP for Derby. It was the day before Pitt's 39th birthday. Tierney was 37. Ryder and Walpole made some last desperate attempts to get the whole thing called off, but to no avail. Let battle commence. Cartoons at the time made much of the fact that Tierney was a good deal fatter than the rake-like Pitt, who made for a much less substantial target at which to aim. Pitt and Tierney took their 12 paces. On the count, they turned and pulled their triggers. Both missed. They fired again. This time Pitt gallantly pointed his pistol in the air, and that was that. An official statement released to the press said, "The seconds then jointly interfered and insisted that the matter should go no farther, it being their decided opinion that sufficient satisfaction had been given and that the business was ended with perfect honour to both parties." The next day, the Times was unimpressed. "We are sure that the public at large will think with us that a life so valuable as Mr. Pitt's, and in which the hopes not only of this nation but of every cabinet in Europe is concentered, ought not to have been risked to gratify the passions of any man." William Wilberforce, the God-fearing, Pitt-supporting leader of the movement to abolish slavery, was so incensed about the incident taking place on Whit Sunday that he threatened a motion against duelling, and only backed down a few days later under pressure from the Prime Minister. Pitt may have emerged unscathed. He wrote to his mother that the business concluded without anything unpleasant to either party, but he came down ill soon after and wasn't seen again in Parliament for the rest of the session, having been told to avoid the fatigues of repeated and long debates. The incident, though, was the talk of the town. The Court of Common Council, which oversaw the running of the City of London, debated a motion which talked about how freedom of debate was the chief pillar and most lasting security of the privileges enjoyed by parliamentarians, and went on to seriously lament that the dignity of parliamentary debate has been violated by terminating in recourse to arms. Opinion on the council was divided. Some of those present wanted to congratulate Pitt for the result of the duel. Others wanted to know why both Pitt and Tierney hadn't been arrested. The motion was withdrawn. However, it cemented the idea that disputes between senior parliamentarians should be decided at the dispatch box, not at the business end of a pistol. Even King George III got involved, writing to his Prime Minister, "I trust what has happened will never be repeated." And it wasn't, at least not between Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition. It would be a full 154 years after Tierney versus Pitt before the Leader of the Opposition would have a fixed opportunity to challenge his rival during Prime Minister's questions, which began as 15-minute sessions on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons in 1962 under Harold Macmillan, before Tony Blair turned it into a single half-hour in 1997. Now each Wednesday at noon, as the two rivals stand across the dispatch box, the one thing of which they can be confident is that the worst that will be fired at them are some tough questions, some overworked sound bites, and some lame jokes. 17. St George's Chapel, Windsor, Saturday the 20th of January, 1827. George Canning might have become Prime Minister sooner, were he not so blatant about wanting it. Born in 1770, Canning could be seen as the Boris Johnson of his day, a troubled child packed off to Eton, emerging as a charismatic and funny one-time Foreign Secretary, prone to dramatic resignations and struggling at times to hide his ambition, even when it might have helped in its fulfilment. He courted the press too, tearing around the country making speeches in the pursuit of popular appeal. Critics have said of both men, their smart oratory covered up a lack of principle. Canning, though, came from humbler beginnings than Johnson. His father died when he was 1, and his mother, a touring actress, took up with another actor and married him. He was a wealthy uncle who sent young George to Eton, before Oxford, and a brief career as a lawyer before setting on his political dreams. In 1792, and a bold example of the maxim, "Don't ask, don't get," he wrote to the then Prime Minister, William Pitt the Younger, requesting help in getting a seat in Parliament, and Pitt, amazingly, obliged. Within a few years, he was a junior minister for foreign affairs, an area in which he took a keen interest. Canning was a prodigious worker, once declaring, "The happiness of constant occupation is infinite." Then, in 1801, Pitt resigned and was replaced by Henry Addington, who Canning did not think was up to much, and said so. "Pitt is to Addington as London is to Paddington." The jibe meant he was overlooked for higher office. It was 6 years before he'd make the cabinet as the Duke of Portland's Foreign Secretary, but in 1809 Lord Castlereagh, the War Minister, discovered that Canning had done a deal with the Prime Minister to have him sacked. Castlereagh challenged Canning to a duel. Canning had never fired a gun before and missed. Castlereagh was a better shot, striking his rival in the thigh. Both men resigned in disgrace soon after. When later Portland stood down, Canning humbly offered himself up to be PM, which George III did not appreciate, so went for Spencer Perceval instead, although he only lasted until 1812, when he was assassinated. It's a job to keep up. When Lord Liverpool replaced Perceval as Prime Minister, Canning had not learned his lesson and demanded to be both Foreign Secretary and Leader of the Commons, to stop his old rival Castlereagh holding the latter. Liverpool refused. So it was Castlereagh who would take credit for bringing peace to Europe in 1815 after Napoleon's defeat, before committing suicide in 1822. By now, Canning was back as Foreign Secretary, and when Liverpool had a stroke in February 1827, the King finally sent for him in April that year. Unfortunately, the new Prime Minister was now 56, already ill and getting worse. On the evening of Saturday, the 20th of January 1827, the great and the good had gathered at St George's Chapel, Windsor, for the funeral of the Duke of York. It was freezing, and it turned out to be a super-spreader event. The Bishop of Lincoln caught the cold that went round and was dead within less than a fortnight, while the Lord Chancellor was said to have dodged catching it by putting his hat under his feet to avoid standing an hour and a half on cold stones. The Duke of Sussex was also suffering and been attended to by doctors. It was soon reported that Mr. Canning labours under a similar disposition. He never fully recovered, and after soldiering on with an inflammation of the lungs, likely pneumonia, he lasted as Prime Minister for just 119 days before he died on the 8th of August, 1827. Yet his impact on British politics did not end there. John Bew, a professor of history and foreign policy at King's College London, who went on to advise Boris Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak in Downing Street, has hailed Canning as the torchbearer for the liberal Tory tradition. When he became Prime Minister, he split his party, with several Tory ultras like Robert Peel and the Duke of Wellington refusing to serve under him. Canning, a moderate, reached out to those in the opposition Whigs to join his cabinet, arguably sowing the seeds for the Conservative split and the emergence of the Liberal Party decades later, though he would never see it. The newspapers at the time noted he was the 5th PM to die in office in just 22 years. Among those who had passed, Pitt, Fox and Liverpool gained their place in history through their actions and longevity, and Perceval for the manner of his demise. But Canning became reduced, rather unfairly, to a footnote, a punchline and a pub quiz question. His record as the shortest-serving Prime Minister remained unbroken until Liz Truss's brief stint almost 2 centuries later. Canning did, though, get a statue in Parliament Square, where he now stands alongside fellow Prime Ministers Lloyd George, Churchill, Peel, Palmerston, Derby and Disraeli. It might be a while before Truss joins them. 18. Frome Memorial Hall, Thursday, the 25th of April, 1929. "We are not a party created for the production of stunts," the Prime Minister told the throng in Frome, without actually being in Frome, which you might argue was quite some stunt. As he geared up for a general election, Stanley Baldwin was in such demand that he could not get to every part of the country, and voters could not be expected to travel to every speech. The speech would have to come to them. The Conservatives had received so many requests for appearances by their leader that he could agree to barely a quarter, so the party embraced the new technology of the day to relay speeches to other parts of the country. Telephone land wires were specially laid by post office engineers, with the Marconi phone company providing speakers and amplifiers. Baldwin had enjoyed popularity in the West Country. During an election tour of the region earlier in 1929, he'd been cheered wherever he went and was even showered with flowers at Taunton. So he chose to repay the compliment with his most audacious broadcast yet, becoming the first person to address 8 different audiences simultaneously by giving a single speech in Bristol. Early in the evening, Baldwin arrived in Bristol, dining at the Grand Hotel in Broad Street, before making the short journey through the city centre to Colston Hall. Opened nearly 150 years after the death of the slave trader Edward Colston, the concert hall was renamed the Bristol Beacon in 2020. That night in 1929, large queues had formed outside before the doors opened at 7 p.m, with newspaper reports highlighting how women made up a large percentage of the crowd. As the 5,000 punters filed in, they were encouraged to buy small Union Jacks, which they waved while an organist led the crowd in singing Land of Hope and Glory and It's a Long Way to Tipperary. Meanwhile, at Frome Memorial Hall, a boxy building opened 4 years earlier as a tribute to those killed in the First World War, the crowds arrived early too. They spent an hour singing, led by local noted conductor Mr. Bennett, with Mr. Young on piano. When Geoffrey Petto, the Conservative MP for Frome, arrived, they burst into For He's a Jolly Good Fellow. He was cheered onto the stage, but nobody was here to see him. They'd not come to see anything. It was what they'd come to hear, broadcast all the way from Bristol. At 8 p.m, a film was shown of Baldwin's travels around the country, meeting and greeting and shaking hands. Exactly the sort of thing that even today plagues the start of every leader's party conference speech. Then at 8:10 p.m, the switch was thrown and Frome went live to Bristol, the words of the Prime Minister travelling 25 miles down the specially laid Marconi phone landlines. During the speech, a picture of Baldwin was projected onto the screen. The whole meeting was beautifully timed and the broadcast was quite audible, the Somerset Standard reported approvingly. The same scene was being played out right across Somerset. At the same time, thousands were gathering at the Drill Hall in Shepton Mallet, the Drill Hall in Bath, Bridgewater Town Hall, and venues in Yeovil, Weston-super-Mare, and Flower-wielding Taunton. Some 10,000 gathered in Colston Avenue, just outside the venue where Baldwin spoke, to hear the speech relayed by the local newspaper, the Bristol Times and Mirror. A mile and a half away, a further 20,000 people were at an open-air meeting on Bristol's Durdham Downs. Baldwin was an unassuming, private man who paradoxically was capable of engendering great loyalty among his supporters. In his speech, he hit back at his critics, who said he was unable to arouse an audience to his feet, saying such exhibitionism was the last thing I want to do. He railed against the socialism of Labour's Ramsay MacDonald and tried to make a virtue of under-promising, mocking the back-to-work plan set out by Lloyd George as a corpse reviver for the Liberal Party. Baldwin boasted that the evil of unemployment had dropped by 250,000 in 2 months and trade was improving. It is vital that nothing should occur at the present time to disturb that upward movement. Like so many politicians who feared they are on the way out, he also lamented the constant clamour for the new. The appetite which seeks for a fresh sensation in politics, if not every day, at least on Sunday, is a depraved appetite. Those behind today's Sunday newspapers and political TV programmes should perhaps take note. Baldwin went on to quote Edmund Burke, "Our first duty is not to be popular, but to run straight." He succeeded on the first part. After 5 years in office, he called the election for the 30th of May, and Labour emerged as the largest party. Baldwin's Conservatives lost a staggering 152 MPs, including Geoffrey Petto in Frome. 19. Chard Guildhall. Saturday, the 9th of May, 1992. Not many famous people come from Somerset, aside from the Wurzels, obviously. When I was growing up, Paddy Ashdown was a local legend. He was not even our MP down on the Somerset levels, but the Liberal Democrat leader's national reputation as a swashbuckling, straight-talking, square-jawed, squint-eyed Marine who swapped MI6 for politics was a source of pride beyond his Yeovil constituency and spread across the whole of the South West. In the run-up to the April 1992 general election, it seemed to many as if he might actually end up in government, with much talk of a Labour minority administration requiring Lib Dem support. It came to nothing. John Major won a surprise victory for the Conservatives, and that was the end of that. Or at least it would have been, had Ashdown not been such a relentless force of nature. To supporters, he was a tireless campaigner. To critics, a tedious self-publicist. But either way, it was just what the third party needed. Leaders have two reactions to general elections, recalls Alan Lehman, who is Ashdown's speechwriter and adviser. One is they collapse and go away for a bit. Or they try to set the agenda for the next phase of politics, even though they are all completely exhausted and a bit disappointed about the result. Ashdown chose the latter course of action. Lehman adds, "Looking back, it was extraordinary. Having dealt with all he had been through, it would have been easy for Paddy to say, 'I'm going to have a rest.' All he had been through included the revelation in February 1992 that 5 years earlier Ashdown had a 5-month affair with his secretary Tricia Howard, captured in the Sun headline Paddy Pantsdown, which Ashdown himself described as dreadful but brilliant. It did not do him much harm. His personal ratings rose after the scandal broke, and the Lib Dems held all but 2 of their seats in the 1992 election. No disaster then, but far from the breakthrough Ashdown craved. In the wake of the result, Neil Kinnock had resigned, triggering a Labour leadership contest between Brian Gould and John Smith. While that battle was being played out, Ashdown decided to insert himself into the debate. One hopes it is not indelicate to point out that it has been a while since governing alone has been a realistic prospect for the Liberals, so the question of what they might do in a hung parliament had long been a problem. During the Liberal SDP alliance years and the 1987 election campaign, David Steele and David Owen could not agree on what to do about the two bigger parties. Owen was keener to work with Thatcher than was Steele, who wanted a Labour government. Ashdown became leader of the new Liberal Democrat Party, born out of the Liberal SDP merger in 1988, having promised to replace Labour as a party of the left. When that did not work, in large part because Labour bounced back under Kinnock, Ashdown adopted a policy of a plague on both their houses, declaring in 1991, "Is Labour better than the Tories, or are the Tories better than Labour? The answer is simple. They're just as bad as each other." This position of equidistance lasted through the 1992 general election campaign, but caused major headaches when Lib Dems were pressed on whether they would really prop up Major if he lost his majority after 13 years of Tory rule. So Ashdown resolved in the immediate aftermath of the election result to change that, to make it explicitly clear that the Lib Dems favoured working with Labour to remove the Tories. A big speech was in order. It had to be carefully drafted, walking the tightrope between being too radical so as to startle the horses, or too cautious and the horses not noticing at all. Lehman wrote a draft. Ashdown scribbled on it. Lehman incorporated some, though not all, of the leader's changes, and then the process was repeated many times over. Ashdown shared it with prominent journalists, including Andreas Whittam-Smith of The Independent, to gauge reaction and interest. Party strategists met for hours in the days before the speech, trying to get the balance right. The preparation worked. On the morning of the speech on Saturday, May the 9th, it was one of the top stories on Radio 4's Today programme, with Charles Kennedy, then party president, sent out to the airwaves to explain the shift. Several newspapers previewed it. Ashdown called Lehman and asked him to make contact with Tony Blair, then Shadow Employment Secretary, but identified as a rising star. "Can you get hold of Tony and explain what we're doing?" When Lehman called, he got Cherie Blair instead, who abruptly insisted Tony was busy in his Sedgefield constituency. The speech was to be delivered in Chard, a small market town in Ashdown's constituency, where he was already due to hold a meeting. That Saturday lunchtime coincided with the FA Cup, with Liverpool and Sunderland fans making the long journey to Wembley. At the same time, around 40 or 50 Lib Dem supporters made the journey from across Devon, Dorset and Somerset to Chard Guildhall, though they were not the intended audience for the speech, which is why Ashdown spent far more time checking the TV cameras to make sure the shot of him on the stage was just right, rather than worrying about his colleagues. The Guildhall itself is a striking two-storey building of the local pale yellow hamstone, its impressive 2 tiers of columns and domed clock tower dominating the main road through the market town. In the speech, he warned of almost permanent one-party Conservative government and claimed that Labour can no longer win on their own. He went on to stress that he wanted a ferment of ideas, not the clicking of calculators, working out mathematically constructed pacts and alliances. Instead, he wanted to work with others to assemble the ideas around which a non-socialist alternative to the Conservatives can be constructed, with Liberal Democrats at the centre of the process and a reformed voting system as the starting point. He added, "We must be much less exclusive in our approach to politics than we were in the last Parliament, and much more inclusive to others in this one." It landed well on the day. That night, Ashdown drank a bottle of a rancy rosé with his wife while watching the coverage on the BBC and ITV News. "They said that my proposals had split Labour," he wrote in his diary. "Couldn't be better." But by Monday morning, many Lib Dems were up in arms. One MP, Liz Lynn, told Ashdown she would lead a revolt against him, in what he later described as the worst conversation he'd ever had with a parliamentary colleague. Doors were slammed. As the days and weeks passed, things got worse. In one meeting, Ashdown desperately likened himself to Columbus, setting off to discover India, but finding America instead. He and his shipmates would discover nothing, he argued, if the good ship Lib Dem stayed in port. Lib Dems, who believed their supporters were soft Tories voting to keep Labour out, feared for their seats as a result of the madcap idea. Veteran Lib Dem MP Russell Johnston punningly dismissed the charred speech as a burnt offering. By mid-June, things were so bad that a special hotline had to be set up so cross-party members could record their anger on tape. Eventually, Ashdown prevailed. The party finally abandoned equidistance at the annual conference in 1995. He was back in control, yet so much of what followed was outside his grasp. John Smith's death, the Tory collapse, Tony Blair's incredible rise. That New Labour went on to secure a landslide victory with 418 seats can give rise to the assumption that the Chard approach failed. All that talk of Ashdown sitting at the cabinet table came to nothing. Yet in the 1997 election, the number of Lib Dem MPs more than doubled to 46, the highest for a third party since 1929. The Ashdown effect in his own backyard was huge, winning seats not just in Somerset, but in Devon, Cornwall and Avon. Across the southwest, the Lib Dems actually outpolled Labour by 31% to 27%, winning 14 seats, just one fewer than Labour. The Lib Dem vote share in the region was almost double the 17% secured across Britain. The prevailing mood of get the Tories out meant that in many of those seats, voting Lib Dem was the only option. Closer alignment with Labour, as advocated in Chard, had worked. Ironically, it was only when the Lib Dems readopted equidistance that they finally got into power. In the 2010 election, Nick Clegg was careful as the party's leader not to commit to either party, clearing the way for coalition talks with the Tories and Labour, and 5 years in power with David Cameron's Conservatives. 5 years later, when the Lib Dems fought an election apparently in bed with the Tories, the exit poll predicted they would lose 47 of their 57 seats. On live TV, Ashdown said, "If this exit poll is right, I will publicly eat my hat on your programme. I will get one specially for the occasion." In fact, the exit poll was wrong. They actually lost 49, including Ashdown's old seat, which meant even Chard turned blue. 20. Tennants Auction House, Leyburn, Saturday the 18th of October 2014. Even just in the car park, it is clear to any onlooker that there is money here. Then from the smart driveway up to the imposing Yellowstone facade, which opens up to the sweeping twin white marble staircases of its dramatic pillared entrance hall, Tennant's auction house is designed to impress. This is where the discerning people of North Yorkshire come to be dazzled by the bling on display, but they want to know exactly what it is that they are buying. Just 2 years earlier, the family-run auction house had broken the £1 million mark for a single lot, selling a Chinese blue-and-white porcelain vase for £2.6 million. On a Saturday in October 2014, the punters were not queuing up for old masters, fine jewellery or polished antiques. They were here to choose an MP. And not just any MP. Not some provincial workhorse who would cut the ribbons and keep the constituency happy. No, they had become used to having a local representative of national, even international distinction. William Hague was standing down as MP for Richmond in North Yorkshire after a quarter of a century, which had included serving in the government of John Major, 4 years as Conservative leader up against Tony Blair and his pomp, and then returning as David Cameron's respected Foreign Secretary. His predecessor as Richmond MP was Leon Britton, who spent 20 years in Margaret Thatcher's government as Home Secretary and Trade Secretary before quitting the Commons to become Vice President of the European Commission. His predecessor was Sir Timothy Kitson, who served as Parliamentary Private Secretary to Prime Minister Edward Heath from 1970 to 1974. His predecessor was Sir Thomas Dugdale, a former Conservative Party chairman who was a whip in Neville Chamberlain's war government and then Minister of Agriculture in Winston Churchill's last government. You get the idea. This was a true blue seat, had voted Conservative for more than a century, and the party members believed they were picking a future member of the Cabinet, not merely a Member of Parliament. When Hague announced in July 2014 that he would quit the Commons at the next election, his seat, with its ultra-safe majority of 23,336, was eyed up by some of the party's most promising names. In all, 350 people applied. Nick Timothy and Stephen Parkinson, both aides to Theresa May during her time as Home Secretary and later Prime Minister, threw their hat into the ring. They made it onto the 9-strong long list, but were eliminated during interviews at the Golden Lion, a traditional hotel in Northallerton, where candidates shifted uneasily in red leather armchairs before making their way across thick, heavily patterned carpets to face their inquisitors. The 4 who went through to the final selection at Tennant's were Wendy Morton, the local girl who'd been a pupil just up the road at the Wensleydale School and had been a doughty chairman of the Richmond Conservative Association until she stepped down to apply for the seat. Chris Brannigan, a former lieutenant colonel in the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards, who'd served on 11 operational tours and was working as manager of the Vice Gallery, so would have known his way around Tennant's artworks. Robert Light, a local councillor, serving as leader of the Conservative group on Kirklees Council, where he'd once been council leader. And then there was this chap called Rishi Sunak, who had barely set an expensively shod foot in Yorkshire before the process started, and came with a CV stuffed with references to Oxford, Harvard, and Goldman Sachs. Yet by the time the 4 rivals were making small talk over the vast Yorkshire spread laid on backstage at Tennant's, Sunak was inching ahead as the favourite. He had impressed in early rounds, and with plenty of money already in the bank, he was also able to commit to the job of getting selected full-time, unlike his rivals. More than 300 people from across the constituency packed into the main hall. This was like being brought out as the prize lot at an auction, recalls Brannigan. You took a peek through the gap in the curtain at the size of the audience and thought, bugger me, what sort of crowd is this? The crowd included, on the front row to the right of the stage, the piercing eyes of Hague, Britton and Kitson. Just behind them sat Field Marshal the Lord Ing, a former Chief of the Defence Staff and proud Richmond resident. This was a long way from a handful of party stalwarts in a draughty village hall who usually pick a candidate over a thermos of tea. This was the Las Vegas of selections, Brannigan adds. It really did feel like you were going on sale. The MP for neighbouring Skipton and Ripon, Julian Smith, was the auctioneer or chair of the event. He was very strict. Lots were drawn, with Morton going first, followed by Brannigan, Sunak, and then Light. Each candidate would get 2 minutes to make their pitch, with Smith cutting off anyone who went even a second over. Then it was opened out to a relentless barrage of questions about foreign affairs, the economy, and the really tricky, what do you have in common with a farmer? Sunak had faced mutterings about his suitability for country life. His slight frame had led some locals to joke about how he could ever join a day's shoot. It doesn't look like he could hold a double-barrelled shotgun. Even as they arrived, some of the members were still insisting to Haig that what we need is a good Yorkshireman like you, or it's got to be a farmer, or somebody local. When the votes were counted, Sunak romped home on the first ballot, beating the military man, the local councillor, and the local party bigwig. He'd won over not just the 3 grandees on the front row, but most of the room too. Morton was visibly upset. It's hard not to feel some sympathy. She'd done everything on paper that a candidate might be expected to do. All that knocking on doors, stuffing envelopes, early morning canvassing, late-night meetings. If anything, she was too local. Whether it was national political ambition or parochial snobbishness, the local Conservative members did not want the Wensleydale lass. She was not part of the ruling country squire set who still dominated in these parts. Having taken the result pretty badly, Morton left Tennants as quickly as she could. Also struggling to come to terms with the result was ex-Charter Murty, Sunak's wife of 5 years, who was comforted by others at the thought of moving from London to North Yorkshire. Give it a bit of time, she was told. And they did. They threw themselves into country life. Sunak bought himself some blue wellies, which marked him out as a townie to proper rural green-booted locals. He won them round, though, with pre-dawn visits to dairy farms to help out with milking and learn about the industry by getting his hands dirty. Race was an issue, albeit not a defining one. As a British Asian man chosen to represent an area that was 95.3% white, it was depressingly inevitable. Sunak took to retelling a story about how he was introduced early on to a Yorkshire farmer as the new William Hague. The response? Ah, yes, Hagey, good bloke. I like him. Bit pale, though. This one's got a nice tan. It did not matter. Sunak won the seat comfortably in 2015, and by the 2019 election, when he was Chancellor in Boris Johnson's government, his majority of 27,210 was bigger even than anything Hague secured. And the Richmond grandees got what they wanted in October 2022, when their man became Prime Minister. What is extraordinary about this story is that Morton played a part in her rival's rise to the top. She'd picked herself up, dusted herself down, and in 2015 got elected as Conservative MP for Aldridge Brownhills, a seat where local boy Nick Timothy also lost out again. When Liz Truss became Prime Minister in September 2022, among her many eyebrow-raising decisions was to promote Morton, then a middle-ranking railways minister, to the role of Chief Whip. Far from first choice, she found herself in charge of discipline and HR among Tory MPs. But she struggled to command the respect of her colleagues, who unkindly nicknamed her Wendoline, her helmet of auburn hair and Richter's grin bearing a passing resemblance to the love interest in Wallace and Gromit. There were even reports that Truss had tried to ban her chief whip from meetings, telling aides, "I just don't want to have her in here, I just hate her." Truss denies saying this. Even so, on the 18th of October 2022, exactly 8 years to the day since she lost to Sunak for the Richmond selection, Morton took the chief whip's seat near the window at the far end of the cabinet table, while Sunak was licking his wounds on the back benches. In the wake of the disastrous mini-budget and sacking of Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng, Truss was clinging on by her fingertips. Half of Tory party members wanted her to quit. The PM's official spokesman boasted that she had got through the cabinet meeting without anyone calling for her resignation. A triumph. The next day, Suella Braverman was forced to resign as Home Secretary after leaking sensitive papers to her supporters. The Labour Party had also tabled an Opposition Day debate and vote on fracking, keen to embarrass Tory MPs into voting for Truss's unpopular policy of resuming drilling for shale gas. Conservative MPs were told that it amounted to a confidence vote in the government, so must vote it down. Then a minister said it was not a confidence vote. Others said it was. There were reports of backbenchers being manhandled into the right voting lobby. In the confusion, Craig Whitaker, Morton's deputy chief whip, was seen marching around declaring, "I'm fucking furious and I don't give a fuck anymore." He was said to have resigned. Morton was also reported to have quit because Number 10 had undermined her position. Then Downing Street insisted they were both in post. Jacob Rees-Mogg went on Sky News to clear things up, but admitted he was not entirely clear whether Morton had quit. It didn't matter. It was one debacle too many. The Truss experiment was over. She resigned the next day, complaining that, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. She was gone within 5 days, and with her went her chief whip Morton, who watched on TV as her old rival Sunak, the man who outbid her at Tennant's auction house, finally took the lot. 21. Windmill Street, Gravesend, Thursday the 19th of March, 2015. Tom Hanks's alarm goes off at 5 a.m. Tom Hanks sits up in bed in blue pyjamas. Tom Hanks says, "I really want to stop, but I just got a taste for it." Tom Hanks checks the bags under his eyes in the bathroom mirror. Tom Hanks drinks water. Now Tom Hanks is walking down a street, pointing and waving and high-fiving and fist-bumping in brown leather gloves. Tom Hanks signs an autograph, is given a table tennis bat and hits a ping-pong ball out of shot. Tom Hanks poses for selfies, hails a taxi, makes calls and reads texts. Tom Hanks watches as a bright yellow car drives past in slow motion. Tom Hanks dances in the street. Now, imagine all of that, but instead of Tom Hanks, it's Nick Clegg. And instead of the streets of Manhattan, it's the streets of Gravesend on an overcast day in March 2015. The Lib Dems were facing electoral wipeout after 5 years in coalition with the Conservatives. Having tried everything to turn the party's fortunes around, a plan was hatched for Clegg to star in a shot-for-shot recreation of the music video for I Really Like You by the Canadian singer Carly Rae Jepsen, which originally starred Hanks walking the streets and lip-syncing. The homage was the brainchild of James Holt, the party's Deputy Director of Communications, who hoped Clegg would go viral and voters would see that he could at least laugh at himself. Clegg said that he did not want it to be too po-faced and serious, but when he got on set, he was as bemused as the passers-by in Kent, who watched as the actual Deputy Prime Minister waved at a yellow Mini, took selfies, and walked past 3 women swiping right on his Tinder profile. That Thursday in March was supposed to have been a big day for the Lib Dems. Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, was due to unveil his own Lib Dem budget to draw a distinction between their policies and George Osborne's Tory austerity. He even posed outside the Treasury with a bright yellow budget box, which made him look less like a chancellor and more like Beaker from the Muppets had got a new lunchbox. In the Commons, hardly anyone turned up to listen to Alexander's statement, and Clegg was seen leaving halfway through. Thick with a head cold and running a temperature, Clegg was not rushing off to attend to important matters of state, but to get into a car for the 30-mile drive to Gravesend. After a busy day pretending to be Tom Hanks, pretending to be Carly Rae Jepsen, Clegg got back into his car and thought to himself, "Why the fuck did I do that?" It's a question that even now, nobody is quite able to answer. Election expenses filed by the Lib Dems show that the music video was made by North London-based Create Productions, which boasted on its website, "Our passion is production, and we know how important it is to produce new, fresh, and exciting video content working to your budget and timelines." The invoice billed the party for work to film and edit parody of Carly Rae Jepsen video, costing £7,800 after VAT. A parody of Uptown Funk, the #1 single by Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars, was also planned, with the lyrics rewritten to promote Lib Dem policy. This, sadly, was never made. Both videos were attempts to recreate the success of Clegg's filmed apology for ditching opposition to tuition fees, which was later remixed by the Poke website as a song, becoming an internet hit and reaching 143 in the UK singles chart. You might be wondering how you had forgotten that the Clegg Hanks video existed. Well, despite costing the best part of £8,000 in a day of the Deputy PM's time, it was never released. Holt later reflected that he was lucky to have had colleagues that stopped me from making it public. Maybe keeping it secret was a mistake. Only 7 weeks after the video was made, the Lib Dems slumped from 57 MPs to just 8. Clegg hung on before finally making his escape. Well, he was released by the voters of Sheffield Hallam in 2017. Since then, he's gone on to get a proper job at Facebook parent company Meta, becoming President of Global Affairs, which is a job title that Boris Johnson's long been competing for. And yet still Clegg won't release the tape. Just how bad is it? Given the muck that can be found online these days, there's clearly something especially egregious if even the bloke at Facebook thinks it shouldn't be online. In July 2021, I launched a petition to get the video released. It got 303 signatures. With that level of support, I now know how Clegg felt on election night in 2015. 22. Car Park, Hastings, Saturday, the 2nd of May, 2015. There is a scene at the beginning of Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey where the monkeys, or at least actors dressed as monkeys, wake up and find something has landed in their patch of dusty rock, apparently from space. They screech and leap around against a soundtrack of eerie soprano warbling, nervously creeping closer to the huge black rectangular slab which is sticking out of the ground. The sun rises over the top edge of the monolith, marking the dawn of mankind, as suddenly the apes acquire the intelligence to use rocks and bones as tools, initially to break things and then to club each other to death. One suspects this was not what the Labour Party's biggest brains had in mind when they decided to carve their 2015 election pledges onto a similar stone tablet. But when news of this idea spread among party staff a week before polling day, a mixture of disbelief, fear and dismay prompted several of them to share clips of the Kubrick movie. In the end, it was Labour officials themselves who set about trying to club each other to death over the stunt, the fallout of which almost a decade later remains so raw that, remarkably, none of those closest to it will speak on the record even now. It's still quite painful, one of those involved tells me. Another says it has genuinely been too difficult a subject for people to discuss, even together in darkened rooms, for years. A third key figure also demurred from an on-the-record conversation. I haven't got much interest in getting into it, I'm afraid. A fourth said, I can't. I just can't. In the final fortnight before the 2015 election, the poll suggested that the Conservatives and Labour were neck and neck. The big event in the campaign calendar had been Ed Miliband's decision to do an interview with the piratical poser Russell Brand, who had previously told his fans not to bother voting at all. During their 15-minute YouTube exchange in Brand's kitchen, the comedian-turned-conspiracy theorist complained about unelected powerful elites, and Miliband insisted it's not about being edgy. This meeting of minds is what Labour spinners had been worried would be the reason why the 2015 campaign would be remembered. They were wrong. By this point, Miliband was exhausted, drained by 18-hour days, crisscrossing the country with his closest aides, including Bob Roberts, the Director of Communications, just doing as they were told by HQ. The campaign was being coordinated from a war room set up in a side office at 1 Brewers Green, Labour's glass and steel 3-storey headquarters. At the heart of this team were Spencer Livermore, the campaign director, Paddy Hennessy, the Deputy Director of Communications, Lucy Powell, a Labour MP and Vice Chair of the campaign, and Torsten Bell, the Head of Policy. Together, they closely guarded the famous grid The hour-by-hour matrix of announcements, briefings, visits, media appearances and stunts which Miliband and his team would embark on in the final days of the campaign. Paranoia in the war room was so widespread that the blinds on the windows had been closed to prevent the Tories from spying on them from neighbouring buildings. Had David Cameron got his binoculars out and managed to sneak a peek at the Labour grid, he might have been baffled by one entry for Saturday the 2nd of May 2015, which said simply, "Quarry event." It was no less perplexing to some of the most senior figures in the Labour campaign. Having been otherwise engaged in the day-to-day of a campaign already into its 5th week, it was only on Thursday the 30th of April that concerns started being raised about what exactly the quarry event involved. "What the fuck is that?" asked one official who had belatedly clocked it on the grid. It was, it transpired, the brainchild of Bell, the wonkish former Treasury advisor who helped write the party's manifesto. Colleagues were told enigmatically that Bell, a keen rock climber, had connections with someone in the quarrying business. The original idea was to have Labour's key election pledges carved into a rock face. When that proved unfeasible, it had been decided they would instead be etched onto a stone slab. "You are just taking the piss," said one official after being told belatedly of the plan. "Go away, I've got work to do. Don't do this to me. It's not true." But it was, and it was too late to stop it. On Sunday the 3rd of May, the Observer carried a low-key 300-word story on the bottom right-hand corner of page 3. The article began, "Ed Miliband has commissioned a giant stone inscription bearing Labour's 6 election pledges that is set to be installed in the Downing Street Rose Garden if he becomes Prime Minister. The 8-foot, 6-inch-high limestone structure is intended to underline his commitment to keep his promises by having them literally carved in stone and visible from the offices inside number 10. The decision to brief this stone-cold scoop to one friendly paper meant that already sceptical rivals had even more reason not to take it entirely seriously. By this point, the limestone structure, which would soon become known as the Edstone, was already out there. It had been photographed under embargo for the benefit of waiting cameras the day before in an overcast car park by the sea. On the morning of Saturday the 2nd of May, Miliband was in the car on the way to Hastings when photos were sent through of what he was going to be unveiling. Although he had been vaguely aware of a stone-based stunt on the grid, this was the first time he'd actually seen it. Bob, doesn't it look a bit like a gravestone?" the Labour leader asked his top spin doctor. "Fuck off, Ed, we'll put some balloons around it," Roberts replied. The pair then discussed turning around and cancelling the photo op, but in previous days they'd vetoed at least 3 other gimmicky, silly ideas from campaign headquarters and feared a revolt if they withdrew from this one at such a late stage. With some trepidation, they pulled into the car park at Hastings Academy and clapped eyes on the thing for the first time. And Ed was right. It looked a lot like a gravestone. "I want the British people to remember these pledges, to remind us of these pledges, to insist on these pledges," Miliband told a crowd up to 1 deep in places. They were not waving Bob's promised balloons, but small pink flags huddled around blue scaffolding, which was supporting the limestone lump. An early plan to unveil it in a school had been dropped over concerns the floor might collapse under the weight. To add to the comic scene, in the background could be seen a trailer bearing an election poster for the Green Party and, for some reason, a tethered horse. The carved pledges on the stone themselves lacked in excitement, what they also lacked in specificity. A strong economic foundation, higher living standards for working families, an NHS with the time to care, controls on immigration, a country where the next generation can do better than the last. Nobody can quite explain how or why it happened. Stuart Wood, then a Miliband advisor, once told me, "My involvement was standing at the side of it in Hastings, watching it get unveiled, with the guy who sculpted it standing next to me saying, 'Don't you think it's a good bit of work?' And me saying, 'It's, a great bit of sculpture. It was the work of Basingstoke firm Stone Circle. The firm's boss, Jeff Van Hinsberg, later helpfully admitted to being a Tory voter, joking, "It does seem that the stone was the final nail in the coffin for Ed Miliband." On Monday, the 4th of May, the picture of the event appeared prominently on the front of The Guardian and Financial Times, with small inserts on page 1 of The Sun, off his rocker, and the Daily Telegraph, but much of Fleet Street was more distracted by the recent birth of Princess Charlotte. On the inside pages, it was perhaps one of the first examples of papers running internet memes as political news, showcasing how Miliband had been mocked up variously as Moses, Mount Rushmore, and Christ the Redeemer. The funereal undertones were hard to ignore, appearing to be a gravestone to a recently deceased political party. The Conservatives had leapt on it too, David Cameron saying he'd thought it was a joke, and he had to check first it wasn't April the 1st, because I just couldn't believe this was a serious proposition. And Boris Johnson called it some weird commie slab and the heaviest suicide note in history. Simon Blackwell, the comedy writer, declared the whole thing beyond parody. Ed Miliband builds a policy cenotaph, and you wonder why we stopped doing the thick of it. More problematic was that the Great Slab cast a shadow over the detailed plans for Labour's final days of campaigning, including carefully planted stories revealing a £2 billion deficit in the NHS and a leaked recording of John Major, the former Conservative Prime Minister, admitting to a pretty substantial underclass in poor areas across the country, despite 5 years of the Tories being in power. It fell to Lucy Powell, a regular media firefighter, to face more mockery of the masonry. She didn't really help matters when she went on BBC Radio 5 Live and said, "I don't think anyone's suggesting the fact that he's carved them into stone means that he is absolutely not going to break them or anything like that." By this point, the piss-taking was relentless and continued until polling day, when the Conservatives shocked even themselves when they won a majority of 12 seats. Amber Rudd, the Conservative MP for Hastings and Rye, where the unveiling took place, publicly thanked the Edstone for its role in holding her marginal seat. Nobody seriously thinks it was the Edstone that cost Miliband the election in the final days. Polling inquests later confirmed that they had overestimated Labour support throughout the campaign, and the Tories were likely always ahead. The near-total collapse of the Lib Dems, down from 57 seats to just 8, had also been unexpected and unquestionably helped the Tories. However, the image of the Edstone, like the bacon sandwich photograph where Miliband made a meal of his breakfast, perfectly illustrated what the public already suspected about his unsuitability to be Prime Minister. It definitely reinforced negatives that people already felt about Ed, says one former aide. There were bigger factors at play, but this was an image that captured them all together. It became a physical monument to the dysfunctionality of a party that was not ready for power. If that is what they came up with in opposition, a voter might have been forgiven for thinking, what would they do with the nuclear codes and the keys to the Treasury? Jon Snow, the Channel 4 news anchor, performed his own on-air eulogy. Labour hoped it would be a hingestone. Many thought it was a hengestone. It was quickly tagged an Edstone, but now it's just a headstone. The blame game was brutal. Damien McBride, the former Brown spin doctor and henchman, knew who was at fault, tweeting, "For those who don't know Torsten Bell, the Edstone architect, he's one of those arrogant oafs with brains to spare, but no common sense." Months later, Bell told the BBC, "Lots of ideas in the heat of politics come and go. We did a big service to British journalism by providing that level of fun and amusement for a considerable period." Pressed on the whereabouts of his brainchild, he replied, "I can't tell you where the Edstone is, but I can tell you we will not be going into stonemasonry any time in the next few years." After Labour's defeat, a nationwide search was launched for the stone. The Sun set up a hotline while the Daily Mail offered champagne to anyone with information regarding its whereabouts. The People's History Museum in Manchester made a plea to add it to its collection. A version appeared at the Ivy Chelsea Garden restaurant, but this appears to have been a fake. Indeed, Labour insiders insist it was destroyed soon after polling day, as was Miliband's leadership. He resigned within hours. Even that was not the end of the saga. In October 2016, Labour was fined a record £20,000 by the Electoral Commission for undeclared 2015 election spending, including the £7,614 spent on the Edstone, making it one of the most expensive electoral suicide notes, as well as the heaviest. Maybe some balloons would have helped. High days and holidays. 23. European Museum, St James's, Monday the 11th of May, 1812. If the paintings had been marginally more engrossing, the Prime Minister might have lived. Anyone hooked in by the gallery hype would have thought it impossible for the nobility and gentry who patronise and admire the fine arts, or indeed anyone else, to drag themselves away from the masterpieces for any purpose, never mind an assassination. John Wilson, a brash American art dealer from Charleston in South Carolina, had opened his European Museum on King Street in St James's almost a quarter of a century earlier. He offered a safe and eligible market to those seeking to dispose of their collections, and to the discernible buyer he promised the greatest variety of original pictures to gratify his taste and enrich his cabinet. But anyone could go and have a look. Subscribers could get an annual pass for them and a friend for £1, or you could just turn up on the day and pay £1, which is almost certainly what John Bellingham did when he arrived at the museum at around 2 p.m. on a day out with his landlady, Rebecca Roberts, and her son. They spent a couple of hours touring the showrooms where more than 400 paintings, sculptures, ceramics and curiosities were on display, awaiting new buyers. The blockbuster attraction that day was a depiction of the ennoblement of Christ by the Italian painter Leonello Spada, a 17th century follower and imitator of Caravaggio. Just the day before, the Observer had predicted there would be one constant scene of bustle and astonishment, as all the world would naturally press forward to have a peep at that wonderful picture before it was shipped off to Russia. That morning, Wilson had taken out a prominent advert on the front of the Morning Chronicle, in which he described the miraculous entombment as the most astonishing effort of art in the universe. However astonishing it might have been, Bellingham might have been forgiven for not having his mind fully on the Baroque brushstrokes. What were the two guns he was carrying? One 9-inch steel pistol was hidden in the secret left-hand pocket he had a tailor sew into his dark brown coat a fortnight earlier. Another was stuffed into his thick nankeen yellow pantaloons. With his yellow and black striped waistcoat made of toilinette woven from wool and silk, and his stout Hessian boots, he'd have looked quite the fashionable gentleman in his early 40s. He was also, oddly, carrying a pair of opera glasses. When you're already packing two guns, why not add something else to your pockets? Bellingham, it seems fair to say, was not a mentally stable man. He was an impoverished businessman who had been arrested in 1804 in Archangel, Russia, over unpaid debts when a venture there went wrong. He spent his 5 years in prison blaming the British government for a lack of assistance before returning to England and taking up his grievance in person. Instead of settling down quietly with his wife and family at home in Liverpool, he took lodgings at 9 New Milman Street in London. Clearly desperate and increasingly so, he petitioned the Foreign Office, the Treasury, the Privy Council, Number 10, every MP, and even the Prince Regent, complaining of being bandied about from man to man and from place to place. Someone at the Treasury told him to stop making further applications to the government, and that I was at full liberty to take such measures as I thought proper for redress. So he decided to shoot the Prime Minister, Spencer Perceval. In taking such measures, Bellingham's odd logic went, he would get his day in court to publicly make his case for government compensation for his business woes. Perceval was a 49-year-old father of 12 and had been Prime Minister for 2.5 years. Were it not for the manner of his leaving office, his premiership might have been entirely forgotten. Even as the only British Prime Minister to be assassinated, his place in history is most likely as a Trivial Pursuit answer, rather than that afforded to the iconic US presidential murders. Percival is more Garfield and McKinley than Lincoln and Kennedy. Unlike most of his contemporaries, the Prime Minister did not drink, gamble, or hunt. Noted as a strong, if solid leader, he was a staunch opponent of Catholic emancipation and slavery, the latter of which has given rise to conspiracy theories about whether his killing was a plot orchestrated by Liverpool traders, angered by legislation abolishing the Atlantic slave trade, and controversial government orders in council which created a naval blockade around Napoleon's France. He was also deeply unpopular with the Luddites, who took to smashing up looms in protest at the pace of technology taking their jobs. Despite the idea of a shadowy network at play, as put forward by Andrew Linklater in his highly seductive, if low-evidence book, Why Spencer Perceval Had to Die, Bellingham always insisted he acted alone that May Day in 1812. After spending a couple of hours admiring the best the European Museum had to offer, it was a little after 4 o'clock when Bellingham and his guests emerged again onto King Street. Roberts and her son went home to New Millman Street, with Bellingham saying something about needing to go to Westminster to buy a prayer book. In fact, during weeks of reconnaissance, he'd got to know the layout of the Palace of Westminster and the comings and goings of Parliament. That afternoon, Perceval was due to appear in Parliament for the start of hearings into the Orders in Council at 4:30 p.m, so would have been expected to pass through the lobby a few minutes before. Bellingham was too far away, picking up his pace as he fought his way through the crowds on Whitehall. Helpfully, Perceval was also running late and had not left Downing Street. In fact, by the time he arrived at Parliament just after 5 p.m, his assassin was waiting, catching his breath in the corner of the lobby. Unlike most people in Britain at that time, Bellingham knew exactly what the Prime Minister looked like, having spent weeks staking out the Commons, dining in the coffee room, and watching proceedings. Security was almost non-existent compared to today's Ring of Steel fortress, and members of the public could come and go as they pleased. As soon as the target came through the door, the gunman stepped towards him. His right hand reached into the secret pocket and pulled out the small pistol, pressed it against Perceval's chest, and pulled the trigger. The lead musket ball entered the left side of his chest, pulverising his heart. Blood spread across his white waistcoat. "Murder!" the Prime Minister exclaimed as he fell. The dying Prime Minister was rushed onto a table in the Speaker's apartments, but within 12 minutes, he was dead. Bellingham had the pistol taken from his hand and then calmly walked over to a bench and sat down. Guards locked the doors, but there was no need. Far from making an attempt to escape, he waited for his arrest. Asked if he was the man who killed the Prime Minister, he replied, "I am the unhappy man." He was led to the bar of the House of Commons, identified as the assassin, and had the second gun taken off him. After being questioned in a committee room, he was committed to trial, and a hackney coach was called to take him to Newgate. But an anti-government crowd had begun to gather, and some cheered the killer and tried to help him to escape. Instead, Bellingham was smuggled out of the Speaker's entrance. On Tuesday, the 12th of May, Bellingham woke from a good night's sleep in jail, had a breakfast of tea and bread rolls, then wrote a note to Roberts, his landlady, describing how his mind was tranquil for the first time in 8 years, and asking for her to send him 3 or 4 shirts, some cravats, handkerchiefs, nightcaps, stockings, together with comb, soap, toothbrush, with any other trifle that presents itself which you think I may have occasion for, and enclose them in my leather trunk. That afternoon the Commons sat only for tributes to the slain Prime Minister, Speaker Abbott writing in his diary, "In most faces there was an agony of tears, and neither Lord Castlereagh, Ponsonby, Whitbread nor Canning could give a dry utterance to their sentiments." Whatever was packed in his trunk, Bellingham was still wearing the same chocolate-brown coat and striped waistcoat when he went on trial at the Old Bailey on Friday, the 15th of May. In a lengthy statement to the cause in defence, Bellingham said he had no alternative but to sink into utter ruin or to take the melancholy step of shooting the Prime Minister. "I was incited," he added, "by the hope of bringing into court my unfortunate case. I trust that this serious lesson will operate as a warning to all future ministers, and that they will, henceforth, do the thing that is right. For if the upper ranks of society are permitted to act wrong with impunity, the inferior ramifications will soon become wholly corrupted." He concluded, "Gentlemen, my life is in your hands. I know not what your verdict may be, but sooner than suffer what I have done for the last 8 years, 500 deaths would be preferable. If I am destined to sacrifice my life, I shall meet my doom with conscious tranquillity." And he did. The whole trial lasted barely 8 hours. It took the jury less than a quarter of an hour to reach a guilty verdict. It was a wet morning on Monday the 18th of May when a small crowd gathered for Bellingham's execution. Still wearing the same dark coat and striped waistcoat, he asked the executioner to tighten the rope on his arms so that he would not struggle. Witnesses saw him wipe away a tear before climbing the scaffold, almost with a spring in his step. Some in the crowd cheered him, others called for silence. Asked if there was any last communication he wished to make, he started talking about Russia again, before being told to stop. He thanked God for having enabled him to meet his fate with so much fortitude. As the clock struck 8, that fate was met, less than a week after he'd set off from home with his landlady and her son to look at some paintings. Perhaps as he had stared at the miraculous entombment, with 3 men and 2 women gathering around Christ's body in mourning, Bellingham might have wondered how his target might be mourned too. In fact, Percival has been largely forgotten, along with the story of the only British Prime Minister to be assassinated. The site of the European Museum is still home to priceless artworks, having passed to James Christie and become Christie's auction house in 1823. Just around the corner, behind an anonymous-looking door, is a staircase leading up to a smart suite, occupied by David Cameron, a Prime Minister who had to find a new base after his time in office came to an abrupt end, which was at least something that Percival did not have to worry about. 24. Midland Hotel, Birmingham, Saturday, the 20th of April, 1968. Nothing has changed, yet everything has changed. The Victorian grandeur of the staircase, the marble pillars, the stained glass, the leather-bound books, the tourists and business travellers milling about. Half a century on, Enoch Powell would still recognise the old Midland Hotel as the place where he ended his frontline career, and with it, the idea that there was a place for overt racism on the front bench of either side of the Commons. Yet there's also much about the place that he would not understand or appreciate. The man who railed against the madness of allowing hundreds of thousands of black people to come to Britain would surely be appalled that on the day I visit what is now called the Burlington Hotel, in the heart of his native city, there is not one member of staff who is white. Powell nil, modern Birmingham 1. Cocktail of the day in the Bellio's bar is the not very British, but quite delicious, tequila sunrise. The widescreen TV, hidden in a gold picture frame, is a little déclassé. It takes a while to work it out, but I realise that emerging quietly from the bar's hi-fi is a recognisable tune in an unusual setting. It's Britney Spears' Toxic, being played on what sounds like a sitar. More of a Wagner fan, Powell would have hated it. On that, if little else, he would have been right. On Saturday, the 20th of April, 1968, the Shadow Defence Secretary, an MP for nearby Wolverhampton South West, addressed one of the Midland Hotel's crowded meeting rooms as it hosted the West Midlands Area Conservative Political Centre. In doing so, he smashed the fragile political consensus on race. It came days before Howard Wilson's Labour government was to introduce the 1968 Race Relations Bill into the Commons. Edward Heath's Conservatives had belatedly decided to vote against, to the anger of younger Liberal Tories. "The supreme function of statesmanship," said Powell, clutching his papers against his three-piece suit, his receding dark hair slicked back, "is to provide against preventable evils." One such evil, he suggested, was the growing immigrant and immigrant-descended population. He called for a reduction in immigration numbers to negligible proportions and urged a policy of urgent repatriation. He claimed that not all immigrants wanted to integrate in Britain. Instead, they sought to foster racial and religious differences with a view to the exercise of actual domination, first over fellow immigrants and then over the rest of the population. And he added, "As I look ahead, I am filled with foreboding. Like the Roman, I seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much blood." He never actually used the phrase rivers of blood, but it became shorthand for his quoting of Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid. Strictly speaking, while Virgil was a Roman poet, the character who spoke of the bloody Tiber was actually a Greek prophet, but classical inaccuracy was obviously not the main problem with the speech. Powell focused especially on the Windrush generation of Commonwealth immigrants and their descendants, most of whom were from the Caribbean and black. He predicted that by the year 2000 there would be 5 to 7 million of them in Britain. This looking ahead 3 decades to forecast descendants of descendants was an exercise in panic, not maths. In reality, by 2000 there were around 3 million people in the UK who were born outside the European Union, compared to about 1 million from inside the EU. 2 decades later again, the numbers in the UK born in the EU had trebled to 3 million, while non-EU had only doubled to 6 million. With guttural emphasis almost spitting the words, he went on, "We must be mad, literally mad, as a nation, to be permitting the annual inflow of some 50,000 dependents. It is like watching a nation busily engaged in heaping up its own funeral pyre." In an address packed with characteristically sharp imagery and sharper turns of phrase, he claimed that Labour's planned race relations bill, which would ban discrimination in housing, employment and public services, was like throwing a match onto gunpowder. Like any savvy politician trying to make a contentious point, he recalled a conversation with an unnamed constituent who had helpfully and eloquently said, "In this country in 15 or 20 years' time, the black man will have the whip hand over the white man." There was also an elaborate tale of a woman in Wolverhampton who is now the only white person in a street taken over by Negroes, who was abused by her black neighbours and finds excreta pushed through her letterbox. Powell went on, "When she goes to the shops, she is followed by children, charming, wide-grinning pickaninnies. They cannot speak English, but one word they know. Racialist, they chant." Did they, though? In the days after the speech, journalists tried to trace the woman, but she could not be found, and it's still disputed decades later. The Times called it an evil speech and noted that it came barely a fortnight after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in Tennessee. The Guardian said it was a shame for frontline politics to lose a man of Powell's strength and intelligence, but said neither of the main parties can afford to give office to men who appeal to be fanning the flames of racialism. The Sunday Mirror called him the erudite Alf Garnett of the Tory party. The speech, which lasted 45 minutes, ended with applause, and within barely 36 hours ended Powell's career in frontline politics. Saturdays are normally where news and political speeches go to die. No daily journalists to cover them, Sunday hacks too caught up in their own exclusives to worry about live events. Powell, though, knew exactly what he was doing. He briefed his words to some journalists as early as Friday afternoon, cutting out the role of Conservative Central Office in approving and distributing frontbenchers' speeches. He also invited in a TV camera. "I'm going to make a speech at the weekend," he told a friend, journalist Clement Jones of the Express and Star, "and it's going to go up fizz like a rocket, whereas all rockets fall to the earth. This one is going to stay up." Powell himself came back to earth with a bump. Unlike the local paper, Edward Heath, the Conservative leader of the opposition, knew nothing about Powell's speech until it landed in the Sunday papers. After a lot of very Heathite dithering, at 9 p.m. on Sunday the 21st of April, the Tory leader telephoned Powell and fired him as defence spokesman in the shadow cabinet, saying the speech had been racialist in tone and liable to exacerbate racial tensions. Heath went on to talk about the need for immigration to be most stringently limited, something most Conservative leaders have promised over the years. Yet in 1960s Britain, Powell was no extreme outlier. He received 120,000 letters of support. The day after his speech, 700 members of the nearby North Wolverhampton Working Men's Club voted unanimously in favour of a total ban on coloured people, amid predictions by some that Powell would have the safest seat in Britain. A group of East London dockers and Smithfield porters marched on Parliament chanting, "We love Enoch Powell." 50 steelworkers in Wolverhampton went on strike for half a day in protest at the sacking. York University Conservative Association said Powell would be very welcome in their city. A Tory MP insisted the speech chimed with the public mood, telling The Guardian at the time, "You could call him Mr. National Opinion Powell." It is true that Powell's popularity with much of the public soared. He was re-elected as a Conservative MP until 1974, when he suddenly quit the party to become an Ulster Unionist Party MP in South Down, remaining in the Commons until 1987. Yet the change ushered in by his most famous speech was that never again would a front-line mainstream politician be permitted to be so blatantly racist, even if, as polls suggested at the time, large majorities of the public agreed with what he had said. Dog whistles hinting at race have not gone away, but Powell drew a line in the sand which front-bench politicians must not cross without losing their job. Instead, "Enoch was right" became a slogan of the National Front, the forerunner of the British National Party. Nigel Farage, the on-off UKIP leader, spoke often of his admiration for Powell and actually tried unsuccessfully to get him to stand for his party. He too complained of parts of the country becoming unrecognisable, but as a result of European migration. The key difference is that these migrants were mostly white. At the 2014 UKIP Spring Conference, Farage committed the conversational sin of describing in detail a recent train journey, which is only marginally better than the criminal act of talking about your dreams. "It wasn't until after we got past Grove Park that I could actually hear English being audibly spoken in the carriage. Does that make me feel slightly awkward? Yes." He later clarified, "I'm not saying people on trains should be forced to speak English, although as anyone knows, the most English thing is not to speak on trains at all." The Rivers of Blood speech did huge long-term harm to the Tories too. In 2013, Sajid Javid, who went from being the son of a Pakistani bus driver to the cabinet table, said the damage done by Powell was something the Tories still haven't been able to shake off almost half a century later. They don't help themselves. In 2007, Nigel Hastelow, a former editor of the Birmingham Post, was forced to quit as a Tory candidate in the West Midlands after writing a column declaring Enoch was right. 15 years later, George McAleese resigned as deputy chairman of Gosport Conservative Association after sharing a picture of Powell on Facebook with the message, "Every single day this man is proven more right." What's odd about this is that nobody under the age of 50 would even recognise the mustachioed dandy in a three-piece suit and pocket square. Told it was Powell, they might well think it was the chap who started the Scouts. One of the most striking aspects of Powell's legacy is that the descendants of Commonwealth immigrants he railed against not only prospered, but went on to join and indeed lead the party he represented. It is perhaps the greatest rebuff to Powell that the Conservatives' top ranks have included Rishi Sunak, James Cleverly and Priti Patel, who had grandparents and parents who arrived from Africa in Britain in the 1950s and 60s. When Cleverly was challenged by the Sydney Morning Herald in 2022 over whether Britain had confronted its colonial past, he replied, "You're asking the black Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom of Great Britain." Yeah, I think the answer is yes. You're looking at it. You're talking to it. "I may have failed," Powell said in an interview 20 years after his infamous speech. "That does not mean I was wrong." Yes, he was. The number of migrants and their descendants he feared was actually much higher. Nobody would claim that the path of integration has been smooth, and Britain remains a country still grappling with evidence of institutional racism, which leaves non-white people treated as second-class citizens. But nor have we seen the rivers or anywhere else foaming with blood, as Powell foretold. Even decades after that speech in a Birmingham hotel on a Saturday afternoon, Powell remains synonymous with the strain of racist politics against which the mainstream parties must, rightly, still define themselves today. As Brittany would have told him if the sitar had allowed, "Don't you know that you're toxic?" 25. Penminahalf Hall Hotel, Snowdonia, Thursday, the 6th of April, 2017. Theresa May is not one of life's conversationalists, which is odd, because politics is essentially hours and hours of small talk, occasionally punctuated by someone stepping away briefly to actually do something. In the summer of 2017, I was at a drinks reception at number 10, where she worked her way around the garden, making the opposite of relaxed, easy chit-chat. Usually at these things, a donut of journalists forms around the host Prime Minister, with people craning their necks to catch a prime ministerial bon mot. With May, guests would spin off like a Catherine wheel to escape being trapped in a conversational quagmire. On this occasion, and with it being the summer, someone asked about holidays. When are you going on your holidays? Where are you going on your holidays? How do you relax on your holidays? What will you be reading on your sun lounger on your holidays? And she replied, "I swear I'm not making this up. I like books." Quite the raconteur. It might have been better if she'd done more reading and less thinking on her previous holiday earlier that year. Packing her bags for Snowdonia in early April, May was riding high in the polls. Really high. The latest YouGov survey had the Conservatives on 42%, while Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party was on 25%. That was landslide territory. As she and her husband Philip checked into Penminahalf Hall Hotel at the foot of Cadair Idris, the highest peak in southern Snowdonia, she knew it was Labour who had a mountain to climb. She was considering a snap general election. Not that the Mays didn't get to enjoy the sort of holiday you might expect of a couple in their late 50s, albeit with a couple of security guards in tow. They embarked on a 2.5-mile hike in the hills and woods surrounding Doggalow, following a £4.95 guide by local author Michael Burnett. The writer later told The Guardian, "During the walk there were a series of revelations. Those moments of discovery are mind-cleansing. They focus you, give you that moment of clarity you need to make those important decisions." May agreed. Walking in Wales is an opportunity to get out and about and see scenery and clear your mind and your thinking, our favourite anecdotalist told Wales Online. "We stay in a hotel and try to walk every day. Walking is about relaxing, getting exercise and fresh air." The Mays also went to church and visited an arts and crafts shop in Doggalow, where she was sold a Celtic ring made by Barmouth jeweller Anna Hicks and some Welsh slate coasters from Matt Fletcher of Set in Stone. And she was sold on the idea of going to the country. "Before Easter, I spent a few days walking in Wales with my husband, thought about this long and hard, and came to the decision that to provide the stability and certainty for the future, this was the way to do it, to have an election," she later told ITV News. "I trust the British people. The British people gave the government a job to do in terms of coming out of the European Union, and I'm going to be asking the British people to put their trust in me in ensuring we deliver a success of that." The British people declined. During a disastrous campaign, which included tearing up a flagship policy on social care while insisting nothing has changed, the Conservative poll lead collapsed. Having inherited a working majority of 17 from David Cameron, far from increasing her mandate, she lost it. On the 8th of June, the Conservatives went down 13 seats, with Labour gaining 30. A hung parliament. It was a disaster and left May reliant on the right-wing Leave-supporting DUP to pass anything in the Commons. Brexit reached a stalemate. As ever in politics, success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. Nobody wanted to take credit, or more accurately, blame, for what had happened. While the final decision had been taken up a mountain, the idea of a snap election had been discussed in the foothills for months. As May became keener on the prospect, Nick Timothy and Fiona Hill, her chiefs of staff, had brought in Stephen Gilbert, who ran Cameron's successful majority-winning campaign, who in turn brought in Linton Crosby, the so-called Wizard of Oz, who had masterminded election victories in both Britain and Australia. On Thursday the 16th of February, May called them all to Chequers for a secret summit to discuss the election she'd publicly ruled out numerous times. Chris Wilkins, May's speechwriter, gave a presentation on how to make her the candidate of relentless change. Crosby, who had carried out polling which showed strong opposition to an election, dismissed Wilkins's pitch as classic populist woolly bullshit. The talks went on and on. When they broke for lunch, the guests were served chicken lasagna and boiled potatoes. Chicken lasagna and boiled potatoes. Bland, stodgy and unimaginative. Theresa May called the general election anyway. 26. Pyramid Stage, Glastonbury. Saturday the 24th of June, 2017. It is quite something when you first stride out in front of the Pyramid Stage crowd at Glastonbury. It's easy to let all the attention go to your head. It's important to know they are not there for you. The pretty girls with daisies in their hair and sunburnt boys in bucket hats and your old French teacher only want you for your ice cream. At least they did the year I made my rite of passage pilgrimage to Pilton, parking my vintage stop-me-and-buy-one bike, a large freezer mounted on a tricycle, slap bang in the middle of the pyramid field. A summer job scooping around Somerset had culminated in not just free entry, but being paid to work at the greatest show on earth. That June weekend in 2000, I basked in glorious sunshine, the air thick with the doobie and rumours about how many people, including, it transpired, my old French teacher, had scaled, demolished, or otherwise overcome the fence. I was being paid to watch Cypress Hill, Reef, Semisonic, Brand New Heavies, Jules Holland, Burt Bacharach, and, late on Sunday, with the ice cream bike packed away, David Bowie. That is who the crowds were here for, not me and my range of artisan flavours. 17 years later, Jeremy Corbyn did not learn this lesson. Tens of thousands of people flooded into the Pyramid Field for a victory rally for the man who had lost. On June the 8th, he had deprived Theresa May of a majority in the general election, although she would remain as Prime Minister for another 2 years. A fortnight later, just after 4 o'clock on a warm Saturday afternoon, sandwiched between rapper Craig David and hip-hop duo Run the Jewels, Corbyn took to the stage of the festival, born of the same alternative, hippie, pro-CND politics of the early 1970s, which was and remained his lodestar. Michael Eavis, the founder of Glastonbury, and another bearded old lefty, introduced his friend as the hero of the hour. The crowd, as big as that for some of the world's biggest music stars, roared. It had been a tough couple of years, the politics of Glastonbury. In 2016, the result of the Brexit referendum had come through in the early hours of the first day of the festival, putting a dampener on the Remain-dominated crowd that no downpour could ever achieve. Then a year later, the crowds gathered again in the wake of a political defeat, but this time behaving like winners. In white trousers and a blue linen shirt, Corbyn took the mic and, like so many to have graced that stage, belted out his greatest hits. "Everyone we meet is unique. Everyone we meet knows something we don't know," he said. They cheered. "In every child there was a poem, a painting, music." More cheers. "Politics is actually about everyday life. It's about all of us, what we dream, what we want, what we achieve, and what we want for everybody else." They cheered yet again, perhaps suggesting they would cheer whatever gobbledygook he came out with. He quoted one of his favourite poets who wrote many, many poems, Percy Bysshe Shelley. "Rise like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number, shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. More cheers, the like of which a 19th century romantic poet could only dream. Racism is wrong, evil and divisive in our society, Corbyn said. They cheered even louder. Nobody thought about the small issue of anti-Semitism in Labour. All that was yet to come. Instead, they waved placards declaring JC Hope and Jez You're the One. Many wore T-shirts with his face on. Chants of "Oh, Jeremy Corbyn" to the tune of the White Stripes' Seven Nation Army rang out for hours as the crowds dispersed, pumped up by his passionate, if rambling peroration, "Let us be together and recognise another world is possible if we come together to understand that, understand the power we've got and achieve that decent, better society where everybody matters and those poverty-stricken people are enriched in their lives and the rest of us are made secure by their enrichment. Thank you very much, Glastonbury. Thank you for inviting me here today. I'm proud to be here. Thank you very much, Glastonbury." Giddy as he walked off the stage, Corbyn fancied he could get used to that rock star reception. So too his closest aides and family. Tommy Corbyn, the Labour leader's son, later recalled, "Afterwards, one of the Glastonbury staff tapped me on the shoulder and said, 'You know he just got a bigger crowd than Rihanna.'" In fact, Rihanna had never played Glastonbury, but these were mere details. The seeds have been sown for a plan to harness the power of the pyramid stage for Labour's own political gain. After 6 months of bathing in the Glasgow glow, Ian Lavery, the party chairman, had an idea. He announced to colleagues in December 2017 that he wanted to organise something full of energy that is exciting and big. Labour Live was born. It would bring together all of Corbyn's big-name supporters for a one-off concert in June 2018, raising money for the party's election war chest and hammering home the message that all the cool kids voted Labour. One official told Gabriel Pogrund and Patrick Maguire in Left Out their account of the Corbyn chaos. "In 2017, we had so many celebrities endorsing Jeremy. I think people just thought that would translate into them wanting to perform for free. Socialists always think everything should be free." The music artists and their management had other ideas. Ed Sheeran quickly declined. Stormzy was high on the target list. Someone even sent the grime rapper a contract confirming his Labour Live appearance. It was remembered by Labour staff for 2 reasons. First, it bafflingly used 3 different fonts, and second, and perhaps more importantly, Stormzy wasn't available to appear. They had booked White Hart Lane Recreation Ground in Tottenham and set the date for the 16th of June without confirming that any acts were free and willing. Courtney Pine, the jazz musician, had been confirmed by Team Corbyn that this came as a surprise to the saxophonist's management, who confirmed that not only was he not playing, he wasn't in the country. Even Labour stalwart Billy Bragg had other plans. Marsha Jane Thompson, the Corbyn aide tasked with making Labour Live a success, became hung up on the idea of booking 1980s Brummie reggae outfit UB40 until a younger colleague snapped in a meeting, "Fucking let UB40 go. Nobody fucking likes UB40. In the end, they could only dream of a band as high profile and successful as UB40. The biggest musical act on the bill ended up being the Magic Numbers, an indie band who enjoyed their most notable success while New Labour was in power and hadn't since troubled the charts for a decade. Music Bible NME, which had been briefly enthusiastic about Corbyn a year earlier, took one look at the bill and declared it a missed opportunity and one that's about as cool as Corbyn's shell suits. Initially charging £35 a pop, for weeks the party had struggled to sell even a tenth of the 20,000 capacity. Through discounts and giveaways, they crawled to sales of around 13,000. There were reports that the festival's drink supplier was refusing to bring kegs of beer because there would not be enough people to empty a barrel. Ticket sales were so poor that the Unite Union had to step in and buy 1,000 of them to give away. In an attempt to shovel tickets out the door, anyone could claim the freebies. One person booked 23 tickets in the name of Kim Il-sung. while Guardian journalist John Crace received 18 in the name of Tony Blair, care of HMP Belmarsh. MPs were urged to pose with Labour Live props for social media pictures. After 24 hours, just 3 had complied. One of them got the web address wrong, and another admitted he would be 400 miles away in his Lanarkshire constituency on the big day. It was so pathetic that days before the event, even Theresa May, not a woman known for her comic timing, ripped into Corbyn about it at PMQs. "I've heard the Right Honourable Gentleman is trying to organise a music festival, Labour Live. I will pass over the fact that it is going to have a solidarity tent, which obviously won't have any Labour MPs in it. I don't know if all members of the House are aware of the headline act at Labour Live. The headline act at Labour Live are the Shadow Chancellor and the Magic Numbers. That just about sums them up." On the day, they just about got away with it. The lineup fell some way short of the Glastonbury vibe they were emulating, featuring as it did Sex Pistols bassist Glenn Matlock, winner of The Voice Jermaine Jackman, and Reverend and the Makers, whose chart success was only marginally more current than the Magic Numbers. One name on the bill, more notable now than then, was Sam Fender, who in June 2018 was virtually unknown, but within 18 months would have a #1 album. The problems with the low-profile lineup continued on the day. "So loved Clean Bandit set it #Labour Live," tweeted frontbencher Barry Gardner. "Couldn't resist asking them for a selfie afterwards." The eagle-eyed spotted that not only was it not a selfie, someone else took the picture, but whoever the people he was standing with were, they were not rockabye hitmakers Clean Bandit. Unlike at Glastonbury, there was no one with a Stop Me and Buy One bike, but Unite Union boss Len McCluskey had an ice cream van which played the red flag instead of Greensleeves. On the main stage, there was a rendition of All You Need Is Love before John McDonnell, the Shadow Chancellor, came on to introduce his old friend. "I had a dream we'd have a socialist in number 10, and it'll be this socialist, Jeremy Corbyn." In his 25-minute set, Corbyn reprised much of the material from Glastonbury a year earlier. "I look in the House of Commons, across the aisle, at a party of the rich, by the rich, for the rich, and funded by the rich, and I see a party over there that's divided, incapable of negotiating and incapable of governing." But Magic Grandpa had, by now, lost some of his lustre. 12 months of wrangling over Brexit had caused deep divisions in his own party too. On the eve of Labour Live, 90 Labour MPs defied their leader's instruction to abstain on a Commons vote to keep Britain in the single market. On the day of the event, midway through Corbyn's speech, pro-EU campaigners unfurled a banner calling on him to stop backing Brexit. That summer, Labour was still neck and neck with the Tories in the polls. 2.5 years and a change of Prime Minister later, in the December 2019 election, Corbyn led Labour to its worst defeat in 84 years. If Glastonbury 2017 was the height of the cult of Corbyn, then Labour Live marked a new low, and it came at a cost. No, Labour Live did not make a profit, Diana Holland, the party treasurer, admitted later that year. "I don't think that was why it was organised. However, there was a net cost. It will be included in next year's financial report." Except it wasn't. Any mention of Labour Live in the accounts presented to the 2019 party conference was gone. And within months, Corbyn would be too. 27. Barnard Castle, Sunday the 12th of April, 2020. There were 2 opticians in Barnard Castle on the day I visit the town, Specsavers and Bayfields, unless you also count the eye test chart hanging on the wall of the Stables Cafe, where the town's name is spelt out in decreasing-sized letters. It is an inside, albeit well-worn joke about a town which didn't ask to become the focus of the nation's ophthalmological mirth. Barney, as it is known by the locals, is the sort of smart market town you get far more often in the north than those in the south realise. Well-known chains cheek by jowl with independent cafes, Christian bookshops, charity shops, butchers, bakers, and if not candlestick makers, then plenty of candle sellers in the sort of boutiquey interior shops which sell live, laugh, love coasters and exist solely for panicked dads to drag children into for last-minute Mother's Day gifts. Dominic Cummings was panicking the day he arrived on the outskirts of town, but for different reasons. As the Prime Minister's closest adviser, he'd abandoned Downing Street for his family home in Durham on Friday the 27th of March 2020, at the height of lockdown restrictions. His journalist wife, Mary Wakefield, had come down with COVID. The couple worried about what to do if they both got ill and nobody could look after their child, a fear felt by millions of other parents across the country that spring. Unlike those worried millions, the Cummings clan travelled hundreds of miles to his father's remote farm, where his two young nieces could look after their son if needed. After a couple of weeks there, Cummings had recovered from his own bout of COVID. Unsure if he was well enough to embark safely on the long drive back to London, he did what anyone would do, and, went for a drive. As he later explained to an incredulous nation on the 25th of May at a press conference in the Downing Street garden, "My wife was very worried, particularly given my eyesight seemed to have been affected by the disease. She didn't want to risk a nearly 300-mile drive with our child, given how ill I had been. We agreed that we should go for a short drive to see if I could drive safely. It makes sense. Test your eyesight by driving a car, with your wife and child with you. Safety first." We drove for roughly half an hour and ended up on the outskirts of Barnard Castle town. That's quite a long eye test. We did not visit the castle. No point. Had he climbed the steps up to the castle's scruffy grey-blue gates, he would have found them chained shut, what with them being a pandemic on. We did not walk around the town. Shame, it's very pretty. We parked by a river. The River Tees is a broad, roiling torrent, crashing over rocks as it passes through Barney, ultimately connecting the Pennines with the North Sea. Climbing out of the car, you get a blast of fresh air cooled by the water below. Maybe that helped Cummings feel a bit better. I felt a bit sick. Or maybe not. We walked about 10 to 15 metres from the car to the riverbank nearby. We sat there for about 15 minutes. How nice, on your wife's 45th birthday too. We had no interactions with anybody. Thank goodness for that, what with there being a pandemic on. An elderly gentleman walking nearby appeared to recognise me. My wife wished him Happy Easter from a distance, but we had no other interaction. So some interactions. On and on he went, so much detail, which only served to provoke more questions than it answered. Like so many big political scandals, what stuck in the mind was not the dates and times, the ins and outs of who got ill when, who went where, when or why. What was striking was this supposed Whitehall brain box, the great political strategist of our age, claiming that he got behind the wheel of his car to test his eyesight. That is self-evidently funny, and he appeared to be laughing at those who had done the right thing, stayed at home, not travelled the length of the country to be nearer relatives. Of course, none of it would have come out were it not for the drip-drip reporting of both the Daily Mirror and the Guardian, which pieced together eyewitness accounts of Cummings out and about when being out and about was banned. That Downing Street repeatedly denied it, and that Wakefield wrote about this period for The Spectator without mentioning the trip north, made the final public admission all the more damaging. There was also much of his story which does not add up. The drive from London to County Durham is long. Really long. The idea that a couple in their 40s and a 4-year-old son could make the 275-mile, 5-hour journey without stopping suggests bladder control unknown to mere humans like you or me. Cummings, the clairvoyant, also claimed in his press conference that only last year I wrote explicitly about the danger of coronaviruses. Except it turned out that a March 2019 blog post had been edited to insert the reference to coronavirus and Chinese labs on the 14th of April 2020, the day after he returned from Durham. There was also the question of the reason for the gallivanting. The story appeared to change when Cummings gave evidence in May 2021 to a parliamentary inquiry into coronavirus. He claimed that the escape to the country actually wasn't about childcare after all, but because his home had been the target of a gang of people outside saying they were going to break into the house and kill everybody inside. It had been decided, he claimed, that he would move his family out long before they got sick. In an interview a few weeks later with the BBC's Laura Koonsberg, he again claimed there was more to it than just his family's sickness, that in the Rose Garden he didn't go into all the details for various reasons, and that he had repeated security problems at my house going back to 2019. Except he did go into all of this in the Rose Garden in May 2020. He explicitly mentioned security as mitigation. I was subject to threats of violence. People came to my house shouting threats. There were posts on social media encouraging attacks. There were many media reports on TV showing pictures of my house. I thought the best thing to do in all the circumstances was to drive to an isolated cottage on my father's farm. He included that excuse at the time, but the public did not buy it then either. It is also not entirely clear why these threats were not something that should be dealt with by the police, rather than a mad road trip which broke the rules he had helped draw up. The bizarre Rose Garden press conference had an immediate effect on both Boris Johnson's popularity and public faith in the government's COVID strategy. Some 59% thought Cummings should leave Number 10, something he wouldn't actually do for another 6 months, when Johnson sacked him in a wild power struggle involving his chief adviser, spin doctor and wife. Between April and June 2020, the proportion of people who said Johnson was doing well as PM fell from 66% to 43%, according to YouGov. The proportion who thought the government was handling the coronavirus well dropped by similar levels. The whole thing was a complete disaster, Cummings said later. It undermined public confidence in the whole thing. He suggested that if he and Johnson had come clean, the public would have understood. This is arguably doubtful. We both made a terrible Horlicks of it in a very odd circumstance, he added. On that, at least, we can agree. The strange tale of the Barnard Castle eye test was all true, though. If I were going to make up a story, Cummings told MPs, I'd have come up with a hell of a lot better story than that one, right? It's such a weird story. Indeed it is, and it's one that inspired a weird tourism boom too. English Heritage reported that in 2021, the site of the 11th century fortress, which once belonged to Richard III, had enjoyed its best ever year for visitors, up 20% on 2019. That's a lot of people walking around making eye test jokes. But without them, I would not have spent a pleasant day in Barnard Castle, nor would I have found myself in the Stables Cafe, marking that historic day Cummings was seen in town by ordering the most appropriate item on the menu, Spotted Dick. Water. 28. Peasholm Park Lake, Scarborough, Wednesday the 6th of April, 1842. What do David Cameron, Peter Mandelson, Gerry Adams, Anthony Eden, Boris Johnson and Robert Kilroy Silk all have in common? For a brief time they were lord of the manor, albeit a manor at the bottom of a lake in Scarborough. It was, though, the only way to escape Parliament. It is perhaps no surprise that in order to quit a place as arcane and complicated as the House of Commons, there is a procedure which is both arcane and complicated. Getting there is hard enough, often taking many years of rejection by both the party and the people, before someone finally arrives in the Commons as a Member of Parliament. So, why would they ever want to resign? Sometimes they're in trouble. Eric Ilsley, a Labour MP, left in 2011 after being found guilty of fiddling his expenses. Neil Parish, a Conservative MP, had been caught watching porn while searching for tractors online in 2022. Sometimes they just have a better offer. Peter Mandelson left the Commons in 2004 to become a European Commissioner. Boris Johnson went off to become Mayor of London in 2008. Robert Kilroy-Silk stopped being a Labour MP so he could go into telly as host of Day to Day. Some just can't face staying. Tony Blair scarpered within hours of standing down as Prime Minister in 2007, rushing out of the door to spend more time with his money. David Cameron hung around for 2 months in 2016 before realising it wasn't much fun watching someone else running the country. Johnson jumped before he was pushed in 2023, resigning for the second time as an MP, rather than facing the consequences of being found to have misled Parliament. Others want to make a point. David Davis, then the Tory Shadow Home Secretary, decided in 2008 to trigger a by-election in protest at the erosion of civil liberties. When the main parties refused to take part in the stunt and did not stand against him, he was left to see off 24 minnows and attention-seekers and returned to the Commons, having been easily, pointlessly, re-elected a month later. The problem for all these MPs, and many, many more, is that once elected, you cannot actually resign. There's no handing in your notice to voters, Parliament, the monarch, or anyone else. Rules dating back to 1624 ban it, making clear that a man, after he is duly chosen, cannot relinquish. Back then, some MPs were even elected against their will. For most, it was a duty, and not something to be coveted. So in typical parliamentary fashion, when presented with an intractable problem, there is an elegant fudge. Officially, the only ways in which an MP can be removed from Parliament are death, which is hard to argue with, expulsion by resolution of the House, which is rare, the last one was in 1954, a recall petition, which requires 10% of voters in a seat to demand a by-election, or disqualification. So an MP who wants out just has to seek disqualification. They could get themselves jailed for more than a year, but that might be a bit extreme and limit post-Parliament employment opportunities. Instead, they can accept an office which is deemed to be at odds with being a Member of Parliament. In other words, one paid by the Crown. MPs cannot be seen to be taking money from the monarch when Parliament should be independent. So, there are 2 Crown jobs kept on the books. If an MP accepts, they automatically forfeit their seat in the Commons. In a political world packed with questionable roles, these are the ultimate non-jobs. The first is the Crown Steward and Bailiff of the 3 Chiltern Hundreds of Stoke, Desborough and Burnham, which is an old administrative area covering part of Buckinghamshire. And the other title is the Crown Steward and Bailiff of the Manor of Northstead, which is less grand than it sounds. Even in 1600, the manor was a low house unfit for habitation. For a time, a shepherd lived in it until it fell down. These days, the site of the manor house is thought to be at the bottom of a lake in Peasholm Park, a short walk from the North Beach at Scarborough. Today, it is an Oriental-themed collection of bridges, paths and lakes, with a boathouse, mini-golf and a cafe, acting as a pretty walk from the sea to the town. And it still has a steward and bailiff. It remains the Chancellor of the Exchequer's job to appoint an MP to one of these 2 roles, which they then keep only until someone else wants to resign. The Chancellor signs a warrant of appointment with a witness looking on, and then a letter is sent to the quitter without the letters MP after their name. Ouch. The 2 titles alternate, so there's always a vacancy for an outgoing MP to take. It means that Sadiq Khan, Chris Huhne, David Davis, Tony Blair, Betty Boothroyd, Neil Kinnock, Roy Jenkins, John Stonehouse and John Profumo were all stewards of the Chiltern Hundreds. Good pub quiz trivia for you. While the subaquatic Manor of Northstead was briefly the responsibility of Cameron, Mandelson, Adams, Eden and Kilroy-Silk, along with John Bercow, David Miliband, Martin McGuinness, Matthew Parris and Enoch Powell. Johnson actually has the rare distinction of having held both offices after resigning twice. The first MP to become steward of the Chiltern Hundreds is known to be John Pitt in 1751. As for the Manor of Northstead, it's complicated. Lots of accounts suggest that the first steward was Sir George Rose, quitting his MP for Christchurch in March 1844, although other records suggest it was Patrick Chalmers, MP for Montrose Burghs, a month earlier, and there was a mix-up in the paperwork. Confirmation that this arcane and complicated procedure has not worked properly since day one. 29. Beach Hut, Bewley, Sunday, the 24th of August, 1952. These days, we might worry about the House of Lords being too old, yet when Lord Montague of Bewley inherited his peerage, he was aged just 2. Aged 10, he stood for hours clutching a black velvet bag full of sandwiches to keep him going while wearing the full regalia of a peer during the coronation of George VI. His biography then reads like that of any member of the British aristocracy. Schooled at Eton, then Oxford to study modern history, and then the Grenadier Guards, before an engagement to Anne Gage, an American actress. But he was leading a double life, falling in with what he called a bohemian crowd, admitting years later to being bisexual. And it was his friendship with gay journalist Peter Wildeblood that would catapult him across the front pages, land him in jail, and help bring about the legalisation of homosexuality in Britain. It is impossible to overstate how bleak, dangerous, and illegal it was to be gay in Britain in the 1950s. Winston Churchill, as Prime Minister, told ministers in early 1954 that the Tory party won't want to accept responsibility for making law on homosexuality more lenient, according to Cabinet papers. Sir David Maxwell Fyfe, who was Churchill's hardline Home Secretary from 1951 to 1954, vowed to rid England of this male vice, this plague, telling the House of Commons in December 1953, homosexuals in general are exhibitionists and proselytisers and are a danger to others, especially the young, and so long as I hold the office of Home Secretary, I shall give no countenance to the view that they should not be prevented from being such a danger. On his watch, the number of men jailed for homosexual acts soared to more than 1,000 a year. Alan Turing, the war hero who cracked the Enigma code, had been convicted of gross indecency in 1952. A year later, the actor Sir John Gielgud was arrested by an undercover police officer in a public lavatory. Then it was Montague's turn. Aged 27, and still the youngest member of the Lords, he was charged along with his cousin, Michael Pitt Rivers, a 36-year-old Dorset farmer, and 30-year-old Wildeblood, with committing unnatural acts and gross indecency with 2 RAF men, Edward McNally and John Reynolds, who received immunity for testifying against them. It was the journalist Wildeblood who first met McNally in spring 1952 in London, while the airman was on leave and they were alleged to have had sex. Then, on a warm Sunday in August 1952, Montague invited Wildeblood to his beach hut near his Bewley estate, overlooking the Solent. Wildeblood brought along McNally and Reynolds, and Pitt Rivers joined them. Exactly what happened that weekend was disputed. In court, McNally and Reynolds made a series of claims about abandoned behaviour and alleged the other 3 men performed sex acts. Montague denied this, breaking half a century of silence in 2007 to tell the London Evening Standard, "We had some drinks, we danced, we kissed, that's all." A few weeks later, while some Boy Scouts camped on the Bewley estate, Montague called the police to report a camera had been stolen. Instead of investigating the theft, the police charged him with molesting one of the 14-year-old boys, a crime of which he was later acquitted. But then, on the morning of Saturday the 9th of January, 1954, the police came for him again, this time in relation to the night at the beach hut. Montague, Pitt Rivers and Reynolds were charged with conspiracy to incite certain male persons to commit serious offences with male persons, a crime last pursued against Oscar Wilde. The case, involving a peer, a journalist and a rural landowner, sent shockwaves through Britain. On hearing the news, Percy Elland, the editor of the Evening Standard at the time, wrote to the paper's owner, Lord Beaverbrook, "Scotland Yard are definitely stepping up their activities against homosexuals." Put on trial in March 1954, all 3 defendants told Winchester Assizes that the offences alleged by the RAF men never happened. Wildeblood was lent long johns by his solicitor, so he would not shiver in the dock and appear afraid. Montague later said, The trial was horrific, frightening, terrible, very traumatic. From the dock, Montague said, there was no truth to the claim that he had any sexual relations with Reynolds, and denied taking him to the bedroom of the beach hut. It was, he said, a complete invention. Yet all three were found guilty of consensual homosexual offences. Wildblood and Pitt Rivers were sentenced to 18 months in prison. Montague got 12 months, the judge saying his offences were less serious than the others. It cost him his engagement, among other things. Montague's defence lawyer said that were it not for the case, his client would now be a happily married man, describing him as a useful member of the House of Lords and a kindly landowner, who now was faced with a bitter future. Maxwell Fyfe, still ensconced in the Home Office, had claimed another high-profile scalp. Yet it was the airmen, Reynolds and McNally, who were jeered as they left the court, while there were cheers, applause and thumbs up for the convicted. Public attitudes, it seemed, were changing about what consensual adults were free to do in the privacy of their own homes, or beach huts. It would take a while, though, for politics to catch up. Indeed, during the trial, there were calls in Parliament from the easily shocked Labour MP George Craddock for temporary legislation to safeguard public morale by preventing the publication by the press of gross and unnecessary details in cases of homosexuality. But it was a plea from another Labour MP, Desmond Donnelly, in the same debate, which had a more lasting impact, calling on Churchill's government to set up a royal commission into the full slate of archaic, punitive homosexuality laws. Donnelly went on to raise concerns about some of the police methods which have come to light in recent litigation, and warned that some MPs are watching this matter very carefully and will not hesitate to expose any case in which they think the methods of the police have been improper. Robert Boothby, a Conservative MP, would also argue in favour of decriminalising consensual sex above the age of consent, arguing that jailing gay men was not only dangerous, but madness. Not that they were all great gay rights champions. Boothby also told the Commons, "The existing laws are outmoded, and they do not achieve the objective of all of us, which is to limit the incidence of homosexuality and to mitigate its evil effects." In July 1954, just 4 months after the Montague case, the government caved and announced that John Wolfenden, a former headmaster and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Reading, would chair a royal commission examining prostitution and homosexuality laws dating back to the Buggery Act of 1533, which had been passed into law under Henry VIII. Wildblood was one of 3 gay men who gave evidence to the committee, which sat 62 times over 3 years. The inquiry produced a 155-page report, which sold thousands of copies and became a bestseller. It recommended that homosexual behaviour between consenting adults in private should no longer be considered a criminal offence. It rejected the idea of homosexuality as an illness and added, "It is not, in our view, the function of the law to intervene in the private life of citizens, or to seek to enforce any particular pattern of behaviour." The report's proposed changes to prostitution laws were implemented within 18 months, but the Churchill government rejected the recommendations on homosexuality. On the 7th of March 1958, the Times published a letter organised by the academic Tony Dyson, calling on the Tory government, now led by Harold Macmillan, to introduce early legislation decriminalising gay sex between consenting adults. Among the signatories, confident that it would deserve the widest support from humane men of all parties, were Clement Attlee, the former Labour Prime Minister, the philosophers Isaiah Berlin and Bertrand Russell, the writer J.B. Priestley, and the historian A.J.P. Taylor. It led to the creation of the Homosexual Law Reform Society, which continued to campaign on the issue until the passing of the Sexual Offences Act in 1967, 13 years after the Montague case had shocked the country. As for Montague himself, after being released from prison, he refused to discuss the case for decades, instead throwing himself into rescuing and preserving the Bewley estate and becoming a pioneer in the management of stately homes. Asked by the Evening Standard about the role he played in the eventual decriminalisation, he said, I am slightly proud that the law has been changed to the benefit of so many people. I would like to think that I would get some credit for that. 30. Sand Dunes, Sampson, Isles of Scilly. Tuesday, the 10th of August, 1965. Would he care to comment on the trade figures? The Prime Minister crossed one sunburnt leg over the other and surveyed a patch of blue sky. It was a lucky Times correspondent who was dispatched to quiz Harold Wilson in August 1965 at a press conference given in the unlikely surroundings of the sand dunes of the Isles of Scilly. 40 gently perspiring representatives of the world's press, many of them city-suited and suede-shoed, had stumbled ashore on Sampson, a quarter of an hour by boat from the main island of St Mary, where the Prime Minister has his holiday bungalow, the sun-kissed reporter went on. And it was here, in between questions about the economy, defence, and the prospect of a Labour-Liberal pact, that Wilson became the first Prime Minister to show his knees in public, and for the benefit of the cameras too, changing forever the idea of our political leaders at rest and on holiday. The Wilsons had been regulars on the Scillys for years. They liked it so much they built a home there, called Llewellynfa, Cornish for House of Happiness, a not especially attractive grey brick squat 3-bedroom bungalow on the outskirts of Hugh-town, the main settlement on the island of St Mary's. It seems to have been designed specifically as the home of an unassuming man of the people. After Mary Wilson's death in 2018, the bungalow was put on the market for £425,000, which was later lowered to £395,000 and eventually sold for £375,000. Wilson liked island life. The sense of being abroad from Britain was still ostensibly holidaying at home. Time magazine reported in 1965, "The Wilsons have always found the Scillys a grand spot for a quiet holiday, but this year, now that he is PM, Wilson's outing in the sparsely populated Isles has looked like a political junket, with all those sweating newspaper men tailing him around and Foreign Secretary Michael Stewart dropping over from the mainland to talk statecraft." In fact, Stewart was staying on St Mary's too. It was Wilson's first summer holiday since becoming PM with a narrow majority in October 1964, ousting Alec Douglas Hume, who belonged not only to a different party, but to a different age. Whereas the defeated Conservative had to renounce a peerage to run for office, Wilson was the modern man of the people, all HP sauce and pipe smoking, even if he did also enjoy a cigar away from the cameras. Wilson and his team were obsessed with image, modelling much of what he did on John F. Kennedy, who in 1961 became US President as a telegenic moderniser. Wilson would often lift his wedding ring into view and pose as a family man, a subliminal contrast to his new Tory opponent, Bachelor Edward Heath. In the dunes of the unpopulated island of Sampson, we see it all. Wilson with pipe in hand, wife Mary in a swimsuit handing out cups of tea, while son Giles plays with an inflatable dinghy. And the PM shorts. Grey, pulled up high to tuck in an open-necked blue shirt, his sandy, sockless feet in sandals. Wilson himself suggested to the gathering photographers that perhaps they might take a contemplative shot, and headed off to a rocky outcrop where he could be snapped from all angles, still clutching his pipe. Looking at the photographs and Pathé newsreel of Wilson at play, it is striking how carefully he constructed the image of an everyman, in fact, an every dad. Unfashionable shorts, a rucksack carrying the day's provisions, popping into the local co-op on the way to his favourite pub, the Mermaid. With the waves lapping at the beach and seagull cries overhead, the journalist's questions turned to Malaysia's move a couple of days earlier to expel its state of Singapore from the Federation of Malaya following riots. Might the Prime Minister have to cut short his 3-week break on this island paradise? No need to think of it, Wilson assured the sweaty newspaper men. 5 days later, pressure to do something about Singapore had grown. Crisis talks were called, but Wilson refused to go back to London. Instead, with Stewart, he hopped over the channel by helicopter only as far as the Coldrose naval base near Penzance on the mainland. Other ministers and Lord Head, Britain's High Commissioner in Malaysia, had to travel to Cornwall to meet them. On the way back, Wilson stopped off for tea with Frank Cousins, the Minister of Technology, who was also holidaying nearby. Quite the gang of them. After that, the press left Wilson alone for the rest of his break. It is an agreement that most Prime Ministers since have reluctantly entered into. One pose snap, and then clear off. It became the model for his successors. From Margaret and Dennis Thatcher, posing on a beach and playing golf in Cornwall for the benefit of the cameras in 1981, to Tony Blair's walkabouts near whichever celebrity's mansion he'd borrowed. By contrast, Gordon Brown struggled with the whole business, once heading to a beach photo op in a jacket and dark trousers before finding any reason to return to Downing Street. David and Samantha Cameron had it down to a fine art, notably taking time out of their holiday to point at fish in a Cornwall shop in 2011, point at fish in Devon in 2012, point at fish in a Portuguese market in 2013, and again point at fish at a different Portuguese fish market in 2014. The reason for the post picture is simple: to prevent the paparazzi from catching a premiere in unguarded holiday mode, which is precisely what happened to Cameron in 2013, when, during another holiday to Cornwall, he was spotted performing the age-old dad routine of awkwardly wiggling his way out of damp swimming shorts with a Mickey Mouse towel tied around his waist to protect his modesty. Wilson avoided that fate. In the sand dunes of 1965, the photographers suggested he might take a dip. "I'm not going in," he insisted, wagging a finger, before casting doubt on his swimming prowess. "My style is about as good as the local seals." And for a Prime Minister, style, even on holiday, is what really matters. 31. Swimming Pool, Cliveden, Saturday, the 8th of July, 1961. Even on a cold spring evening, perhaps especially so, the water is delightful. Steam gently rises from the shallow waves. Outdoor pools are just better. None of the stuffy heat and chlorine and noise that you get indoors. And this is a long way from the plasters and hair and screaming that make public swimming baths so awful. Splashing about in the most famous pool in politics, surrounded by the high garden walls, gazing up at the ornate water tower installed after the manor house burnt down for the second time in the 19th century, it is impossible not to feel the sense of history. Climbing out of the pool to make use of the hot tubs, it's impossible not to feel the cold. It was a much warmer summer's evening in 1961 when Christine Keeler, a 19-year-old model and girl about town, left wet footprints on these same herringboned red brick tiles. She was dashing to grab a towel just as a group from the big house arrived to change her life. Keeler had an unfortunate start. Her father abandoned the family when she was young. Her mother set up home with another man, living in a converted railway carriage at Raisbury in Berkshire without electricity or hot water. After leaving school without any qualifications, she moved to London, aged 15. It was while working at Murray's Cabaret Club in Soho that she met Stephen Ward, a slightly dubious osteopath to the stars, and Mandy Rice Davis, a showgirl from Wales. The two young women moved into Ward's house in Marylebone, and the partying went up a notch. Lord Astor liked to party too. The third Viscount, the eldest son of Nancy Astor, who was the first woman to take her seat in the Commons, was one of Ward's high society patients. A former Conservative MP, he was a ministerial bag carrier in Chamberlain's 1930s government, served as a naval intelligence officer in the Second World War, and had to give up the Commons when he inherited the peerage from his father in 1952. Having suffered an injury after falling while hunting, he did what anyone with a bad back would do, and gave his osteopath the use of a cottage in the grounds of his stately home in the Berkshire countryside. Spring Cottage was a nice, quiet spot, and long before Ward moved in, had previously been used by the Duchess of Sutherland to entertain Queen Victoria. Two worlds of stiff upper-lipped English aristocracy and the sexually charged 60s would collide one July weekend in 1961. Ward had invited a gang to the cottage for a party, including Keeler and Evgeny Ivanov, a Soviet naval attaché and spy. A mile away, Astor also had friends to stay. Among the first to arrive were John Profumo, the suave Secretary of State for War in Macmillan's Conservative government, and his wife, Valerie Hobson, a 1940s film actress. Among the other 24 guests on the Saturday night were Nubar Gulbenkian, a flamboyant Armenian tycoon and socialite who travelled in a custom-made gold-plated taxi, and Lord Mountbatten, the war hero and uncle of Prince Philip. The story of what happened next is as famous as it is famously unreliable. The problem with a saga of sex and lies is that everyone involved lies about everything, including the sex. Lies in the paper, lies in the courtroom, lies in the Commons. So, Ward and Keeler were in the pool. Or maybe just Keeler, who was skinny dipping, or was wearing a costume, but it was too big and falling off, or had been taken and hidden by Ward. At around 10:30 p.m, Astor and his guests, in dinner suits and evening gowns, left Clifton House for a stroll, to take in the evening air, or perhaps to admire the small bronze statue of Astor's son riding a dolphin, which had recently been installed at the pool edge at the deep end of the pool. In politics, as in life, timing is everything. And just as Profumo walked into the walled garden, he caught a glimpse of Keeler. Naked. Someone, possibly Valerie Profumo, helped Keeler find a towel. Astor said that nothing more happened that night. When Keeler sold her story 18 months later, she claimed Astor and Profumo had chased her naked around the pool. On Sunday, the president of Pakistan, General Ayub Khan, joined the guests for lunch. Keeler claimed in the papers that there were more pool-based frolics, the men with a girl each on their shoulders, trying to wrestle their opponents into the water. Keeler was on Profumo's shoulders. Or maybe not. At some point, Profumo acquired Keeler's telephone number, and an affair ensued. Then there was also Ivanov, who drove her back to London and went to bed with her. She was sleeping with a Russian spy and a government minister at the same time. Or actually, probably not. It now seems clear that the fling with Ivanov ended months before the Profumo one began. When it did, Keeler claimed, as part of her insatiable desire to overshare with the papers, that she cooked sausages for the minister before they had sex in front of the television. She described their affair memorably as a very, very well-mannered screw of convenience. This was at a time when Russia, via Ivanov, wanted Britain's military secrets, and Profumo was a man who kept them. Ward was said to have asked Keeler to obtain secrets, whether government or personal, from Profumo. A secret camera might have been used by the Russian to take pictures of Keeler and Profumo together. Or might not. Ivanov might have bugged Keeler's flat. Or might not. If the Russians had not directly got useful government information through Keeler, they probably had got enough dirt to blackmail Profumo into handing over the good stuff. Whatever the veracity of the claims and counterclaims, the affair was all a bit too messy for the government, and in August 1961, Sir Norman Brooke, the Cabinet Secretary, told Profumo to get out of it. Profumo dashed off a note to Keeler. "Darling, alas, something's blown up tomorrow night, and I can't therefore make it. I leave the next day for various trips and then a holiday, so I won't be able to see you again until some time in September. Blast it. Please take great care of yourself and don't run away. Love, J." And that was the end of it. Except it wasn't. More trouble came to Keeler's door in 1962, when her jilted ex, Johnny Edgecombe, turned up outside Ward's place, shooting a semi-automatic pistol. His arrest and subsequent trial meant the police began looking into Ward's other connections, and the whole thing unravelled. The gossip press started nibbling at the story until it reached the national papers. The rumours also reached Downing Street. I was forced to spend a great deal of today over a silly scrape. Women this time, thank God, not boys, into which one of the ministers has got himself. Prime Minister Harold Macmillan wrote in his diary on the 15th of March 1963, mentioning the perfumer affair for the first time. The PM suggested it would not matter if it was just the sex, but it was a tale of national security too, bringing together Astor and Ivanov. This is the new Cliveden set. Indeed it was. More stories appeared in the press, and then MPs raised questions in Parliament. On the 22nd of March 1963, Profumo made a personal statement to the Commons, outing himself as the person at the centre of what he called rumours connecting a minister with a Miss Keeler and a recent trial at the Central Criminal Court. My wife and I first met Miss Keeler at a house party in July 1961 at Cliveden, he said. Among a number of people there was Dr. Stephen Ward, whom we already knew slightly, and a Mr. Ivanov, who was an attaché at the Russian embassy. He went on. Between July and December 1961, I met Miss Keeler on about half a dozen occasions at Dr. Ward's flat, when I called to see him and his friends. Miss Keeler and I were on friendly terms. There was no impropriety whatsoever in my acquaintanceship with Miss Keeler. This, of course, was not true. In an audacious move, he added, I shall not hesitate to issue writs for libel and slander if scandalous allegations are made or repeated outside the House. But then the lies all unravelled. By the 5th of April, he confirmed the affair, destroying his political career. By mid-June, he had resigned as an MP. The press had a field day, a hot summer of saucy speculation about other ministers, royals, celebrities. The opposition made hay too. Harold Wilson, the Labour leader, took the scandal to the Commons on the 17th of June, declaring, This is a debate without precedent in the annals of this House. It arises from disclosures which have shocked the moral conscience of the nation. Wilson talked salaciously about clear evidence of a sordid underworld network. Macmillan replied that what has happened has inflicted a deep, bitter and lasting wound, adding, I do not remember in the whole of my life, or even in the political history of the past, a case of a minister of the Crown who was told a deliberate lie to his wife, to his legal advisers, and to his ministerial colleagues, not once, but over and over again, who has then repeated this lie to the House of Commons. Lord Denning was asked to carry out an inquiry into the mess, while its conclusion that there was no security risk and the fault lay with Profumo and his lie to the Commons was dismissed by some as a whitewash. The eye-popping detail in his 60,000-word report made it a bestseller, with 4,000 copies sold to the public in its first hour, rising to 100,000 over the following months. It was described as the raciest and most readable blue book ever published, discrediting those at the top of an already tired establishment personified by Macmillan, who resigned through ill health days before Denning published. Ward was charged with living off the immoral earnings of prostitutes. During the trial, more accounts, claims and lies emerged. At Marylebone Magistrates Court, Defence Counsel James Burge asked Mandy Rice-Davies about her claims to have slept with Astor. Do you know Lord Astor has made a statement to the police saying that these allegations of yours are absolutely untrue? Rice-Davies replied, well, he would, wouldn't he? Distraught, Ward, abandoned by his society friends, took an overdose during the trial, was convicted in his absence, but died on the 3rd of August 1963 without coming out of a coma. Keeler was jailed for 9 months of perjury and served 6 months. The defining image of Keeler was of her posing naked on an iconic Arne Jacobson curved butterfly chair, photographed by David Bailey. Except it was taken by Lewis Morley. She wasn't naked. The photo was taken to promote a film, which was never released, and the chair was a cheap replica, which now sits in the Victoria and Albert Museum, a fitting monument to a scandal where nothing was quite what it seemed. What is remarkable 60 years on is the endurance of what is an unremarkable, if enjoyably bawdy, sex scandal. Cliveden still rather enjoys its licentious association, hosting Profumo-themed dinners, and even serving a scandalously tasty Profumo cocktail: gin, lychee liqueur, strawberry liqueur, and pink champagne. Although it is unclear if he ever actually drank a drop of it. In fact, the only thing about this tale which is crystal clear is the water in the swimming pool. For the avoidance of doubt, I kept my trunks on throughout. But then I would say that, wouldn't I? 32. Log flume, Flambards. Monday, the 4th of August, 1997. Ferdy is a Cornish legend. Children queue to have their photos taken with him, mums get a hug, while reluctant dads make awkward high fives. A 6-foot fox already stands out in a crowd, but this cuddly mascot takes it further, combining a bright red waistcoat with big, cool dude sunglasses, which is far from the most embarrassing thing anyone has worn to the Flambards theme park in Helston, Cornwall. That honour goes to William Hague and his baseball cap. He had been Conservative leader for less than 8 weeks and hoped to shake off the fusty, staid image of a party which had suffered a devastating election loss and instead get down with the kids who had fallen for the cool Britannia vibes of New Labour. So Hague went to Flambards and met Ferdy himself. He also fell for the old adage that if you want to get ahead, get a hat. Specifically, a hat with his name on it. Unfortunately, this was at a time when polls showed nobody knew who he was, so this seemed less like a brand extension and more like a name badge when meeting strangers. It had Hague on the front and a fresh future on the back. Trendy. The stunt was the first leg of a 2-month listening tour of Britain designed to re-engage the public with a tired party which had just been shown the door after 18 years in power. And it started in Cornwall. Flambards played a big part in my childhood around this time too. A lot of summer holidays to St Austell meant a lot of trips to the family theme park, which first opened in 1976, combining your standard funfair rides with Britain in the Blitz, a creepy mock-up of a musty, bomb-damaged street, which could really worry a 10-year-old. In keeping with my memories of those 1990s holidays, Hague's day out was accompanied by torrential rain. At the 1997 election, the Tories lost all 3 of their seats in Cornwall, including David Harris's seat of St Ives, home to Flambards, which went to Labour, and neighbouring Falmouth and Camborne, where Seb Coe lost to the Lib Dems. It was Coe's idea to go to Flambards, so the then 40-year-old Chief of Staff joined Harris, then 59, and 36-year-old Hague in the log flume for the youthful photo op which came to define his spell as leader. Days later, Conservative Central Office announced that they were to sell the Hague caps for £7 in response to overwhelming popular demand, or, as the Independent reported at the time, Mr Hague's fashion statement, interpreted as part of his bid to woo young voters, has been successful in inspiring at least one letter from a young Conservative requesting a cap. At the time, the photo call made only a modest splash in the next day's papers. A photo of the 3 men in a boat only got page 7 in the Tory party's in-house paper, the Daily Telegraph, which went with the Queen Mother's birthday for its page 1 pick. It did make the front page of both the Independent, a 26-word caption with the pun Tory wet, and the Guardian, under the headline Tory leader takes the plunge, although inside the paper, Catherine Viner warned, "You can never make a nerd look cool, whatever tricks you pull." Radio Cornwall branded Hague man at CNA. However, Hague himself thinks it only came to be seen as a vote-losing gaffe with hindsight. He once told me, "These things become part of the narrative later, after the event. This can happen in any public job if it starts not to go well. Whatever photo call you did in the past suddenly starts to look very embarrassing. You have to try and anticipate that and avoid those situations." It was, he says, symptomatic of the problem for opposition parties struggling to gain attention, especially in the wake of an election wipeout when the government is riding high in the polls. "Don't worry about grabbing publicity or the photo each day," he says. "You just have to live with the frustration that you're not always in the media and that you can't always command attention. Don't do anything unwise to try and grab that attention," I think is the moral of that particular episode. His advice to any other leader of the opposition told to don a baseball cap is blunt. Don't do it. The image, though, endured. Many wrongly remember Haig also wearing a baseball cap backwards to the Notting Hill Carnival a couple of weeks after the Flambard's trip. In fact, on that occasion, he was hatless, wearing chinos and a blue shirt to drink milk from a halved coconut. Fashion advice, though, seemed to dominate Haig's leadership. In 1998, he hired John Morgan, a senior editor at GQ and author of Debrett's New Guide to Etiquette and Modern Manners, to advise him on dress code. A year later, Haig told his Conservative colleagues to take off their ties, while Francis Maude, his shadow chancellor, took to doing interviews in shirt sleeves. A leaked memo revealed details of Project Haig to overhaul his image with a series of photo opportunities, including evening walks on the beach, practicing judo with the army, and even abseiling. None of it, of course, worked. At the 2001 election, the Tories made a net gain of just one seat, and that wasn't in Cornwall. Haig's fox had been shot. Ferdy, by contrast, lives on to this day. Food and drink. 33. Dining room, Warwick House. Wednesday, the 11th of July, 1962. If you want a friend in politics, get a dog. And if you want a good story, get a lunch. The events of summer 1962 reveal how these truisms still hold in politics today, even if a loose-lipped, booze-fueled lunch in these more abstemious times is even harder to come by than loyalty. Harold Macmillan had spent 5.5 years as Conservative Prime Minister, carefully cultivating an unflappable image of unshowy control, in contrast to his more flamboyant, risk-taking predecessor, Anthony Eden, who'd stepped down in 1965. Having declared that most of our people have never had it so good in 1957, Macmillan won the 1959 election promising "life's better under the Conservatives," increasing his majority in the Commons from 60 to 100. A relaxed, one-nation Old Etonian presiding over a growing parliamentary party. No wonder Macmillan is often compared to chillaxing David Cameron. By 1962, however, things were not looking so good. The Conservatives had sensationally lost the Orpington by-election in March to the Liberals, one of the biggest upsets in British political history. Then, in June, the Conservatives lost Middlesbrough West to Labour. But these were not the cause of Macmillan's pain, just the symptoms. The economy was stalling, with pay held low and deflation a real risk. Selwyn Lloyd, who'd been Macmillan's Chancellor of the Exchequer for 2 years, had imposed a deeply unpopular pay pause, effectively banning public sector wage rises, while also introducing controversial measures like a 15% tax on sweets, ice cream and fizzy drinks in what became known as the lollipop budget. Cabinet pressure had been growing for a change in economic policy and a change in Chancellor. Ian MacLeod, the Conservative Party chairman, and Rab Butler, the Home Secretary, were pressing Macmillan for a more expansionist approach to stimulate the economy ahead of the 1964 election. Lloyd had resisted the idea of going for growth, a position that had actually been backed repeatedly by the Cabinet. However, there were complaints that Lloyd was too concerned about the risk of inflation and had not put over the government's policies well enough. Macmillan had multiple reasons for a reshuffle, not all of them contradictory. He was frustrated by his Chancellor, who had become an immense human and political problem, and had found himself trying to run economic policy himself. He thought nurses, university teachers and probation workers should get pay rises. He needed the economy to bounce back before a general election. After a decade of Tory rule, the public could become bored and want a change. His government, he feared, was looking old and tired. The problem was that Macmillan and Lloyd were old friends. The Prime Minister had allowed his ally the use of Chequers, the PM's grace and favour property, because he already had his own country house at Birch Grove. Lloyd's black Labrador, who had the now un-PC name Sambo, had the run of the place. The dog was Lloyd's closest companion, following his painful divorce from his wife, Bay, in 1957. The two men, both prone to bouts of loneliness, had shared their private hopes and fears over the years, but now they too were increasingly estranged and heading for a split. In the summer of 1962, Macmillan wrote in his diary of Lloyd being a true and loyal friend who seems to me to have lost grip. But even as he concluded that he must remove him, Macmillan added that it will be personally terrible and I will be accused of gross disloyalty. He wasn't wrong. But what to do with Lloyd instead? He'd already been Foreign Secretary. His opposition to capital punishment meant he was unsuited to the role of Home Secretary, who still signed off recommendations to the monarch of the prerogative of mercy. Anything else would be a demotion. So he had to go. And in a second terrible decision, Macmillan felt it would soften the blow if others went with him. Squeamish about what needed doing, he resolved to put it off until the autumn. And so to lunch. Newspaper magnate Lord Rothermere was hosting at his home Warwick House, a gleaming white palatial property in smart St James's. Built by Henry Harrington in 1771, it was at one time furnished with crimson velvet curtains made from a Delhi Durbar tent. With views of Green Park and a stone's throw from Buckingham Palace, it was close to the epicentre of the London social scene. Rothermere's third child, and first son, Vere, was born in the house during a dinner party in 1925, with guests including Winston Churchill invited upstairs to greet the baby. Over the next 3 decades, Warwick House was party central, with royalty and stars of stage and screen rubbing shoulders with artists like Lucian Freud and Francis Bacon, all under the watchful eye of Rothermere's socialite wife, Anne, who eventually left him in 1952 for Ian Fleming of James Bond fame after a long, passionate, not terribly secret affair. Now single, Rothermere preferred a quieter life, although he mixed a mean martini, and used the dining room for rather more straight-laced business, favouring the company of captains of industry, politicians, indeed anyone who could help his newspapers. Warwick House was so big, the story goes, that if a souffle was being served, the staff had to form a relay to carry the plates several floors from the basement kitchens up to the dining room before the whole thing sagged. Political intrigue and gossip was on the menu on Wednesday the 11th of July, 1962. Rothermere had invited Butler, the Home Secretary, alongside Walter Terry, the bespectacled political correspondent on the Daily Mail, which Rothermere owned. Butler spilt the beans on the reshuffle plans. The next day, under the headline Mac's Master Plan, the paper reported of a planned cabinet clear-out in the autumn, including Lloyd being packed off with a peerage as Lord Chancellor. The cooked-up plan collapsed like a souffle. It meant that Macmillan could not wait until the autumn. The reshuffle would instead take place at a speed which would match its brutality. That night he met Lloyd in his temporary office, Admiralty House. Like the cabinet, Downing Street was undergoing a major overhaul. For 45 minutes, Macmillan laid out the case for the reconstruction of his government. Lloyd warned, presciently, that it would look like panic and could lead to calls for the old man Prime Minister to go. Macmillan suggested his friend might take a peerage or the chairmanship of Martin's Bank. Lloyd declined both and left. By a cruel coincidence, that night he had been invited to dinner at Warwick House, scene of the lunch which sealed his fate, where this time Rothermere was hosting the French ambassador, who would no doubt have been very particular about the soufflé. By this point, the evening papers and early editions of the next mornings were filled with speculation about major cabinet changes. Macmillan had to act. "I decided to get on with the reconstruction without any delay," he wrote in his diary. In total, 7 cabinet ministers were sent packing. Lloyd, days from his 58th birthday, was replaced as Chancellor by Reginald Maudling, a man 13 years his junior, but still a veteran of the governments of Churchill, Eden and Macmillan. To keep up the pretence this was about renewing a younger, fresher party, Macmillan, who was himself 68, tried to ensure that each replacement was younger than his predecessor. Viscount Kilmuir, 62, was swiftly replaced as Lord Chancellor by Lord Dilhorne, 56. Kilmuir grumbled that a cook would get more notice of being sacked. "It is easier to get Lord Chancellors these days than cooks," Macmillan replied. Then the dominoes started to fall. David Eccles, 57, was out as Education Secretary for Peter Thornycroft, 52. John Maclay, 56, was sacked as Scottish Secretary for Michael Noble, 49. Charles Hill, 58, was out from Housing and Local Government for Keith Joseph, 44. And Percy Mills, 72, replaced as Minister without Portfolio by William Deeds, 49. It wasn't perfect. Howard Watkinson, 52, was replaced as Defence Secretary by Peter Thornycroft, who was actually 6 months older. Earldoms and Orders of the Companions of Honour were bandied about to sweeten the miserable process. It was a dreadful day, Macmillan reflected. All major reshuffles since have been compared with Macmillan's Night of the Long Knives. Margaret Thatcher, who held Macmillan after his death as both an idealist and shrewd, learnt the lesson and took her time in executing her clear-outs over several years. Tony Blair's 2006 reshuffle, after a round of dire local election results, saw 12 cabinet jobs chop and change hands, but only Charles Clarke actually left. In 2013, when David Cameron changed up the coalition government, with 9 mostly junior ministers leaving and younger women replacing older men from the shires, it was dubbed the Night of the Long Drives. 8 months later, Cameron sacked a Macmillan matching 7 cabinet ministers. Unlike Macmillan, Cameron went on to win the general election the following year, increasing the number of Tory MPs to secure a surprise majority. Maybe brutal reshuffling is something they teach at Eton. When Boris Johnson arrived in Downing Street in 2019, he sacked 11 cabinet ministers, 4 more resigned and 2 retired, in what the Sun called the Night of the Blonde Knives. Johnson, though, was clearing out Theresa May's ministers. What was so brutal about 1962 was that Macmillan was knifing his own. When it was officially announced at 7 p.m. on Friday the 14th of July, all hell broke loose. "This is a political massacre which can only be interpreted as a gigantic admission of failure," said Labour leader Hugh Gateskill, who added that the whole cabinet should have been sacked. Jeremy Thorpe, the Liberal MP, captured it rather more biblically. "Greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his friends for his life." The sense of panic fatally undermined Macmillan's unruffled reputation. The infantry officer shot in the hand during the First World War had now shot himself in the foot. The unflappable had been caught flapping. He had shown himself to be impulsive, nervy, disloyal. The reshuffle also gave a focal point for the various disparate groups already unhappy with him for hitherto unconnected reasons. At the next session of PMQs the following Tuesday, both sides cheered when Lloyd entered the Commons chamber. There was stony silence from the Tory benches when Macmillan arrived a few minutes later. His style, belonging more to the Edwardian age than the swinging 60s, went from being his strength to his weakness. The perfumer affair in 1963 further tainted the establishment of which Macmillan was clearly a part. In October that year, under pressure to resign and laid low with prostate problems, he finally quit as Prime Minister from his hospital bed, recommending to the Queen that she send for Alec Douglas Hume and not Butler, before standing down as an MP soon after. By contrast, far from leaving politics, Lloyd remained in the Commons, joining Home's cabinet as Commons leader, and in 1971 becoming Commons Speaker for 5 years, before finally taking a peerage. And so, to the dog. When Lloyd was sacked, he had nowhere to keep his pet, so Sambo remained at Chequers in the care of the Great House's curator, Kathleen Hill. 2 weeks after the night of the Long Knives, Macmillan assembled his new team on the Chequers terrace to talk election tactics late into the evening. As the Prime Minister spoke, the lonely black Labrador walked slowly among the men, looking forlornly for his missing master. He stopped in front of the Prime Minister. Macmillan ignored the dog. 34. Plough in, Cadston. Saturday, the 17th of February, 1974. Pubs in politics have gone together since the first Roman drinking houses appeared 2,000 years ago, where thirsts could be quenched while putting the world to rights. However, the heady mixture of power and alcohol can sometimes prove too much. History is littered with ministers and aides losing things while enjoying a drink. Normally, it is laptops, mobile phones, and some dignity that are mislaid. Sometimes it can be worse. Tony Blair found out his dream of Britain joining the Euro was lost in 1997 when he called Charlie Whelan, Gordon Brown's spin doctor, who was boozily briefing Treasury opposition from his spot in Whitehall's notorious Red Lion. Whelan at least put down his white wine spritzer to take the call from the furious Prime Minister. In 2008, Rhodri Glyn Thomas, a Plaid Cymru member of the Welsh Assembly, lost his job as Minister for Heritage after walking into a Cardiff pub while puffing on a cigar, breaking the ban on smoking he voted into law a year earlier. And of course, there is David Cameron, who left his daughter in a pub. In May 2012, the Camerons were staying at Chequers and had popped down to the local, the Plough Inn in nearby Cadston. When they left, the PM went in one car with his bodyguards, while his wife Samantha and their children were in a separate vehicle. Sam thought the PM had Nancy. The PM thought Sam had Nancy, a Downing Street aide explained. Nobody, it transpired, had Nancy. Cameron once told me that this ranked high on his list of prime ministerial gaffes. The one that worried me the most, obviously, was leaving Nancy in the pub, because for that one moment you do have a total fear about what has happened, he said. But she was incredibly relaxed about it. She was behind the bar, pulling the pints and helping out. And still to this day she has the cartoon in her bedroom, which has her sitting on a bar stool with her head in her hands, saying, "Oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen. I've left my father running the country." In fact, a Conservative Prime Minister lost something much worse in that same pub. In 1974, Edward Heath lost the election after popping out for a pint. For 4 years, he'd been wrestling with the twin perils of Europe and the economy. Having taken Britain into the common market in 1973 in the face of major opposition, he was entangled in serious economic and industrial unrest. Miners wanted big pay rises, and when Heath refused, they went on strike. A state of emergency was declared, and the shortage of coal meant that soon Britain was forced into a 3-day week with power rationed, which not even Patrick Jenkins' ablutions in the dark could prevent. In an attempt to secure a mandate to fight back, on the 7th of February, Heath announced a snap general election for 3 weeks' time. He told the country, "This time of strife has got to stop. Only you can stop it. It is time for you to speak with your vote." Against the worst economic backdrop for an election since the Great Depression, the Conservatives framed it as the "Who Governs Britain" vote, asking the public to put the government firmly in control over the extremists, the militants, and the plain and simply misguided. However, the public did not seem to agree. By the halfway point of the campaign, some polling suggested that the Tory advantage was shrinking. Surveys by Harris for the Daily Express showed that an 11-point lead had halved to just 5.5 points in only 5 days. Keen to show that all was well, on the 17th of February, Heath invited his top ministers and advisers to Chequers for a strategy meeting. That morning, the Prime Minister took Lord Carrington, his Conservative Party chairman and Energy Secretary, yomping across the countryside to the Plough Inn for a pre-lunch drink. On the way, they stopped for totally natural chats with supportive locals, Heath posing hand on hip, leaning on the front gate of Mrs. Kathleen Holbrook's Plough Cottage. It was supposed to have been a day off from Conservative campaigning, but somebody had remembered to tell the television and newspaper cameramen, the front page of the Times reported, sarcastically. It was such a badly kept secret that a horse rider spent an hour in the saddle waiting outside the pub to catch a glimpse of the Tory Premier. The media loved it. The Birmingham Post described it as the man with an appetite for work and relaxation. The whole Daily Mail reported he had walked half a mile through a muddy field to tell newsmen that the public was grasping his party's message. Once inside the Plough, the Prime Minister drank half pints of bitter for the photographers. Then he went outside and took yet more questions, all on camera, in an attempt to project just how immensely relaxed he was in classic Sunday casual dress. The Times said he was wearing a heavy blue yachtsman's sweater. The Telegraph went further, declaring he was wearing a couple of sweaters. As reporters asked how the campaign was going, Harrington said he had no complaints, beyond being ill-shod for rural walks and Heath having walked too fast. "I think the first 10 days have gone extremely well," Heath insisted. "There won't be any changes of strategy because the issues are absolutely paramount." Perhaps there should have been. The Tory campaign struggled against the unfortunate economic news and worse political interventions, with Enoch Powell, the former Conservative cabinet minister, announcing he was standing down and urging people to vote Labour to oppose the common market. Then, days before polling day, Campbell Adamson, the head of the CBI business group, spoke out against Heath's handling of the strikes, claiming that the Industrial Relations Act had sullied every relationship between employers and unions at national level. On the 28th of February, polling day, Labour gained 14 seats, taking them to 301, 17 short of a majority, but now the biggest party over Heath's Conservatives, who are down 28 to 297. So, a hung Parliament. Heath tried to strike a coalition deal with Jeremy Thorpe's Liberals, but this collapsed. And on Monday, the 4th of March, Labour's Howard Wilson became Prime Minister for the second time. Heath's gamble had failed. As it turned out, it might have been better to come up with some changes of strategy rather than popping out for half a bitter. As for the Plough Inn, it's continued to be used by Prime Ministers and their staff over the years. In 2015, Cameron popped in for fish and chips with China's President Xi Jinping, sealing their golden friendship with a pint of Green King IPA. The place became a huge hit with Chinese tourists, and a year later it emerged to have been bought by Sino-Fortone Investment, a Chinese state-backed enterprise which pumped billions into British projects and talked about rolling out British-style pubs in China. All of which would have pleased Heath. His first major foreign foray after leaving office was to China in May 1974, the first of dozens of visits over 3 decades. Trips he surely enjoyed more than that ill-advised, muddy half-mile stroll to his local, where he left his majority behind. 35. Champney Inn, Linlithgow, Saturday, the 10th of July, 2004. The current incarnation of the Scottish Parliament first sat in 1999 in the General Assembly Hall of the Church of Scotland on Edinburgh's Royal Mile, before moving 3 years later than planned into its purpose-built home at Holyrood, designed by Spanish architect Enrique Morales, a modernist tangle of glass, stone, stainless steel and oak. Yet the fate of Scotland and its place in the Union has perhaps been more influenced by events at the Champney Inn, about 40 miles drive from central Edinburgh, but it could be a world away. The pub is a 17th century converted cowshed, or byre, which for 4 decades had served up some of the best steaks in Scotland. Pub doesn't really do it justice. This is hearty fine dining, where a T-bone will set you back £40 before you've added a bottle of their own branded wine. The Gothic calligraphy of the Champney logo is not confined to the wine bottles. It's on the signage, the menus, the chair covers, even repeated in gold across the blue carpet. This gem in the West Lothian countryside is the sort of place you go to make a splash and spend some cash. 2 things that Alex Salmond has always enjoyed doing. It was here, on Saturday, the 10th of July 2004, that he invited an old friend to lunch and changed the course of political history like few meals before or since. The SNP was in a mess. Salmond's successor as party leader, John Swinney, had resigned after losing 8 seats in the Scottish Parliament, 1 seat in the House of Commons, and making no gains in European Parliament elections. Attempts to weaponise opposition to Tony Blair's Iraq War had come to nothing. If Swinney was underwhelming, the contest to replace him was worse. The favourite was Rosanna Cunningham, who had been Swinney's deputy during the bad years and fallen flat during TV outings. Also running were Michael Russell, who had lost his Holyrood seat under Swinney, and Nicola Sturgeon, who'd been an MSP for just 5 years and was only 33. Salmond had been SNP leader for a decade from 1990, but since quitting in 2000 had seemed content enjoying the life and hospitality of an MP in Westminster. He had repeatedly rejected the idea of returning, quoting Union Army General William Sherman, who'd ruled out running for US President after the American Civil War. If nominated, I'll decline, if drafted, I'll defer, and if elected, I'll resign. However, Salmond was characteristically more than happy to have people try to persuade him otherwise. He invited Sturgeon, whom he was publicly backing, for a steak and a chat at the restaurant owned by his old friends Anne and Clive Davidson. If he had hoped for a quiet early evening meal away from prying eyes, he had not counted on the Champney Inn hosting a wedding reception. Amid the revelry, this political couple had much to discuss. Surrounded by vast oil paintings hung on the bare brick walls, with tall candlesticks dripping wax as the small talk went on, Salmond eventually came out with it. Would Sturgeon quit the leadership race and back him instead? She asked for 48 hours to think about it. She took only 24 before agreeing. After the weekend of plotting, Salmond returned to Westminster and busied himself with a debate in the Commons on the Butler review of the Labour government's flawed intelligence on Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. He spent much of it teasing his opponents, including claiming that when left-wing Labour MP Bob Marshall-Andrews rose to speak, Blair had a look on his face of exasperation, consternation and dislike. I also detected a look of fear. Salmond said the matter of Iraq went beyond the normal argy-bargy of politics, with thousands of people dead. That is the blood price that is being paid for the Prime Minister's actions, Salmond declared. He has played with other people's chips, and he has done so in a disastrous fashion. And then he went home to Scotland. It was exactly the sort of bravura performance that Swinney and those seeking to replace him were not capable of producing. The SNP were crying out for some salmon showboating. They did not have to wait long. The following morning, the news broke that he was running to lead them again. I changed my mind, he said, matter-of-factly. What followed is extraordinary. With Sturgeon by his side as deputy, a fresher but less experienced face, and 16 years his junior, the duo transformed Scottish politics. Within 3 years, he'd replaced Labour to become First Minister. By 2011, the SNP had a majority in Holyrood, something the proportional voting system was supposed to render all but impossible. This overwhelming mandate led to the 2014 referendum on Scottish independence, finally testing the SNP dream exactly 80 years after the party was founded. In April 2011, just ahead of the SNP securing that majority, a YouGov poll found that only 28% of people supported independence, 57% were opposed, and the rest did not know or would not vote. In the referendum which took place 3.5 years later, 45% voted in favour of Scotland going it alone, and that was only after the combined forces of the UK coalition government, Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dems, and endless Gordon Brown speeches had been thrown at the panicking cause of unionism. David Cameron later let slip that the Queen purred down the line when he called to let her know her country was still intact. The morning after the vote, after a second decade as leader and 7 years as First Minister, Salmond quit again. Looking drained, he told reporters, "I think that we have to understand and recognise when it is time to give someone else a chance to move that forward." That someone was Sturgeon. She was the only candidate elected unopposed as SNP leader. Salmond, meanwhile, was heading back to the Champney Inn, running up a £1,000 taxpayer-funded bill for a steak and oysters golfing dinner less than a week after he announced his resignation. Sturgeon, meanwhile, would go on to take the SNP to greater heights still, becoming the First Minister to serve a third term, overtaking Salmond's record of longevity and winning 56 out of Scotland's 59 MPs in the 2015 general election. Nothing, though, lasts forever, and the higher they fly, the harder they fall. After aborted attempts to force the Westminster government into granting a second independence referendum, and a huge public row over plans to make it easier for people to legally change their gender, Sturgeon suddenly quit as SNP leader in February 2023. Within days of leaving office, the party was engulfed in a police investigation over funding. She went on to be arrested, along with her husband and former SNP Chief Executive Peter Murrell, and the Treasurer Colin Beattie. All three were released without charge, pending further investigation. In one striking image, police erected a tent in Sturgeon's front garden, a scene more reminiscent of a murder. In fact, it was just the SNP's untarnishable reputation that was being buried. As for Salmond, after taking up the questionable offer of a chat show on Russian state-controlled RT, in 2018 he became embroiled in a series of sexual assault allegations dating from when he was First Minister in 2013. 2 years later, he was cleared of all charges, having always maintained his innocence from the moment the claims first emerged in the Daily Record. Within hours of the story breaking in August 2018, he had called an impromptu press conference. Yes, back at the Champney Inn. Salmond sat in the wedding marquee, surrounded by champagne boxes, and addressed the somewhat baffled group of reporters. He admitted that he was no saint, but denied any semblance of criminality. Oh, and he announced he was taking the Scottish Government, the government of his protégé Sturgeon, to court for its fundamentally flawed handling of the case. A judge later ruled that the government's inquiries had been unlawful in respect that they were procedurally unfair and that they were tainted with apparent bias. Having cleared his name, Salmond went on to set up the Alba Party as a rival pro-independence outfit to Sturgeon's SNP. In the months and the years that followed, the war of words between these once great allies was as bloody as the Champney stakes that first sealed their leadership deal. 36. Lockkeepers Inn, Belfast. Thursday, the 28th of August, 2008. Hillary Clinton was on her way to Honolulu when she was sent the email explaining why the Northern Ireland peace process was threatened because a 59-year-old homophobe had been caught shagging the 19-year-old owner of a cafe which she secretly helped to bankroll. The US Secretary of State had received a memo from her longtime confidant, Sidney Blumenthal, which warned, "The political crisis in Northern Ireland is fast-moving and fluid." He wasn't wrong. Life in Northern Ireland is a constant, careful balancing act between competing forces across politics and religion. But the fragile, if dull facade was shattered by an extraordinary story of sex, money, and God, a thoroughly modern scandal from a province so often trapped in its past. It begins with the death of a butcher. Billy McCambly was an old friend of Iris Robinson, a Democratic Unionist Party triple-hatted powerhouse. She served as an MP in Westminster, an MLA in the Stormont Assembly, and a councillor in Castlereagh. Before McCambly's death in February 2008, she promised to look after his only son, Kirk. She did more than that. She embarked on an affair with the young man that would ruin her career and take her country's politics to the brink. Her extraordinary summer of love was complicated by her husband, Peter Robinson, simultaneously becoming Northern Ireland's First Minister in June 2008, making them the country's most prominent, glamorous power couple. Where he was the quiet man, following in the noisier footsteps of the puritanical preacher and former DUP leader, Reverend Ian Paisley, she was the good-time glamorous granny with the wind in her dyed hair as she charged around the country with the top down on her latest luxury convertible. The couple became known as Swish Family Robinson, having drawn on so many taxpayer-funded expenses and salaries. At their Belfast home, they boasted of a huge four-poster Gothic bed with heart-shaped cushions, a fresco of the Tuscan countryside over the bath, and a chandelier in every room. Yet the conspicuous largesse of this political posh and becks sat uneasily alongside their fire and brimstone pronouncements. Iris, a fundamentalist member of the Evangelical Free Methodist Church, unfathomably chose the day Peter took office as First Minister to go on the BBC and call homosexuality an abomination. A couple of weeks later, she declared, there can be no viler act, apart from homosexuality and sodomy, than sexually abusing innocent children. Quite where adultery sat on her warped league table of sin was not made clear. Around the same time, Castlereagh Borough Council, on which Iris was a councillor, advertised for someone to run a cafe which it had built on the banks of the River Lagan. Iris was thrilled when her secret lover, Kirk, was the only person who met all the criteria, and not just because of her romantic interest. She had a financial interest too. Unbeknownst to the council, she'd enlisted the help of two property developers to hand over £50,000 to fund the cafe project, and then she asked Kirk for £5,000 in cash as a kickback for sorting out the deal. On the 28th of August 2008, the council agreed to the tenancy, and Kirk signed the lease on the Lockkeeper's Inn cafe, ready to start serving cooked breakfasts, paninis, and frothy coffees. We knew there would be a desire for people to enjoy small, simple pleasures in their otherwise hectic lives, Kirk said at the time, and that's what they find in the Lockkeeper's Inn. Except the small, simple pleasures of having an affair with a married woman twice his age took their toll. After Iris bombarded him with emails, texts, and love letters, Kirk, who also had a teenage girlfriend at the time, took drastic action. He told her he had testicular cancer that threatened his life and affected his sexual performance, the Irish Independent reported. For whatever reason, they split. Iris texted her friend Selwyn Black, who would eventually go public with the whole saga, explaining the relationship was off. Just cut links with Kirk. God's word was very clear on it. He was reasonably okay on it. I am not. Bit late to be worrying about God, you might think. Anyway, then she said about trying to get her money back. It seems cruel, but I'm not going to soften until he's paid back the 45k, and he's got until Christmas, she texted Black. Everything is a reminder wherever I go. My home, my church, my car, my music, and of course the roads we drove. She chops and changes a bit on whether the money was going to go back to the developers or was to be split with her local church. In March 2009, Peter found out about his wife's affair with the young man from the cafe. In a night of high personal drama, Iris attempted to take her own life. Hours later, Peter went to work at Stormont and was seen joking with colleagues. He thinks about leaving her, but decides to keep quiet about the whole business and continue as First Minister. Then, apparently out of nowhere, in January 2010, tearful press statements were hastily arranged so that Peter could go public on the affair, even the suicide attempt, and why he stood by her. I determined that I could not walk away without making a genuine effort to see if my marriage could be saved. That is the road I am on. And Iris insisted it all meant nothing. It had no emotional or lasting meaning, but my actions have devastated my life and the lives of those around me. Why the sudden rush to public confession? The next day, a BBC Spotlight investigation revealed details of the text sent to Black, the affair, and the £50,000 for the cafe. Shell-shocked, Peter stepped down as First Minister temporarily, handing over to Arlene Foster. People in Northern Ireland, who'd spent years being judged by perhaps the most sanctimonious people in public life, revelled in the revelation that the Robinsons were as fallible as the rest of them. All of which Hillary Clinton was mulling as she read the memo marked Northern Ireland Crisis. In it, Blumenthal explained that the future of further devolution to Northern Ireland was in jeopardy. Peter was incapable of acting, and the DUP was left in suspended animation, while the silence of Sinn Féin is telling. Sean Woodward, the Northern Ireland Secretary, had warned that if Peter resigned, an Assembly election would have to be called, in which they would be tainted by him and suffer a catastrophic defeat. A general election, due months later, would make matters worse. Woodward was said to be pushing the DUP not to scuttle the peace process, but to embrace it and move forward, while also working through the Irish government to communicate to Sinn Féin's Gerry Adams not to provoke a full-blown crisis, ruining peace prospects in order to advance the dream of a united Ireland. The memo suggested that Peter's 6-week hiatus puts the DUP in a fugue state, a twilight zone of disorientation that cannot be sustained even this week. Yet amazingly, sustain it did. After his 6-week break, Peter returned to his job. Iris, by contrast, quit all 3 political jobs soon after the scandal broke, and in 2014 was found to have broken Assembly rules by failing to declare cash payments. Peter was cleared of wrongdoing and remained as First Minister until the 11th of January 2016, exactly 6 years to the day from when the scandal first broke. On the day he quit, 5,000 miles away, dancing on the Ellen DeGeneres show, was Hillary Clinton, a woman who knows a thing or two about being the innocent spouse in a political sex affair. 37. Nick Griffin's Kitchen, Welshpool, Sunday the 22nd of December, 2013. Swedes. It's a winter's afternoon and Nick Griffin, leader of the far-right British National Party, is railing against them. You might think it makes a change from attacking other nationalities, except this time he's focusing his ire on vegetables. You can have too much Swede, he declares, unless you are a goat. Turning his attention to carrots, wielding a huge knife with the confidence of a man who doesn't have only one eye, he lops off the end before suggesting you could eat that bit if you're really hard up or skint. This is cooking on a budget with Nick Griffin, or, as he put it, a recipe for beating the Tory blues. In a very strange video that lasts a YouTube-unfriendly 33 minutes, but actually feels even longer, Griffin swigs beer like a pound-shop Keith Floyd, while imparting such culinary wisdom as not eating the skin of an onion and why supermarket ready meals are not fit for animals to eat. In his Montgomeryshire home on the England-Wales border, he is demonstrating how easy it is to make a patriotic Great British stew, using discounted beef, onions, carrots, beer, Tabasco, and yes, Swede. In a Help for Heroes rugby shirt, he ducks under the low beams as he goes on and on and on about the merits of cheap meat. He tells viewers, "One of our chaps in Birmingham was saying that people he works with were saying that they simply cannot afford, their wives cannot afford, to put enough decent food on the table. Finally, someone is thinking of the right-wing chaps who can't even have a decent meal waiting for them on the table when they get home to the cash-strapped wife after a long day rabble-rousing." The video, uploaded on the 22nd of December 2013, has been watched 100,000 times, in the past decade. Griffin is wearing a big watch, but he doesn't need to look at it because there's a huge faux antique timepiece hanging over the Arga, purchased presumably because he misheard people shouting "massive clock" at him in the street. Ironically, at one point he says, the only reason for not cooking is if you haven't got the time. Yet by Christmas 2013, time was something that Griffin had increasingly in abundance. Having topped out their support in the early noughties, by then the BNP had been on the wane for years. Media appearances, most notably on Question Time in 2009, fuelled electoral gains, which saw the party peak at 50 councillors, and Griffin himself become one of the 2 BNP members of the European Parliament. But these were slowly reversed by spirited local campaigns. In May 2014, Griffin appeared on Sky News with some more culinary and racist news, boasting that he was going to open a whites-only food bank. "Yep, we are indeed what you call racist," he declared with a chuckle. But the voters had just had the last laugh. The BNP had lost all their seats in the European Parliament elections. Within months, Griffin, having already been declared bankrupt, would be kicked out of the BNP. In the 2019 general election, the BNP won just 510 votes, down from more than 500,000 in 2010. Whatever Griffin has been cooking up since, the public have found it hard to stomach. 38. Costa, Milton Keynes train station. Friday, the 8th of July, 2016. Alarm bells were ringing from the start. Unfortunately, they were in Costa's smoke detectors, not Andrea Leadsom's head. The woman on the verge of being Prime Minister had agreed to give an interview to Rachel Sylvester, one half of the Times' regular interviewing duo with Alice Thompson that David Cameron called the Terrible Twins. This time, Sylvester was alone. More unwisely, Leadsom was too. "I was absolutely shattered and very reluctant to do it," she says, "but I'd been persuaded that this was going to be a soft, fluffy get-to-know-you." Instead, what unfolded in the coffee shop at Milton Keynes train station would help to end her run to replace Cameron, who'd resigned after losing his EU referendum a fortnight earlier. It wasn't even supposed to be there. The interview was originally planned for London, but a diary mix-up meant it was shifted to Leadsom's South Northamptonshire constituency, and the station coffee shop was the nearest venue. After kissing goodbye to her husband Ben, Leadsom was alone with Sylvester. Any senior, and plenty of not remotely senior, politicians giving an interview would have an aide with them, and they would make a recording of the conversation in case of a discrepancy later. Leadsom had neither. "It was ridiculous to not take anyone else along and to not even record it," she says more than 6 years later. "It was just a lack of experience. And then, of course, the awful thing was, it was very sweet, actually, but all these other coffee drinkers kept coming over and saying, 'Hello, are you Andrea Leadsom? I voted for you. I voted Leave. It's fantastic to see you here.' And I'm like, 'Thank you so much, but I'm just doing an interview.' It was unbelievable. You could do a very funny sketch about it. It took me a long time to laugh about it, I must say." At the time of the Times interview, she'd been an MP for 6 years and a middle-ranking minister for just over 2. By contrast, Theresa May, her rival to be PM, had been an MP for 19 years and Home Secretary for 6. No wonder Leadsom had found the early skirmishes of the leadership contest bruising and exhausting. In Costa, she began to cry when recalling her mother coping after divorcing her father, and Sylvester remembers her being brittle and quite overwhelmed by the whole experience. She seemed to lose the plot when answering the Times' traditional, jokey, quick-fire questions. Asked continuity or change, she replied, both. She said the same when asked to choose between hugging huskies or hunting with hounds. Leopard skin kitten hills or ballet pumps? Leadsom fumed. I hate that question. Pressed to pick between Jamie Oliver and Delia Smith, she snapped, I'm not answering any more. These are divisive questions. More consequentially, in the main interview, Sylvester asked Leadsom how she was different from her rival. I see myself as 1, an optimist, and 2, a member of a huge family, and that's important to me, Leadsom replied. My kids are a huge part of my life. May, by contrast, had spoken only a week earlier about her sadness about not having been able to have children with her husband Philip. Sometimes things you wish hadn't happened don't, or there are things you wish you'd been able to do, but can't. Sylvester noted that Leadsom had repeatedly referred to being a mum during her pro-Brexit referendum campaign appearances, and asked if she feels like a mum in politics. Yes, Leadsom replied, and warmed to her theme. I don't really know Theresa very well, but I'm sure she'll be really, really sad that she doesn't have children. So I don't want this to be, Andrea has children, Theresa hasn't, because I think that would be really horrible. But genuinely, I feel being a mum means you have a very real stake in the future of our country. A tangible stake. She possibly has nieces, nephews, lots of people. But I have children who are going to have children who will directly be a part of what happens next. So it really keeps you focused on what you are really saying. At 10:01 p.m. on Friday, the Times' front page appeared online with the headline, Being a mother gives me edge on May, Leadsom. She was furious, tweeting first at 10:41 p.m, truly appalling and the exact opposite of what I said. I am disgusted. And then at 10:55 p.m, this is despicable and hateful reporting. You must now provide the transcript. This is beyond disgusting. Then at 11:13 p.m, she tweeted at Sylvester, This is the worst gutter journalism I have ever seen. I am so angry. I can't believe this. How could you? The Times did indeed provide the transcript, which showed that Leadsom had not said the opposite at all. Some of the audio was also released, complete with babies crying and the fire alarm sounding in the coffee shop. It confirmed she had said it. Leadsom says now, basically what was happening was I was explaining to that journalist, who shall not be named by me anyway, what it was that I did not want her to write. And therefore, I was sort of assuming that she wouldn't write it because I asked her not to. But of course, since it was an on-the-record interview, having set the terms of the interview, you don't then get to change them halfway through. And that was the problem. That is totally on me. You know, it was ridiculous, and to not take anyone else along, and to not even record it. Her critics seized on the episode as proof of her inexperience. No time for a novice, and pressure mounted for her to pull out of the race. In fact, Leadsom says it had been on her mind for days before she even ordered her fateful coffee. One of the totemic moments was getting a call from a very senior civil servant in the Cabinet Office saying, So, Mrs. Leadsom, if you become Prime Minister, what will be your day one policies? And I was like, oh my gosh, you've said I'm going to get Brexit done, and you haven't really thought about what the rest of your manifesto might be. And you're a Conservative, and it's a Conservative government. And someone asks you that question, what do you answer? She had been daunted from the moment she heard she was in the final two of what was a chaotic and volatile leadership contest. Frontrunner Boris Johnson pulled out after losing the support of his Vote Leave wingman Michael Gove, who then ran himself. Stephen Crabb, who came fourth, would be revealed on the same Times front page as the Leadsom mother interview to be a serial sexter of a young woman who was not his wife. In the first ballot of Conservative MPs, May had secured an impressive 50% of the vote, even when there were 4 other candidates in the race. In the second ballot, she got 60.5%, ahead of Leadsom on 25.5% and Gove trailing on 14%, who was then eliminated. Leadsom had been alarmed to discover that a 9-week contest wooing the party members would follow, in part because Cameron was keen on a long goodbye tour which would take in a G20 summit in China. I said we can't have a 9-week campaign, sterling's dropping, the stock markets are jittering, we can't possibly do that to the country. All of those things conspired to make me think, well actually, if we can't have a short campaign, it's just not in the country's interest for me to carry on regardless, when really the weight of support was with Theresa. So just after midday, on Monday, the 11th of July, barely 72 hours after that Costa coffee, she stood on the steps of her campaign HQ and announced, I have concluded that the interests of our country are best served by the immediate appointment of a strong and well-supported Prime Minister. I am therefore withdrawing from the leadership election and I wish Theresa May the very greatest success. While this was unfolding, I was heading back to London after seeing Cameron make what turned out to be his last public speech at the Farnborough Air Show. The alert came through while I was in a coffee shop at Farnborough train station. I had nobody with me to record the moment, but then I wasn't running to be Prime Minister. 39. Co-op, The Strand, Friday the 16th of April, 2021. Is everything all right here? It's a good question. I'm clutching a bottle of wine in each hand, and the shop assistant is wondering why I'm not using a basket like a normal person. I'm going to pay for it, don't worry, I tell him. OK, he says, not entirely convinced. I'm not going to run off. OK, I promise. OK. I just want to see how much I can fit in a suitcase. It turns out you can comfortably get 8 bottles of very agreeable wine, 6 white, 2 red, in a hand luggage-sized wheelie case, although, with a bit of planning and more padding to stop the clanking of the glass, you could probably pack in 10, maybe even 12. If I was more practised at it, I would have known not to pack the wine carefully into the case before paying, because after zipping it up and wheeling it to the till, you then need to bend over, unzip it, and empty it all again, slowing down the whole process. In all, it took me 5 minutes from entering the co-op, walking past the fruit juice and sandwiches and chocolate and the bread aisle, right to the back of the store, loading up the case, emptying the case, paying the £71 charge at the till, reloading the case, and getting back onto the Strand. You could do it faster with practice, of which number 10 staff have had plenty over the years. In the Middle Ages, what is now Downing Street was the site of the Axe Brewery, owned by the Abbey of Abingdon. Fast forward about half a millennium, and the booze was flowing on the same spot. On Friday the 16th of April 2021, there were 2 leaving dues in number 10. One for James Slack, the former Daily Mail journalist who'd been Director of Communications since the departure of Lee Kane, who'd left along with his ally Dominic Cummings 5 months earlier. The other leaving party was for one of Johnson's personal photographers. At the time, England was in step 2 of COVID rules on socialising, and gatherings of 2 or more people indoors were banned, as were groups of more than 6 outdoors, subject to exceptions which included where a gathering was reasonably necessary for work purposes. An invite for Slack's Bash had been sent to more than 77 members of staff a couple of weeks in advance. Around 45 people turned up, drank booze, and ate food. It began at around 6:30 p.m, with speeches from Slack and his successor as the PM spokesman, Max Blaine, with some watching on Zoom from home. Incredibly, given the fact that many present were later fined for breaking the lockdown rules they helped write, one of the official number 10 photographers came in to record the illegal occasion for posterity. The pictures, which were later shared in WhatsApp groups, showed gaggles of people drinking. The revelry went on for several hours, even after some staff had gone back to work or gone home. The stragglers were told to leave by the Downing Street custodians who look after the place and were trying to lock up, so they went into the number 10 garden. The other event had been organised on the day and was held in the basement where the digital team was based. It began at about the same time as Slack's, with about 15 to 20 people present. Someone set up a laptop on a printer to play music. Shelley Williams-Walker, Johnson's head of operations, was the evening's DJ. She was previously best known as the Johnson aide who grabbed a coffee out of his hands on camera, telling her supposedly green boss, no disposable cups. No such concern while she was spinning the platters that matter for her colleagues. Several people were properly pissed, said one person present. It was a mess. There was concern about the amount of wine being sloshed onto the carpet, so they too ventured out into the garden, apparently confident that the high red brick wall shielded them from prying eyes. It became clear that they were running out of booze, so someone grabbed the suitcase kept in the press office for years for precisely this purpose and made the 8-minute walk to the co-op on the Strand to stock up on more drink. None of this was a one-off. In December 2020, staff had a whip round to raise £200 to buy a wine fridge to be installed in the Downing Street press office. Chilling up to 34 bottles at 5 degrees C, it fuelled what were regular wine time Fridays. By 9:30 p.m. that Friday, there were more than 20 people outside drinking. Some started playing with the toys belonging to Wilf, son of Boris and Carrie Johnson. They went on the swing and broke it. If someone didn't say, "Next slide, please," they have no business running the country. As it got dark and turned colder, the group broke up and some drifted home, but a hardcore went back into Downing Street and continued drinking. Exit logs handed over to the Sue Gray inquiry into lockdown parties showed that some left after midnight, others between 1:45 and 2:45 a.m. 2 members of staff stayed later still, with one leaving at 3:11 a.m. and the last leaving at 4:20 a.m. All of which means that there were more people at the leaving dues on that Friday night than could attend the funeral of Prince Philip the next day, when COVID restrictions, drawn up in Downing Street, capped mourner numbers at 30. In one of the most iconic images from an iconic life, Queen Elizabeth was forced to sit, utterly alone, wearing a black face mask in St George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, while the number 10 kids were nursing their hangovers. If Downing Street staff had turned up for work that Saturday morning, they would have seen the Union flag flying at half-mast over number 10, in tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. Slack, who went on to become the deputy editor of The Sun, later apologised, saying the event should not have happened at the time it did. Johnson was not there that night, though it is hard to argue that the culture of the place isn't set by the top. More than once, he denied any wrongdoing, saying that all guidance was followed completely in number 10, and "I've been repeatedly assured since these allegations emerged that there was no party and that no COVID rules were broken." These claims triggered a Privileges Committee investigation over whether he had misled Parliament. His supporters maintained that all the revelry in number 10 was fine, because these people were spending hours together anyway. So if they were sitting in meetings drawing up legislation by day, there was no extra harm if they downed a load of Peronis and touched each other up in the kitchens by night. The police disagreed, and in the end 126 fines were issued, 53 to men and 73 to women, including 28 people who were fined more than once. They related to 8 different dates, including the wine suitcase night on the 16th of April 2021, the last of the rule-breaking bashes. There was also the 20th of May 2020, the 18th of June 2020, the 19th of June 2020, the 13th of November 2020, the 17th of December 2020, the 18th of December 2020, and the 14th of January 2021. It's hard to read a list of dates like that without glazing over. It's why memorable details matter, along with photographs of Johnson toasting colleagues surrounded by bottles, and the absurd claim that the PM had been ambushed with a cake on his birthday. The suitcase of booze became an unforgettable symbol of everything that was wrong with what went on inside Downing Street, while the rest of the country was holed up at home, raising a toast over Zoom to departing colleagues and departed loved ones. Having a suitcase to hand suggests premeditation. Knowing not to go to the much closer Tesco at Westminster Station, but the very slightly further afield Co-op, hints at illicitness, as does arriving with your swag through the back gates of Downing Street. A suitcase of booze screams pre-planned piss-up. It's why public anger erupted in the way that it did. In November 2021, before the Partygate story first broke, 43% of the public thought Johnson was likeable. But 3 months later, YouGov's tracker found that had fallen to just 32%, which is kryptonite for a man whose entire career has been based on personal appeal over policy detail or even political nous. More than half disliked him, 2/3 considered him incompetent, 3/4 said he was untrustworthy. In April 2022, less than 3 years after becoming Prime Minister, Johnson was referred to the Privileges Committee to consider whether he had misled the House of Commons and whether that conduct amounted to a contempt. The decision was approved unanimously without a vote while Johnson was still PM. When the next scandal broke, what Johnson did or didn't know about the behaviour of his Deputy Chief Whip, Christopher Pincher, the benefit of the doubt was long gone, and so too was he, leaving Number 10 in July 2022. Almost a year and 2 Prime Ministers later, amid much talk of kangaroo courts and witch hunts and other mixed metaphors, the Privileges Committee concluded that Johnson had indeed knowingly misled the House and would have faced an extraordinary 90-day suspension from the Commons. It was an unprecedented rebuke for a former PM. Rather than face the music, Johnson had already quit as an MP and rushed for the exit, like just-fired apprentice candidates, trailing a wheelie case out of the building and still telling the taxi drivers this was all a terrible mistake. Homes. 40. Tamhorn Park Farmhouse, Tamworth. Thursday, the 18th of December, 1834. Manifestos are like porn mags. Everybody seems to know what is in them, but nobody would ever own up to actually reading one. And yet, despite being such a neglected branch of literature, their contents can suddenly take on great, quasi-religious significance, especially when a party enters government and starts doing things which break an apparently key manifesto pledge, which often went totally unnoticed before polling day. In 2017, just 1 in 10 people told pollsters BMG that they always read manifestos, which is the same proportion of people who did not know what a manifesto was, although I suppose it's possible they had been reading them without knowing. In politics, less is more. Boris Johnson's 2019 landslide-winning Conservative manifesto was just a thin 64 pages long, while Jeremy Corbyn's losing Labour effort was almost twice that, at 107 pages. Quite a step up from Labour's 2017 arguably more successful majority-denying manifesto, which was 40-odd pages long. In 2015, the Lib Dems offered up 33,000 words over 160 pages, which helped them to the worst result since the party's formation. All of them, though, were much longer than the original political manifesto, a 12-page pamphlet published by Sir Robert Peel, the Conservative MP for Tamworth, who kept Tamhorn Park Farmhouse just outside the town as a hunting lodge and rural retreat. In late 1834, Peel was invited by King William IV to form a government as the new Prime Minister. The Duke of Wellington stood in for the first fortnight because Peel was on holiday in Rome. Peel returned from his travels and called an election to secure his own mandate. And, unlike any British party leader before him, he chose to write down those plans. Peel had already cemented his place in history as a great reforming Home Secretary, founding what is now the Metropolitan Police, with officers known as peelers or bobbies in his honour. Now the country was still adjusting to the riotous passing of the Great Reform Act 2 years earlier, sweeping away the rotten boroughs with few voters and increasing the electorate by around 3/4 to 600,000. Far from full democracy, but a lot closer than it had ever been. I feel it incumbent upon me to enter into a full declaration of my views on public policy, as full and unreserved as I can make it, Peel's Tamworth manifesto began. He had opposed the Great Reform Act, but now wanted to make it clear that he accepted it. No going back. It was, he wrote, a final and irrevocable settlement of a great constitutional question, a settlement which no friend to the peace and welfare of this country would attempt to disturb, either by direct or by insidious means. He would abide by the spirit of the Act, if it only meant a careful review of institutions, civil and ecclesiastical, undertaken in a friendly temper, combining with the firm maintenance of established rights, the correction of proved abuses, and the redress of real grievances. He would not, though, go along with anything which meant we are to live in a perpetual vortex of agitation. In other words, the Conservatives would embrace past modest reform in order to preserve institutions in future. This was the essence of conservatism and remained so for decades. Arguably, one of the biggest anomalies with Brexit was that it was so, well, unconservative, throwing everything up in the air in a fit of radical pique, rather than pursuing change incrementally. In his Tamworth manifesto, Peel also railed against vague and unmeaning professions of public opinion from politicians who then failed to stick to them. Well, there have been plenty of those since. Johnson's 2019 manifesto promised, "We will not raise the rate of income tax, VAT or national insurance," before moving to increase national insurance to raise billions for the NHS and social care, a U-turn which was then U-turned upon by Liz Truss during her brief premiership and stuck to by Rishi Sunak. Theresa May has the rare honour of U-turning on a manifesto pledge even before a single vote had been cast, again on the thorny issue of funding social care. In 2017, her manifesto pledged to increase to £100,000 the amount someone could hold in assets before having to pay for care. After that, people who had built considerable property assets due to rising property prices would have to stump up. Tory MPs reported a furious backlash on the doorstep. Launched on the 18th of May, a reversal was performed 4 days later, promising an absolute limit or cap on care costs. Bizarrely, May appeared to be in denial about the reversal, declaring, "Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed." Something did change. A fortnight later, she lost her majority. Grant Shapps, the Tory cabinet minister, later described it as the world's worst manifesto from the world's oldest political party. Providing some competition for the worst manifesto is Labour's 1983 offering. Michael Foot's socialist prospectus, The New Hope for Britain, promised across 39 pages unilateral nuclear disarmament, renationalisation of heavy industry, departure from the EEC, abolition of the House of Lords, and increased taxes on the wealthy. The Labour MP Gerald Kaufman called it the longest suicide note in history, after the party lost 60 seats, handing Margaret Thatcher a landslide majority of 144. Perhaps the biggest and most consequential broken manifesto pledge in recent times were the 21 words in the Lib Dems prospectus in 2010. "We will scrap unfair university tuition fees so everyone has the chance to get a degree regardless of their parents' income." What they did was ever so slightly different. In coalition with the Conservatives, they saw tuition fees trebled to £9,000 a year, and the Lib Dems were almost wiped out 5 years later. Not that shredding a manifesto promise is always terminal. In 1997, Tony Blair promised that New Labour has no plans to introduce tuition fees for higher education, before moving to do just that after 2 months in power. He went on to win 2 more elections. No such luck for Peel. In the January 1835 election, his Conservatives were trounced by the Whigs by 385 seats to 273. He finally won an election in 1841 and 5 years later sought to repeal the Corn Laws, which were keeping food prices artificially high while Ireland was in the grip of famine. He arguably did the right thing by the country, but lost the support of 2/3 of his own party. In the election that followed, the party was turfed out by voters. No manifesto could save him this time. 41. The Hillocks, Lossiemouth. Christmas, 1923. Ramsay MacDonald had a miserable Christmas. Being back home in his beloved Lossie only deepened his grief for his wife Margaret, who had been dead for 11 years, and for his son David, dead for 1 year more. To make matters worse, this maudlin single father of 5 was about to become Prime Minister. MacDonald's story is incredible, the sort of tale that might make the most audacious scriptwriter blush. The illegitimate child of a housemaid and a farm labourer, whom he only saw once in his life when his mother took him to the top of a hill and pointed out the distant ploughman in the valley below, he travelled a long way geographically, socially and politically to become the first ever Labour Prime Minister, only for his party to later disown him as a traitor and write him out of its collective history. Yet it is a story that is now mostly forgotten or overlooked because it played out just before the Second World War, and most modern politics seems to begin with Churchill and all of that. Even the least successful American president has their own library, but I soon discovered that the collected works of one of our most groundbreaking prime ministers are confined to a beige cardboard box seldom summoned from the National Archives. In these diaries, he confessed his hopes, fears, private triumphs and grief, putting his feelings down on the page because there was no one else to share them with. MacDonald was an early Labour MP from 1906 to 1918, when he lost his seat in Leicester, having been an outspoken opponent of British involvement in the First World War. He was ostracised by some of his colleagues for his pacifism, and Moray Golf Club in Lossiemouth, where he enjoyed playing, banned him for endangering the character and interests of the club. In 1922, he was elected again as a Labour MP, this time for Aberavon in South Wales, and within a week he challenged the incumbent chairman of the Labour Party, J.R. Clines, over his leadership. This was despite Labour having just gained dozens of seats in the general election to become the second largest party behind Bonar Law's Conservatives. Against MacDonald's own expectations, he won, becoming the first person to be known officially as leader of the Labour Party. He was immediately frustrated by his colleagues, who he felt had no sense of parliamentary tactics. He was also lonely, unable to share his success with his wife. "All my people are dead," he wrote in his diary. "The victory has come when there is no one to cheer." In May 1923, ill health forced Bonar Law to resign, and Stanley Baldwin became Conservative Prime Minister, inheriting a majority of more than 70. But he wanted to change government policy on trade, introducing protectionist tariffs on imports, and quaintly felt he should hold a general election, even though he didn't need to. He quickly wished he hadn't. On the 6th of December 1923, the Conservatives lost 86 seats, to be left with 258, some 50 short of a majority. Labour, led by the dashing MacDonald with his white hair and dark moustache, were up 49 on 191 seats, while Asquith's Liberals were up 43 on 158. A hung parliament then without a clear winner, but a clear loser: Baldwin. In the days after the election, the evening papers were full of talk about how Baldwin would resign within days and King George V would send for MacDonald to become Labour's first Prime Minister. Again, he lamented being unable to share it with Margaret. "Were she here to help me? Why are they both dead, my mother and she?" In fact, it would all take a little while longer, with some Labour colleagues advising him not to even think about entering government. It made him realise that a party that had grown quickly from just 2 MPs at the turn of the century to the brink of power might struggle to rise to the occasion. A national debate erupted over parliamentary arithmetic and whether staid old Britain was really ready for a radical Labour government. Winston Churchill, who just lost his seat as a Liberal, called the idea a national misfortune. George Terrell, a Conservative MP, who had also just been ousted, wrote to the Times that Labour was supported by communists, the wild men, the work-shy, the ignorant, the illiterate, and warned that a bull in the china shop would be a child compared to a Labour Chancellor in the Treasury, adding, "We simply cannot afford this experiment." Some thought that the Conservatives should prop up the Liberals, others vice versa. Asquith made it clear that his Liberal Party could not keep the Conservatives in power, and suggested that a Labour government could hardly be tried under safer conditions. The nation would spend Christmas debating the issue. On Saturday, the 15th of December, MacDonald travelled home to Lossiemouth to consider his options. In a sign that life was changing, his usual quiet arrival was replaced by large waiting crowds, the town's local fishermen and their families turning out to cheer the man of the moment, with the whistles of trains and even the sirens of boats out at sea joining in the cacophony. He returned to the Hillocks, the house he built in 1910 for his mother and where he lived for most of his life. His granddaughter, Iona Kilhern, still lives in the house and tells me how he originally wanted to build it on the smarter Prospect Terrace at the top of a hill to enjoy what he considered to be the best view in the world, but was told, "Red bastards do not build up here." He was sent to the Seatown slum area of Lossiemouth instead. From the road, the house does not look much, with just 2 windows breaking up the vast grey stone wall. But the front of the house looks out over the garden with 2 large bay windows and a veranda from where he could sit and contemplate his political fate. It was here that he began considering who might be in his cabinet, even whether they had enough good people to reassure the voters, the bankers, and the army that a Labour government could be trusted. He was trying to balance trade unionists and those with government experience, ensuring the inclusion of names from both the left and right of the party, describing cabinet-making as the most horrible job in my life. At his desk, he could look out of one window to the golden sands and icy water of Lossiemouth's East Beach, while out of another window, to the west, he could see the Scottish Highlands. He would work late by the light of a green-shaded oil lamp and recalled how he spent Christmas and New Year immersed in politics and loads of letters at Lossiemouth. In 1923, the Hillocks had no telephone. One would have to be installed so Downing Street could contact him. Those letters included writing to Arthur Henderson, his deputy, who lost his seat in the election and for whom he did not have a high regard. "I have tried a list of ministers without you, and with you as Chairman of Ways and Means." It was a snub. Chairman of Ways and Means is not even a government job, and it caused a huge row. Henderson would eventually be found a seat and become Home Secretary, with Philip Snowdon as an orthodox don't startle the horses Chancellor, and MacDonald himself taking Foreign Secretary as well as PM. He was not a great diarist, suffering from a relatable complaint that when significant events worth recording occurred, he was too busy to record them. Lifting the tatty, thick, dark blue leather-bound journal out of a box at the National Archives, the first thing I find is a handwritten note on the inside cover, making it clear it was only to guide and revive memory and was never to be published in full. The diaries do, however, reveal a lonely man contemplating taking on the loneliest job. "Times of sad reflections and gloomy thoughts," he wrote. "The people of my heart are dead. Their faces on my walls they do not share with me. Had much difficulty in returning. How vain is honour now. My dearest living friends cannot change my heart from a grave, and myself from being a solitary." He was not entirely alone, though. To the consternation of his die-hard Labour colleagues, he took advice from more recent converts to the socialist cause. He was visited in Lossie by General C.B. Thompson, who was more golf partner than political strategist, but would go on to be given a peerage in order to become the Secretary of State for Air. They would often be seen yomping around the Scottish countryside and the golf course at Spey. Having resolved to try to form a government and sketched out the names who might fill it, it was time to leave for London. The people of Lossie had been kind to him, but I have to work out my destiny. So I return to the world of politics and premierships and a press that wonders why I take so little delight in publicity. On the 8th of January 1924, Labour held a victory rally in a packed Royal Albert Hall at which MacDonald was cheered while cautioning his colleagues against premature triumphalism. The singing of socialist anthems like the Red Flag and La Marseillaise raised eyebrows, including at Buckingham Palace. The process of filling every ministerial office continued. There were no Labour peers, so some would have to be created to take key jobs. MacDonald was dismayed by the whole process. Only a couple of his colleagues were grateful just to be offered a job, with one after another behaving as if the offer of ministerial office was an insult. One aggrieved colleague had his wife write to MacDonald to complain. "I feel like an executioner," MacDonald wrote in his diary. "I knock so many ambitious heads into my basket, and after this every man will be my enemy." It is a sentiment with which every reshuffling Prime Minister since would no doubt sympathise. As the moment of truth grew closer, he remained strangely detached. He was sent details of the procedure for him to visit Buckingham Palace and be invited to form a government, yet it all remained illusory. "I sometimes feel I should like to run away to Lossy, to return to reality and flee from these unreal dreams." He was torn between his socialist roots and love of the simple life and his belief in Parliament to change things. On the 21st of January, Baldwin's outgoing government was defeated in a confidence vote in the Commons, and it was official. MacDonald would become the first Labour Prime Minister. "The load will be heavy, and I am so much alone." Yet he was surrounded by his colleagues in the ensuing days as they marched off to Buckingham Palace, most, if not all, in ceremonial dress, socialists going down on bended knee to the monarch. It was a unique moment when a political party, which had not existed 20 years before, had risen up from working-class union movements to take control of the nation, peacefully too. "Without fuss, the firing of guns, the flying of new flags, the Labour government has come," MacDonald wrote of the occasion in his diary. The King recorded it too. "Today, 23 years ago, dear Grandma died. I wonder what she would have made of a Labour government." Whatever she would have made of it, it would not last long. In October 1924, the Liberals lost patience and voted the Labour government out. It would be another 5 years before MacDonald would return as Prime Minister after Labour won the most seats in the 1929 election. While able to bring about some change domestically, including tackling unemployment benefits and slum housing, when the Great Depression hit, his party was split on how to respond, with some ministers threatening to quit if there were government spending cuts. MacDonald's own resignation was rejected by George V, who instead urged him to form a national government with the Liberals and Conservatives, which he did. For his trouble, MacDonald was thrown out of the Labour Party, but remained Prime Minister. At the 1931 election, the national government won 554 seats, but included only 13 for MacDonald's National Labour. Always a sensitive man, he was deeply hurt by the rejection of the movement he helped to found and forge into a party of government, but he remained in office until ill health forced his retirement in 1935. Throughout that time, he was supported by his eldest daughter, Ishbel, who would play the role of consort and hostess in Number 10. Furniture, including his desk, inkpot and alarming bear rug, would be sent from Lossiemouth, and even girls from the town would be hired to staff the place. It was all a reminder of home, in Lossy, where he would always rather be. 42. Abbey Road, London, Friday, the 7th of August, 1925. Maundy Gregory was a happy man. He had just helped broker his biggest and best set of honours yet, and now he was celebrating by moving into Abbey Lodge, a double-fronted detached Victorian villa in a smart corner of northwest London. He would live upstairs as the gay bachelor, while the rooms downstairs went to his old friends Fred and Edith Ross. There would be parties, cocktails, champagne and fireworks. The gramophone would blare out ragtime records, and revellers would gather round the grand piano for sing-alongs. Music would echo through the halls of 3 Abbey Road, as it would do 40 years later, when the Beatles would make the house their musical home, recording 190 of their 210 songs there, and famously posing on the zebra crossing outside for the cover of the album named after the famous Abbey Road studios. All that was still to come. The summer of 1922 was a moment of triumph for Gregory, a failed actor, theatre impresario, socialite, and crook. He was also likely a thief, a spy, and a murderer. The son of an impoverished clergyman, he had a talent for becoming friends with, and indispensable to, the rich and powerful. He looked the part too, sporting a monocle, a ring which he claimed had once belonged to Oscar Wilde, and carrying a diamond which, he claimed, was once the property of Catherine the Great. He had set himself up with an office at 38 Parliament Street, near the Red Lion pub, and just across the road from Downing Street, ostensibly running a magazine, the Whitehall Gazette, which gave him cover to be in and around the corridors of power. When politicians had delicate matters to attend to, they knew whom to call. And in 1917, Lloyd George had a very delicate matter indeed. He found himself in power, but without a party. With Britain 3 years into the First World War, he was the head of a war cabinet, backed by Conservatives and some of his Liberal colleagues. However, H. Asquith, who had resigned as Prime Minister in December 1916, remained in control of the Liberal Party, so the Lloyd George Fund was set up to bankroll his personal re-election efforts. Behind closed doors, Lloyd George would claim that selling honours was the cleanest way of raising money for a political party. But he made sure that he did not get his hands dirty. That job fell to Gregory. Between 1917 and 1922, he helped Lloyd George create 82 new peers, most of whom were your typical band of war heroes, retired generals, ex-MPs and the like. However, at least 14 paid for their seats on the red leather benches. Unsurprisingly, these were not upstanding members of society. As Chris Bryant details in his biography of Parliament, in June 1922, the King's birthday honours list included peerages for Sir William Vesty, a Liverpudlian meat packer who had gone to South America to avoid taxes, Samuel Waring, a bankrupt who did not pay back his creditors despite making a fortune during the war, Sir Archibald Williamson, an oil tycoon who did business with the enemy during the war, and Sir Robert Borwick, an unremarkable custard powder mogul. Over the years, he had also helped to create some 1,500 new knighthoods, and Gregory had even proposed the creation of the Order of the British Empire, OBE, for those who could not afford a full title. Cleverly, Lloyd George also gave honours to the press barons of the day, making them much less keen on reporting on how others were getting their gongs. The price list was clear: £10,000 for a knighthood, £30,000 for a baronetcy, £50,000 for a seat in the House of Lords. In all, around £100 million in today's money passed through Gregory's services, earning him vast sums in commission. That birthday honours list in 1922 went too far, though, and caused a political stink. While Gregory was settling into Abbey Road that summer, Lloyd George was feeling the heat. In the Commons on July the 17th, the Prime Minister was pressed again and again on the question of whether peerages were subject to a system of bargain and sale. He responded, "If it ever existed, it was a discreditable system. It ought never to have existed. If it does exist, it ought to be terminated. And if there were any doubt on that point, every step should be taken to deal with it." The truth was, bluntly, that they were all at it. Bonar Law had raised tens of thousands of pounds for the Conservatives a decade earlier. Several of those honoured in Lloyd George's time were actually donors to the Unionists. And for the next decade, Gregory would offer his services to whoever was willing to pay. Even the small matter of a law change did not stop him for a long time. In the autumn of 1922, Lloyd George's fundraising was put to the test. In the election of November that year, his National Liberals won only 53 seats, while Asquith's Liberals secured 62. Both were beaten by Bonar Law's Conservatives. 3 years and 2 elections later, Stanley Baldwin was the Conservative Prime Minister who grasped the cash for honours nettle. In 1925, he drove through legislation which made it an offence to give or receive money as an inducement or reward for procuring or assisting or endeavouring to procure the grant of a dignity or title of honour to any person. It was a less happy day in Abbey Road when, on Friday the 7th of August 1925, the Honours Prevention of Abuses Act became law. Undeterred, Gregory had by this point diversified into selling papal honours for the Catholic Church, and in 1928, 3 years after the law had changed, asked the businessman Sir George Lawson Johnston if he would make a donation to the Conservatives in exchange for an honour. He reported it to 2 officials in the party, who thought they might secure the first prosecution under the new law. That was until they were told that Lee McLaughlin, the Conservatives' principal agent, had been working with Gregory on selling knighthoods. Gregory had taken £11,000 for his troubles. The Lawson-Johnston case was quietly dropped. Not long afterwards, Gregory and Edith Ross, she and Fred were now estranged, left Abbey Road for 10 Hyde Park Terrace, an even smarter address which allowed Gregory to accurately interrupt meetings, saying he had to take a call from number 10, allowing guests to inaccurately think the PM was on the phone. And still, he kept on selling honours. In December 1932, Gregory had an associate, J.D. Moffat, approach Lieutenant Commander Edward Whaley Billiard Leake, offering a knighthood. Over the course of several meetings and calls, Gregory said that sinews would be needed to open closed doors to make it happen. It could be done for £10,000, but £12,000 would smooth the path more easily. As Andrew Cook describes in his book Cash for Honours, Billiard Leake took it to the authorities, enlisting the Treasury solicitor Sir Maurice Gwyer, who listened into the call, eyebrows aloft, while among the things Gregory also offered was a meeting with the King of Greece. When Billiard Leake called again to say he would not proceed with the knighthood deal, with a policeman on the line too, Gregory said it was regrettable, adding, "Couldn't you give, say, 2,000 or 3,000 on account, to keep the pot boiling?" Chief Inspector Arthur Askew and Detective Sergeant Gillan knocked on the not insubstantial door of number 10 Hyde Park Terrace on the evening of Friday the 3rd of February 1933 and waited. They would be kept waiting for some time before being allowed in, and longer still before Gregory finally appeared. He was handed the summons confirming he was being charged with trying to sell an honour to Billiard Leake for £10,000. He was to appear in court 13 days later. He would spend that time visiting some of the recipients of his most lucrative honours, seeking their financial assistance to ensure that nothing came out during his little legal difficulties. The Conservative Party panicked, with Bolden himself urging Gregory to flee the country. By now, it was too late. His passport had been surrendered. In court, Chief Inspector Askew confirmed that there had been other complaints relating to similar transactions involving Gregory and honours. Norman Burkett, Gregory's defence lawyer, insisted there was no need to go into all that, and actually a fine and costs would be punishment enough. The Bow Street magistrates disagreed. After Gregory changed his plea to guilty to avoid any further revelations in court, Sir Rollo Frederick Graham Campbell said the maximum fine of £50 would be wholly inadequate, but as it was the first case brought under the new law, the maximum prison sentence of 3 months would be too much. Gregory was therefore sentenced to serve 2 months in Wormwood Scrubs and pay a fine of £50 plus 50 guineas costs. A century since it was passed, he remains the only person to be charged under the Honours Prevention of Abuses Act. That's not to suggest the issue of honours has not been without controversy. From Harold Wilson's lavender list of resignation honours for wealthy businessmen to Tony Blair being interviewed as a witness by police as part of a cash for honours inquiry that came to nothing. In the first 2 decades of this century, all 16 of the Conservative Party's main treasurers were granted peerages, before Boris Johnson used his resignation honours list to ennoble Ross Kempsell, his 31-year-old press officer who once interviewed him about painting buses, and Charlotte Owens, a junior aide who at 29 is the youngest ever life peer. It's quite remarkable that selling honours is the thing that Gregory is perhaps best known for, given everything else of which he's accused. Victor Grayson, a Socialist MP, was on to Gregory years earlier. "This sale of honours is a national scandal," he said in 1919. "It can be traced right down to 10 Downing Street and to a monocled dandy with offices in Whitehall. I know this man, and one day I will name him." The following year, Grayson disappeared. In 1970, Donald McCormick used his book Murder by Perfection to suggest that Grayson had been seen at Vanity Fair, a bungalow on Thames Ditton Island, owned by Gregory, on the evening of Tuesday the 28th of September, 1920. That was the last sighting of Grayson. Shortly afterwards, Gregory moved into Vanity Fair with the Rosses, and 2 years later to Abbey Road, and later Hyde Park Terrace. But by 1932, he had money problems. He asked Edith for help. She refused. A few days after changing her will on the 15th of September 1932, she died, leaving everything I have to Gregory. The sum of £18,000 was not enough to clear his debts, which is why he came to offer the knighthood to Billiard Leake. When he was released from prison, a car was waiting for him to take him to France, the Conservatives repaying their debts and buying his silence with a £2,000 a year pension. He escaped the prospect of being arrested for Edith's murder and enjoyed life in Paris until the Nazis arrived. He was sent to an internment camp where he died in September 1941. 43. 18 Randolph Crescent, Maida Vale. Monday, the 17th of August, 1936. For a man who made his name and fortune being the first to accurately predict the outcome of political races, Henry Durant was always determined to come first. "Remember that car," he would cry, and then take his green Rover down a side street, hoping to speed round a shortcut and overtake his target, leaving his passengers suitably impressed. According to the academic Mark Roodhouse, this was standard behaviour, as Durant went rallying into the London office of the British Institute of Public Opinion, BIPO, which began life in his Maida Vale home. Polling had been pioneered in America by George H. Gallup, who had been lauded for correctly forecasting that Franklin D. Roosevelt would beat Alf Landon in the 1936 US presidential election. Fiercely protective of his methods, he rejected suggestions that his polls would influence voters, insisting one might as well insist that a thermometer makes the weather. On the 17th of August 1936, the Queen Mary arrived at Southampton, carrying among her passengers Harry Field, a Brit who'd been living in the USA for 2 decades, returning home to find someone to run a British version of Gallup's American Institute of Public Opinion. In search of an academic who could become a pollster, he approached the London School of Economics, who suggested 6 people. One of them was Henry Durant, a 34-year-old insurance clerk turned research student who was 2 years into a PhD on leisure. His wife, Ruth, was also a research student. The offer of £150 a year, £8,500 in 2023 prices, was sweetened by the fact that initially he would be able to work part-time from home at 18 Randolph Crescent. Politics played a part too. Durant's humble upbringing as the son of a warehouseman and an office cleaner, and his academic study of Marx, Engels and Trotsky, fueled his enthusiasm for socialism and social mobility. He formed the idea that polling would give a voice to the silent majority of working-class Britons, claiming a social benefit to reporting what ordinary people thought. The face-to-face sample survey, where the people questioned came from specified groups in order to be representative of the country as a whole, was carried out door-to-door, or even in the street. A sample of around 2,300 for a national poll was considered sufficient, although detailed breakdowns remained crude. There were also concerns about interviewers, mostly badly paid, middle-aged, middle-class housewives, just making up responses to meet their quotas. The polling began in earnest. The very first Gallup poll in Britain in January 1937 asked, "Do you consider that the grounds of divorce should be made easier?" This was at a time when the country was gripped by the saga of twice-married Wallis Simpson seeking a divorce in order to marry Edward VIII, who had abdicated a month earlier. In the poll, 58% agreed that divorce should be easier, while 42% disagreed. The second question asked, do you consider that doctors should be given power to end the life of a person incurably ill? 69% said yes, 31% said no. In March 2023, YouGov ran a similar question. Should the law be changed to allow someone to assist in the suicide of someone suffering from an incurable but not terminal illness? Of those who expressed a view, 55% said the law should be changed. Durant, though, always urged people reading the Gallup polls not just to concentrate on the majorities. History is full of examples of the minority proving right, he said. Those who interpret polls correctly will pay at least as much attention to the small percentages as to the large. In early 1938, Sir Walter Leighton, the editor-in-chief of the liberal-leaning News Chronicle owned by the Cadbury family, asked Durant to privately poll the Fulham West parliamentary by-election, triggered by the death of Conservative MP Sir Cyril Cobb. It was a real test of the Gallup method. A random sample of 500 voters were interviewed and predicted Labour would take the seat with 51.6% of the vote. Labour went on to win with 52.2%. 3 more by-election tests in Oxford, West Lewisham and East Norfolk produced similar results. Leighton was so impressed that in October the News Chronicle bought the exclusive rights to publish British Gallup polls, promising it would help to discover, with accuracy and without bias, what Britain thinks. There was some bias, though. Lawrence Cadbury, chairman of the newspaper business, occasionally insisted on leading questions on conscription, Jewish refugees and rationing, which were worded to deliver results with which he agreed. The following year, the BBC started using BIPO to carry out daily audience surveys, and during the Second World War, the government had Durant carry out surveys into the reach of German propagandists like Lord Haw and to monitor morale. He picked up corporate market research work with the likes of Ford, BP and Philips Electronics. While the idea of paying clients demanding extra questions was initially treated as a nuisance, he soon realised they were a way of making money. While business was doing well, his marriage wasn't, and he divorced Ruth, later marrying Margaret Collins. The big breakthrough for political polling as we know it today came in 1945. The war meant there would be no general election for a decade before Durant had set up BIPO. MPs had been dismissive of the idea of polling, even holding a debate at the height of the Battle of Britain, arguing about the merits of sample sizes. Winston Churchill did his best to rise above it and the prospect of an election, telling the Commons in 1941, "Nothing is more dangerous in wartime than to live in the temperamental atmosphere of a Gallup poll, always feeling one's pulse and taking one's temperature." A long way from today's poll-obsessed politicians. A year later, A.P. Herbert, an independent MP, took a swipe first at astrologers for trying to predict the end of the war, before adding, "Going to the other end of the scale of craziness, I note that there is a thing called the Gallup poll. On the last occasion on which the constituents of the Gallup poll were consulted, which was some few days ago, they were asked to say whether they thought the war could be won in 1942, in reply to which 40% said yes, 41% said no, and 19%, the glorious 19, said, "I do not know." 41 way, 41 the other. If such are the pusillanimous vacillations of opinion among the great people, are we surprised that His Majesty's ministers have not yet given a confident answer to the question? When Churchill finally went to the country in 1945, he hoped that Britain would thank him and the Conservatives for winning the war, declaring, "We are going to win. I feel it in my bones." He told the King as much too. Parliament was dissolved on the 15th of June. 10 days later, Durant carried out his poll and had the Conservatives on 41%, with Clement Attlee's Labour 6 points ahead on 47%. Uneasy about this result, even the News Chronicle played down its own poll, insisting it does not pretend to foretell the results of the election. When the country voted on the 5th of July, Labour won with 48%, more than 8 points ahead. The poll had been right. 3 decades later, Durant was still playing I Told You So, writing to the Times, "During the election campaign of 1945, there was not the remotest suggestion that Attlee would win, except from an opinion poll published in one of the papers. Not even the paper itself paid any attention to the polls in those days. Hence, everyone was astonished when Churchill failed to win. Today, the climate of an election campaign is very different. Nobody can claim with any credibility that they are certain of victory unless they have the support of the polls. Clearly, this helps to bring realism into the debate." He went on to call the 1950, 1951 and 1955 elections correctly, doing deals later with the Daily Express, Daily Mail and the Daily Telegraph. Not that polls have been perfect ever since. Many more players have entered the market since. There are 22 members of the British Polling Council set up to improve the reputation of the industry by promoting transparency, if not accuracy. If the polls had been right, Remain would have won the EU referendum, although it would not have happened because Ed Miliband would have won the 2015 election for Labour, repeating Neil Kinnock's success in 1992. But after each failure, the industry now has a bout of soul-searching inquests, tweaks the sampling, and goes again. For all the talk about bias, pollsters only make money if they can show to clients that they call it right, and political polls are the most high-profile. As demographics and voting patterns change, so too do the polling methods. Unlike Durant's car chase, there are no shortcuts to staying ahead anymore. 44. Squirrels, Kingham, Saturday, the 27th of February, 1960. It started with a postcard. On an overcast Saturday morning, it dropped through the letterbox of a charming thatched 17th century cottage in the Cotswolds. So began a tale of sex, blackmail and hitmen, the death of a dog, the downfall of a party leader, and, if we're being only a little foolhardy, the demise of a political class which would eventually help to sweep Margaret Thatcher to power. The apparently innocuous card had been sent to mark the occasion of the engagement of the Queen's sister, Princess Margaret, to the photographer Anthony Armstrong-Jones. The message read, "What a pity. I'd rather hope to marry one and seduce the other." It is worth remembering that homosexuality was still very much against the law at this point. The card's author was Jeremy Thorpe MP, in public a recently elected respectable rising star of the Liberal Party, in reality an exhibitionist predatory homosexual, and not too subtle about it. The recipient of the card was his friend, the Honourable Brecht van der Water, in public an upstanding English country gent, in reality the bankrupt son of a Welsh miner. Thorpe was a Liberal in the traditional sense, representing North Devon, deep in a region with a long attachment to the moralistic Methodist tradition. He was also a show-off, a charmer, a great mimic and wit, a cheat, a liar, a dandy, a bounder and a cad. A political ringmaster at a time when politics was still emerging from the grey cloud of the Second World War. He famously campaigned in one election on a hovercraft. He had the potential to go far. That February morning, Vater showed the postcard to one of his stable workers, Norman Joseph, along with dozens of other letters from Thorpe, describing them oddly as his insurance policy. Days later, Thorpe visited Squirrels and had his fateful first meeting with Joseph, an attractive, troubled young stable boy with whom he would become so entangled it would cost him everything. The MP gave the young man his business card, with an offer to call if he ever needed help. Joseph soon fell out with Vater, stole the letters as his own insurance policy, and then took Thorpe up on his offer, turning up at the Commons in November 1961 with his dog Mrs. Tish demanding help with getting his national insurance card back from Vater, a deepening obsession which never went as far as simply applying for a new one. What followed was a tale of bleak tragedy and comic farce that no playwright would dare invent. Indeed, when it was made into a BBC drama in 2018, starring Hugh Grant and Ben Whishaw, disbelieving viewers spent much of A Very English Scandal Googling to see that the truth was weirder than fiction. After their relationship blossoms, Thorpe takes Joseph back to his own mother's house and rapes him while calling him Bunny, a bizarre nickname which he stupidly commits to paper and a letter promising his travel-hungry beau, bunnies can and will go to Paris. Things go wrong, not least in not getting a new national insurance card, and Joseph threatens to expose Thorpe. By 1967, Thorpe is Liberal leader. A year later he marries, and his public star is rising. Something has to be done. That something, it turns out, is to bump off Joseph, who by now is calling himself Norman Scott and has gone off the rails, sleeping rough, attempting suicide, and now paranoid, rightly it turns out, that someone is trying to kill him. Peter Bessel, another Liberal MP, is Thorpe's self-appointed protector, tasked initially with funneling hush money to Scott. When Bessel later leaves for America, the role is taken by David Holmes, a Liberal Party moneyman who was best man at Thorpe's wedding. Bessel claims that in late 1968, Thorpe told him, in his Commons office, "We've got to get rid of him." In 1969, Thorpe, Bessel and Holmes discuss it again, drawing up a plan to lure Scott to Cornwall to kill him. But how? Breaking his neck was considered impractical. Shooting him made sense, but how to dispose of a body on an open moorland? Poisoning him risked him dropping dead in a country pub. Other ideas apparently floated included throwing Scott down a tin mine, or into fast-setting concrete, or into an alligator-filled swamp in Florida. All are dropped. They would have to think on it. In the February 1974 general election, the Liberals win 6 million votes, almost trebling the total from 4 years earlier, and 1 in 5 of the total number cast. It is an extraordinary reversal of fortunes for a party which had fallen a long way from its 19th century heyday. The result means Conservative PM Edward Heath is out, but Howard Wilson's Labour Party is deprived of an overall majority. Thorpe comes very close to entering government with Heath. He leaves his house by the back door and runs across a muddy field to avoid photographers as he dashes to London for talks. They came to nothing. A second election is likely that year, and with it a real prospect of Liberals entering government. If Scott goes public, or more accurately, succeeds in getting people to listen to his increasingly public pronouncements, Thorpe's ministerial career would be over before it starts. Enter John Le Mesurier. Not the one who played Sergeant Wilson in Dad's Army, even this story isn't that mad, but a carpet salesman from Bridgend. A friend of Holmes, he introduces the plotters to George Deacon, a fruit machine salesman from South Wales, who in turn uses a boozy night at a Blackpool hotel to recruit Andrew Gino Newton, a 29-year-old airline pilot. It is claimed that they discuss killing Scott for a fee of between £5,000 and £10,000. Crucially, Thorpe helps raise the money. A trained hitman, Newton is not. Told to head for Barnstaple in Devon, he initially sets off for Dunstable, some 200 miles east. Having finally found Scott, he lures him on to Exmoor by telling him someone is trying to kill him, which is at least accurate. By this stage, Mrs. Tish is long dead, put down after attacking some chickens, but Scott has a new dog, a Great Dane named Rinker, which he takes along for protection. It is a wet night on the 24th of October 1975 when they drive from Combe Martin outside Barnstaple to Porlock so that Newton, posing as a man called Peter Keane, can carry out some unspecified business. On the return journey, the car slowly climbs Porlock Hill, the steepest A-road in Britain, which anybody who has driven an overloaded ice cream van up that stretch will attest. Oh, just me? Newton begins driving erratically, ineptly trying to find the spot he'd earlier marked for the execution. Scott, who does not have a driving licence, bizarrely offers to take over, and Newton, even more bizarrely, agrees. As Scott gets out of the car to swap seats, Rinker also leaps out, presumably thinking it's time for walkies. So Newton does what any highly trained assassin would do and shoots the dog. He turns to Scott and tells him it is his turn. But, in keeping with the sense of professionalism which is the hallmark of this operation, the gun jams. I can hear that noise in my hair, him trying to make it work, Scott told the Sunday Times almost half a century later. The dog shouldn't have been there. Had the dog not been there, that bullet would have killed me. Newton drives off, leaving Scott in the pouring rain, clutching his dead dog and trying to wave down a passing car. In the years that followed, Newton went to prison for his role in the dog shooting, and Scott was charged with a social security fraud, using both court cases to make claims about Thorpe from the dock. Just to add to the outlandishness of this sorry tale, at one point Harold Wilson suggested to the Commons that he thought the stories about Thorpe's private life might be the work of the South African Secret Service. I have no doubt at all that there was strong South African participation in recent activities relating to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the leader of the Liberal Party. As pressure mounted, 2 months later, in May 1976, Thorpe resigned as Liberal leader. On the 4th of August 1977, Thorpe was charged, along with Holmes and 2 others, with conspiracy to murder Scott. In the trial that eventually followed in spring 1979, almost 2 decades after Thorpe met Scott, Mr. Justice Cantley's extraordinarily biased summing up described Scott as a hysterical, warped personality, a fraud, sponger, whiner, parasite. But of course, he could be telling the truth. The jury acquitted all 4 defendants, but it's difficult to know the true impact of the judge's diatribe. The verdict came on the 22nd of June, exactly 7 weeks after Thatcher had arrived in Downing Street as Prime Minister, in an election in which Thorpe had lost his own seat while awaiting trial. Also standing in his North Devon seat was the writer and satirist Oberon Waugh, representing the Dog Lovers Party. His leaflet, "Rinker is not forgotten, Rinker lives, woof woof," was banned by the courts to prevent the pending trial being prejudiced by the press. That job, it seemed, belonged to the presiding judge. Relieved, Thorpe left court, wearing a brown trilby at a jaunty angle, the Times reported the next day. He was, perhaps, the last man in Britain still wearing a hat. Times had changed. The 1970s had been a decade in which the post-war consensus and deference had crumbled. Thorpe was a symbol of the grubbiness that had infected a political establishment who had brought industrial action, social unrest, and political chaos to a country by now crying out for change. Thatcher, as a woman and someone of impeccable personal background, promised to deliver it. In the 1979 election, the week before the trial, the Tories gained more than 3 million votes as they swept to power. The Liberals, now under David Steel, lost 1 million votes and 1 seat to the Conservatives, North Devon. Fighting back tears, dejected Thorpe insisted in his concession speech, "North Devon has been Liberal for 20 years, and it will be Liberal again." Having composed himself, he took questions from reporters. Asked if his upcoming trial for conspiracy to murder might have played a part in his defeat, he remarked with characteristic optimism, "I think it's much too early to say." Travel. 45. Newton-le-Willows, Liverpool and Manchester Railway. Wednesday, the 15th of September, 1830. Politicians love a PR stunt. That much is not new. And when you're a thrusting Prime Minister, keen to show that you're at the forefront of new thinking and technology, you want to get on board. The Duke of Wellington's trip to mark the opening of the pioneering Liverpool to Manchester Railway, the first steam-powered intercity passenger service, should have been a triumph. Crowds turned out in their thousands to marvel at this travel breakthrough. Instead, an accident on the line would leave a former cabinet minister dead, lead to uproar on the streets, and risk putting Britons off having anything to do with these newfangled railways. At 11 a.m. on the 15th of September 1830, a procession of trains left Crown Street station in Liverpool. The Prime Minister, the Duke of Wellington, was to travel on a special train pulled by Northumbrian, the most advanced locomotive from that famous train whiz George Stephenson. 7 other trains would travel on a parallel line, allowing them to over and undertake during the journey inland to Manchester. Wellington's train was packed with dignitaries, celebrities and rail industry bosses. Just before noon, the Northumbrian stopped at Parkside, near Newton-le-Willows, to take on water and fuel. People got off to stretch their legs, despite being told not to. 2 trains passed on the other line, without any problems. Among those on the tracks by this time was William Huskisson, a Tory MP who had been in Wellington's cabinet before falling out years earlier, but had been asked along for the ride as a local MP for Liverpool, which would benefit from the new railways. Keen to make amends, Huskisson decided to go to the royal car and shake hands with Wellington. Then a cry went up that a 3rd train, Stephenson's Rocket, was hurtling down the track towards them. Men rushed to get back on board. In the melee, Huskisson dithered, panicked, clung to a carriage door which swung out, lost his balance, and fell. On the ground, he tried to wriggle to safety, but made things worse. He somehow bent his left leg so it crossed the track twice, allowing the wheels of the Rockets to go over both his calf and his thigh. A blood-curdling scream cut through the late morning air. A carriage door was ripped off to be used as a makeshift stretcher. Handily, there was a surgeon on board who started talking about amputation. "This is my death," Huskisson exclaimed. He wasn't wrong. He was transferred to another train to be taken to Manchester, where he made some changes to his will, and then, at 9:05 p.m, he died. While Huskisson was whisked away, passengers in the Prime Minister's train were becoming embroiled in an increasingly bizarre row. Wellington and his Home Secretary Robert Peel wanted to cancel the rest of the trip. For an hour or more the issue was debated before the railway directors pointed out that the people of Manchester would be disappointed, and talk of accidents and cancellations might not be very good PR for the new railways. So, amazingly, they put the business of someone dying behind them, and on they went. Arriving in Manchester around 3 p.m, Wellington's train was greeted by booing crowds hurling vegetables. The train left for the return trip to Liverpool after 90 minutes. The next day, Wellington cancelled the rest of the planned festivities for his visit, including being given freedom of the city of Liverpool. Flags flew at half-mast. Shops closed. Liverpool remembered the great politician it had lost. It would be wrong to describe Huskisson as a man who made history, but he was one of the men who made some of the early steps that the history makers would follow in, and perhaps he might have done more given the chance. Huskisson served under 5 prime ministers of varying quality: Pitt, Godric, Wellington, Canning and Liverpool, in a number of ministerial jobs, including Leader of the Commons, a role in which he succeeded one future Prime Minister in Canning and was replaced by another, Peel. Perhaps his most significant role was as President of the Board of Trade, in which he sought to persuade Tory merchants of the merits of free trade over protectionist tariffs. Having introduced the Corn Laws, he later inched towards reforming them. In the early 19th century, as politicians grappled with the slave trade, Huskisson was initially opposed to abolition, not least as an MP in a city like Liverpool, built on wealth generated by slavery. He later proposed the Consolidated Slave Law, a fudge of a bill passed in 1826, which did give slaves the right to both own property and give evidence in court, but also set out various circumstances in which a slave could be lawfully killed by a white person. Slavery would not be abolished in British law until 1833, 3 years after Huskisson's death. For all his small marks on history, Huskisson was accident-prone. If he could trip over it, he would. He had the unusual distinction of having both fallen off a horse and separately been trapped under one. If he could break it, he had done and would do again. And he'd been told not to attend the opening of the Liverpool to Manchester Railway, having recently undergone surgery, and for 6 weeks lived on little more than tea and toast. But he was a big supporter of new technology, including the steam train. Britain must embrace the new, he believed, or be left behind. And ironically, his role that day helped. The publicity surrounding the accident meant that many more people heard about this new, cheap, fast form of transport and were undeterred by the small matter of an early fatality. 500,000 people travelled on the Liverpool and Manchester line in its first year. Passengers have been complaining about services ever since, while politicians get the blame for the same delays and cancellations which beset the railway's first day. As for Huskisson, the Times said after his death that he, beyond all contemporary politicians, deserved the praise of being a practical statesman, and described him as a man so enlightened in his opinions and so practised in affairs. There were rumours at the time that Huskisson and his allies had been about to be returned to Wellington's cabinet. It could have marked the most important stage in his political career. Instead, Huskisson secured his place in history as the first person to be killed by a steam train on the newly opened intercity railways, cutting short a promising, if unfulfilled, career in this ultimate political sliding doors moment. 46. Brighton to London train, summer 1972. In politics, it's not always what you say, but how you say it. And in 1972, Margaret Thatcher knew that she had to do something about her voice. She was furious, if not a little hurt, at being dropped from a party political broadcast when she was Education Secretary, apparently a result of complaints about her high pitch. In the macho, male-dominated world of 1970s politics, a woman's voice was both an unusual and an unloved thing. This negative judgment of a forceful woman, often disparaged as shrill, was well ingrained in the national psyche. Shakespeare wrote of Cordelia in King Lear, her voice was ever soft, gentle and low, an excellent thing in woman. A chance encounter meant that Thatcher got help from the most unlikely of places. Gordon Rees, a cigar-chomping TV producer turned Tory PR man, carried out polling after each interview and appearance to find out what people thought of her, and he knew the voice was a problem. The Lincolnshire schoolgirl had picked up bad habits at Oxford, poshing it up to fit in, as many do at university. As an adult, it came across as old-fashioned, bossy and schoolmarmish. He would try, in vain, to soften her pronunciation and accent, running film sessions in which she would be forced to repeat stock phrases again and again and watch them back. Her despairing spin doctor peered through his oversized glasses and knew something must be done. Rees was mulling this on a train journey from Brighton to London when he bumped into none other than Laurence Olivier, the legendary actor who was by now running the National Theatre. The Thesp would help Thatcher. They met once at Olivier's home in Hampstead, but characteristically he talked mostly about himself. More useful was the offer of the services of the National Theatre's voice coach, Kate Fleming, who'd helped Olivier to lower his voice by an octave in preparation for his acclaimed performance as Othello. He once wrote her a note to thank her for the spitting exercises. Fleming also worked with Peter O'Toole, Anthony Hopkins, Diana Rigg, Mia Farrow, Derek Jacobi, and Ian McKellen, who would all go on to global stardom. Leafing through files in Fleming's archive, donated to the National Theatre in 2012, it becomes clear that despite protestations to the contrary, even from some of Thatcher's closest aides and friends, the Iron Lady did indeed have regular voice coaching sessions. They lasted throughout the period from 1972, when she was Education Secretary and being derided as Thatcher the Milk Snatcher, through becoming Tory leader and leader of the opposition in February 1975, and on until late 1976. One invoice from May 1973, sent to Peter Walker at Conservative Central Office in Smith Square, billed for £37.80 for 6 lessons from October 1972 to February 1973. There was also a letter from Rees on headed notepaper bearing the blue parliamentary portcullis above the Right Honourable Mrs. Margaret Thatcher, House of Commons, London SW1A OAA. It reveals that Rees had been chivying Fleming to put in a bill for her work, and adds, "For the very extensive period over which you have assisted Mrs. Thatcher, I think that we agreed that the sum would be £200. Could you also invoice to group sessions, fee is agreed, £200, love Gordon." A separate compliment slip reveals that in December 1976, she was actually paid a cheque for £210 for these group sessions, which seems to have been a euphemism for what were actually personal voice lessons. Rewatch old news clips and it is clear that it worked. Compare Thatcher's interviews from the early 1970s with those a decade later, and it could almost be two different people. Slower, more deliberate, and much, much lower. By some estimations, 46 hertz lower, putting her halfway between the average female and male voice. Clive James, the TV critic, wrote in The Observer in 1975 that the tone of her voice had long been a problem. The condescending, explanatory whine which treats the squirming interlocutor as an 8-year-old child with personality deficiencies. Charles Moore, Thatcher's biographer, told me that after the training she sounded somewhat artificial, but it gave her more gravitas, without pretending to be a man. He added, it gave her more staying power. You get very tired making public speeches, and when it's coming more out of your stomach and less at the top of your throat, that helps. She wasn't perhaps a natural orator in some ways, but the ability to whack the message home was pretty amazing. This was not just some act for the cameras either. It was a permanent change which remained even at home or in private. It had a transformative effect on the public impression of her. Along with changes to her hair and clothes, she became less feminine, arguably more male, which might have helped inch her towards the public's idea of what a Prime Minister looked like. Until she entered Downing Street in 1979, it had only ever been a man in a suit. Yet she retained sex appeal. Even today, some Conservative men still go weak at the knees at the thought of her. A story goes that when a newspaper commented on her vocal makeover, Tory MP Jim Pryor sidled up to her and said, "Margaret, I read in my paper that you've developed a sexy voice." To which she replied, "And what makes you think I wasn't sexy before?" In an interview during the 1979 election campaign, legendary BBC documentary maker Michael Cockrell questioned Thatcher about how her voice was much lower than it used to be. She paused. Yes, I'm not quite sure why." But she knew exactly why, and it was another woman who had helped her to find her voice. 47. Helipad, Don Valley Bowl, Sheffield. Wednesday, the 1st of April, 1992. Of course the helicopter was red. They had thought of everything. And as it came into land just before dusk, 11,000 people were cheering a live video feed inside the Sheffield Arena on the other side of the field. They cheered again when Neil Kinnock climbed out and helped his wife Glynis down from the step. In fact, they didn't stop cheering and clapping and whooping and hollering for the whole night. They kept on cheering right up until the day Labour lost the election. There are some who claim it was the Sheffield Rally what lost it. There are some, including Kinnock himself, who claim it was hailed as a great triumph at the time and only mocked after the 1992 election defeat to John Major. Both are to varying degrees wrong. But aside from the immediate impact in election terms, what Sheffield did do was put the brakes on an increasing Americanisation of British politics. Not the discourse, but the disco, the music and lights and balloons and ticker tape. Never again would a candidate to be Prime Minister hold a victory rally before victory had actually been secured. Having attempted to put the party into political party, since then campaigning has been more stiff upper lip and less streamers and fireworks. That April day, from mid-afternoon, the buses started arriving. Labour supporters each having paid £1 to join what organisers called the Mega Rally, 1 week and 1 day before Britain went to the polls. That it was being held on April Fool's Day might have given Kinnock & Co. pause to wonder if they risked looking daft, but new polls that day suggested that they could be on course to win a majority. The shadow cabinet, described as the government in waiting, were introduced with the come-on-down vibes of The Price is Right, clapped into the strains of Labour's election anthem, My Land, Your Land. Like boxers heading to the ring, they paraded along a red carpet which ran the length of the arena and onto the stage beneath huge flags of the UK, England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and the EU, fluttering thanks to carefully positioned fans in the rafters. They had thought of everything. There were celebrity video messages from the DJ Paul Gambaccini, the athlete Steve Cram, the astrophysicist Stephen Hawking, and actors including Alan Rickman, Stephen Fry, Emma Thompson, John Mortimer and Sir Richard Attenborough. Simply Red's Mick Hucknall was filmed filling in his postal vote, singing his song Something Got Me Started, while praising the prospect of a Labour government which would invest in skills. I swear, this is all true. They had thought of everything, even the things which might have been better left unthought. The music playlist seemed to have been designed by a committee tasked with appealing to all tastes, from opera to rock, modern jazz to traditional brass, and everything in between. Bagpipers, the Frickley Colliery Band, Alison Limerick, and then there was Sarah Jane Morris from the Communards. Someone sang Summertime, then the jazz musician Courtney Pine and a gospel choir played Jerusalem, and everyone joined in. If you were being polite, you would say people were just a bit giddy at the thought of a Labour government after 13 years of Thatcher and Major. In truth, some of them lost the plot. 3 times Kinnock's deputy, Roy Hattersley, said, Labour has won the election. John Smith, the Shadow Chancellor, did some topical comedy. Starring John Major, the Conservatives' very own box office disaster, Honey, I Shrunk the Economy. The biggest ovation, though, went to Barbara Castle, introduced as the First Lady of Socialism. Then the big screen showed Kinnock's bright red helicopter hovering into view, and somehow the atmosphere was cranked up further. Fireworks, streamers, glitter. Kinnock himself was dressed soberly in a dark suit, dark-spotted tie, and a red rose on his lapel. But there was nothing sober about his performance. One thing they hadn't thought of was how Kinnock would start his speech. "We're all right," he bellowed. "We're all right. We're all right." But did he? Kinnock himself insists it was a completely inane rock and roll concert cry of, well, all right. Several papers at the time, including the Daily Telegraph, reported him saying, "We're all right." The playwright David Hare, in his account of the campaign, Asking Around, had it as just all right. David Butler and Dennis Kavanagh, in the British general election of 1992, said Kinnock shouted to the crowd like a pop star, "You're all right, you're all right." The Sunday Telegraph reported it as, "You're all right," in a piece in which James Langton said the rally was all spotlights and schadenfreude. Kinnock used his content-free speech to declare with certainty, in 9 days' time, Britain is going to have a Labour government. It wasn't. Once offstage, things went less according to plan. The group of journalists following Kinnock during the campaign boarded a bus to East Midlands Airport, but it got stuck in mud. The replacement broke down. A third one was sent for. It meant Labour's campaign plane, carrying the leader and his aides, had to wait and wait, the Liverpool Echo reported. Red Rose 1, the hilariously naff nickname for Kinnock's private plane, finally took off at 12:20 a.m, almost 2 hours late. Kinnock struggling to take off after a glitzy rally was one for metaphor fans. Labour insiders, keen to burnish their European credentials, had briefed that the event was inspired by rallies held by the French Socialist President François Mitterrand. Observers took a different view. Michael Brunson on the ITV News at 10 said it was the nearest British equivalent to an American-style convention. The BBC's John Cole, reporting from inside the event, said this rally is undoubtedly the most astounding political meeting I've seen since Kennedy's attempt to win the Democratic nomination in New York in 1960. Tim Hewitt reported for ITN, this was not the Republican Party of America, but the Labour Party of Great Britain. 3 decades on, Kinnock tries to play down the Americanisation of Labour's operation, insisting to me that Sheffield was entirely authentic, not the invented excitement of American stuff. We, thank God, are still a long way from that complete razzle-dazzle nonsense. The use of the helicopter in Labour colours was incidental, he says. I had to. It was the only way I could get there in time. He does, though, concede that Sheffield may have got out of hand. The people who organised it decided that we were going to be presented as the next cabinet, and since then I've often introduced myself as, my name is Neil Kinnock, I used to be the next Prime Minister, because it was so ridiculously overdone. But that didn't matter, as it happened, because it was reported in a fairly sober and favourable way, so it's only weeks afterwards that the mythology was invented. This, though, is myth-making too. It was widely reported at the time, a week before the election, and not everyone thought it a good idea. Far from being underplayed, it was the splash, front-page photo and page 1 sketch in The Guardian. Andrew Rawnsley's sketch began, Labour gave a party last night to celebrate winning the general election. The fact that 7 campaigning days stand between Neil Kinnock and number 10 was treated as an incidental detail. The front page of The Telegraph called it a presidential-style rally, while on page 4 John Hibbs wrote, there was no dry ice, but there were no dry eyes by the end either. Caroline Davies in the London Evening Standard called it an all-American extravaganza, adding, from the glitz and hype at this £150,000 mega rally to the £2 hot dogs, the Sheffield Arena show had all the hallmarks of a US import. Premature, perhaps, but this was definitely a victory party. A cartoon by Jack in the same paper showed Kinnock on a big screen addressing uniformed guards holding Labour banners featuring hammers and sickles. It prompted complaints. Kenneth Baker, the Conservative Home Secretary, was among those sent on the attack. Huge amounts of what looked like glitter fluttered from the ceiling. Actually, it was shredded banknotes, symbolically representing what Labour would do to the British economy. Michael Heseltine, the Environment Secretary, and not a man known for his frugality, mocked the largesse. The gleaming cars, the luxury coaches, the walkie-talkies for Neil Kinnock's minders. I've never seen such luxury. The New Jerusalem paid for by £500 a head nosh-ups for the London glitterati. The next day's papers reported that £5 billion had been wiped off the value of shares as the city panicked at the apparent inevitability of a Labour victory. The Lib Dems picking up in the polls and the prospect of their leader, Paddy Ashdown, acting as kingmaker also spooked the markets and the public. Major, by contrast, was going back to basics, addressing voters from a soapbox in the drizzle. No televised Tory-branded helicopter here. The day after the Sheffield rally, Kinnock was asked at a press conference about Labour's showy campaign compared to Major in his anorak. "Come on, be fair," Kinnock shot back. "It's not an anorak, it's a second-rate barber," which is probably not quite the put-down he thought it was. Matthew Parris, the Times sketch writer, was so incensed by the briefing given to journalists on the exact timings of the rally, 17:30, doors open, party bus, band, etc. arrive, street entertainers will be working the audience outside, that he left the city before it had even finished. But presciently, he wondered in the sketch he filed from the train if the slick, sick, cynical image manipulation of Labour's spectacular might elicit not voter excitement, but contempt. Last night in Sheffield, image-throttled intellect and a quiet voice in every reporter present whispered that there was something disgusting about the occasion. These voices will grow. And grow they did. Later, Dennis Skinner, the left-winger firebrand, would claim that the event had destroyed in 10 seconds 8 years' practice by Mr. Kinnock at being a statesman. He was proved right. On Thursday, the 9th of April 1992, 8 days after the Sheffield rally, Britain went to the polls. The Conservatives lost 40 seats, but shot many by retaining a majority, the 4th in a row. Major had secured 14,093,007 votes, more than any party leader before or since. The Newcastle Journal found one other big winner. David Hutchinson, a 51-year-old antiques exporter from Throckley, Newcastle, had put a £500 bet on a Conservative majority at 7-1 just 2 days before polling day. He won £4,000. "It was that Sheffield rally that did it for me," he told the paper. "When I saw all that triumphalism on the telly, I knew Kinnock wasn't going to win." In the defeat's post-mortems, that word, triumphalism, cropped up again and again. Reporter James Langton later admitted that at the time the rally looked like a masterstroke, a piece of breathtaking audacity, but now it would be seen as a huge mistake, a symbol of the image makers gone berserk on a massive scale. It was not the British way of politics. No, it was just too American. These days we get pale, embarrassed party staff wearing extra-large logoed T-shirts over their shirts and ties. Sometimes Party HQ has printed their vacuous slogan on a sign or two for staff to hold up reluctantly for the benefit of the cameras. But never again anything on the scale of Sheffield. And with that, we're all right. 48. Hinton Airfield, Northamptonshire. Thursday, May the 6th, 2010. Oh, fuck. As famous last words, they were unlikely to make it into the history books for their elegance or originality, but as a soundbite to sum up the mood in the face of imminent death, it did the job. After muttering the expletive under his breath, Nigel Farage did something unusual for him. He stopped talking. He contemplated phoning loved ones, but what do you say? A send-to-all text message was too impersonal. A final cigarette? Too dangerous when surrounded by jet fuel. So he sat quietly and watched the ground hurtle towards him. It was an election stunt, so old-fashioned as to be in keeping with the retro vibes of the pinstriped Eurosceptic who wanted to take Britain out of the EU and back to the good old days. A banner flown from behind a small plane. It's the sort of thing you see at the seaside or over a lower league football match. High-tech, it was not, and nor, it turned out, was it safe. By May 2010, Farage had been a member of the European Parliament for 11 years and had spent 3 of them as leader of the UK Independence Party. He had tried unsuccessfully to become an MP 5 times already. In Eastleigh in 1994, Salisbury in 1997, Bexhill in Battle in 2001, South Thanet in 2005, and Bromley and Chislehurst in 2006. Hoping it might be 6th time lucky, he stepped back from being party leader to commit to a proper run for the Commons in 2010. He chose, of the 650 seats available, to stand in Buckingham, notable because the sitting MP there was John Bercow, the former Tory MP who'd been Commons Speaker since June 2009. By convention, the main parties did not stand against the independent Speaker, so Bercow would have expected a clear run at re-election. Farage spotted an opportunity, both for publicity and the prospect of victory, claiming that MPs had broken the trust of the British people and that Bercow represents all that is wrong with British politics today. He was embroiled in the expenses saga and he presides over a parliament that virtually does nothing. Some pundits said Farage had a decent chance of victory, but it would be a challenge. Without being party leader, he would struggle to attract media attention during a nationwide general election, which is why he decided to take to the skies. Early on polling day, Thursday, May the 6th, Farage headed to the airfield at Hinton in the Hedges, just outside the Buckingham constituency. Around the same time, Justin Adams landed a navy blue Wilga 35A two-seater plane, having flown in from Winchester. Adams was to criss-cross the skies over the polling stations of Buckingham with a banner fluttering behind the plane declaring, "Vote for your country, vote UKIP." Farage decided to go with him, not that anybody looking skyward from the ground would have been able to see that the candidate was in the cockpit. Neil Hall, a local agency photographer, had arrived to take pictures, although as it was polling day and broadcasters are limited in what they can show, there was otherwise very little media interest. Banner flying, though, is a complicated business. Instead of hurtling down a runway with the slogan already attached like tin cans on a wedding car, the plane takes off, does a loop, and then swoops down to hook up the banner, which is stretched between two poles 10 feet off the ground. Adams circled, then dipped the plane down and missed. He went around again and missed, and again and again. It was only on the 5th attempt that the plane's hook finally picked up the banner. Success. "This is an emergency," Adams shouted, looking over his shoulder. "Real trouble." The banner had got itself wrapped around the plane's rudder and tail. A crash landing seemed unavoidable. It was at this moment that Farage uttered his two-word valedictory and then fell silent. Adams was sweating profusely as he grappled with the rodeo ride of the plane's controls while also making emergency calls on the radio. The two men, shoulders touching on the tiny plane, just cleared a hedge. Then the banner hit the ground and the plane lurched forwards to follow it. Farage shut his eyes, not expecting to ever open them again. Upside down in the cockpit and paralysed with pain, blood dripping across his face, Farage could smell fuel, and the fear kicked in. As help arrived, Farage shouted, "I'm scared! I'm scared! Get me out of this fucking thing!" As he staggered from the wreckage, Hall began taking photos. Farage reached into his pocket and took out a packet of Rothmans, asking aide Duncan Barks to light it for him, but with broken ribs and a chipped spine, he could only manage a few drags before stamping it on the floor. He was taken to hospital, drifting in and out of consciousness. The fire brigade had to cut the wreckage to free Adams, who was badly affected by the ordeal and subsequent aviation inquiry. Although he was cleared of any wrongdoing, he suffered from alcoholism and mental ill health and was later convicted of making threats to kill Farage. He died in 2013, still haunted by what happened on the airfield that day. The pictures of Farage clambering from the carnage in his navy suit, pale blue shirt and striped tie went around the world. His contorted, confused and blood-stained face was almost unrecognisable. One of the most prominent politicians in the country had had a lucky escape. He was less lucky in the election. Bercow won comfortably with 22,860 votes, with Farage on 8,410, pushed into third behind a local campaigner called John Stevens, who secured 10,331 votes. Having recovered from the crash over the summer, Farage returned as UKIP leader in November that year and would spend the next 2.5 years piling pressure on the Conservatives to promise a referendum on Britain's place in the EU, a promise David Cameron made in January 2013 and famously delivered in 2016. I have always retained doubt that it was Farage who won the Brexit referendum. Indeed, the main Vote Leave campaign distanced themselves from Farage's anti-immigrant populism and his weird bunch of cronies like Aaron Banks, who busied themselves during the campaign with chaotic social media posts and organising rallies with ageing pop stars who promptly pulled out when they found out what it was for. Yet, it is hard to argue that the EU referendum would have happened at all without Farage being around to push for it. The beer-swilling, straight-talking, grinning frog in a velvet-collared coat had an electoral appeal that none of his UKIP colleagues, or indeed many of his opponents, could match. UKIP's ability to deny Tory MPs their majorities was a key factor in the party's slide into Euroscepticism. They did not need to become MPs themselves in order to change the politics of the Commons, which is lucky, as Farage never managed it. He ran again once more in 2015, back in South Thanet, and came 2,812 votes behind the Tory candidate Craig McKinley. It was a contest best remembered for the comedian Al Murray, standing in the seat as his pub landlord character. Farage did not seem to know what to make of this blazer-wearing, pint-pulling self-publicist, but he never went up in a plane with a banner again. 49. M11 Speed Camera, Essex, Wednesday, the 12th of March, 2003. The Liberal Democrats were in crisis mode. One of their cabinet ministers was about to go on trial, charged with conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. So naturally, the first person to address the party's great and good was a 6-foot man dressed as a bee. It was either fortuitous or terrible timing that when news came through of the prosecution of Chris Huhne, then Energy and Climate Change Secretary, all the party's ministers, MPs and senior advisers were together at a weekend retreat in Eastbourne. Huhne himself, not a man known to have ever hidden his light under a bushel, had turned up on the first day but was sent away by spin doctors fearing a PR disaster. Late morning the next day, Friday the 3rd of February 2012, MPs were gathered in the meeting room of the smart Hydro Hotel, listening to a dull presentation about the environment. Actually, no, not listening. Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg, like everyone else in the room, was glued to his phone checking for updates on Huhne's case. Steve Webb, the Pensions Minister, was the one who broke it to colleagues with a gloomy thumbs-down gesture. Bizarrely, the presentation still continued for another quarter of an hour. Clegg spoke sombrely to his MPs and then left with aides. The mood among Lib Dems was grim. Then the door flew open, and in walked Barnaby the Bee. A black and yellow foam body and head, smiley face, googly eyes, and protruding antennae, all atop a pair of black-stockinged legs. "Can I introduce you all to the Eastbourne Buzz?" bellowed Stephen Lloyd, the local MP, who wasn't going to let the small matter of his party's political and legal meltdown get in the way of having senior colleagues pose for photos with his massive mascot. Recalling the surreal scene now, Lloyd tells me, "Barnaby B, who puts the Buzz back into Bournemouth, got a bigger bloody round of applause than the Deputy Prime Minister." MPs and ministers quietly left, some joking that they could do with the insect costume to avoid the waiting cameras outside, and set off on the drive home, taking care to abide by the speed limit, obviously. It was 9 years earlier that Huhne had not been so careful. Each week of his 6 years as MEP for the southeast of England, Huhne would fly home from Brussels and then drive south from Stansted Airport to London along the M11. Shortly before 11:30 p.m. on Wednesday the 12th of March 2003, his black BMW was flashed by a speed camera at Chigwell in Essex, doing more than 20 miles per hour above the legal limit. This was a problem because the habitual speeder was already close to the maximum, and 3 more points would likely lead to a ban and prosecution. And this in turn was a problem because he was in the process of campaigning to become an MP in Eastleigh, Hampshire. So the then 48-year-old asked his economist wife, Vicky Price, 50, to take the points for him, telling the police she'd been driving that night. She signed the form and the problem went away. Except in June 2010, just weeks after the coalition had been formed and Hume had become one of 5 Lib Dem cabinet ministers, it emerged he had been having an affair with his former press officer, Karina Trimmingham. He broke the news to his family during half-time of a World Cup match before writing a press statement and going to the gym. Humiliated, Price filed for divorce on the grounds of adultery in what became a particularly acrimonious split after 26 years of marriage. She was out for vengeance at any cost, but perhaps even she did not expect to land herself in jail too. Initially, she told the Mail on Sunday that Hume had passed the points to a constituency aide, Joe White, but it quickly became clear that White had not started driving until the year after the M11 speeding offence. Whoops. Price moved on to the Sunday Times, and over lunch with its political editor, Isabel Oakeshott, she spilled the beans about the point swap. On Sunday, the 8th of May 2011, the Sunday Times and the Mail on Sunday ended up splashing the same claim from Price that Hume had pressured somebody into taking the points. It did not take long before it emerged that the somebody was Price herself. The case moved at a rather more sedate pace than the Hume-mobile, and it was 9 months later that news came through to the Eastbourne away day that Hume and his ex would both be charged with perverting the course of justice. The Director of Public Prosecutions at the time was one Keir Starmer, who appeared on TV warning, "Can I remind all concerned that Mr Hume and Ms Price now stand charged with criminal offences and that they each have a right to a fair trial. It is very important that nothing is said or reported which could prejudice their trial." Hume quit the cabinet immediately, but remained an MP until the trial began, when he suddenly pleaded guilty on the first day, a year and a day after first being charged. Price pleaded not guilty on the grounds of marital coercion, but the jury found her guilty too. Both lives were in ruins, careers in tatters, a family shattered. Of all the examples of the butterfly effect of tiny personal misjudgments having huge political ramifications, this must rank near the top. Hume was a highly rated politician, and no one rated him more highly than himself. A former journalist who enjoyed reminding interviewers of this fact, he also loved to roll out anecdotes about his expertise as an economist, city high flyer, bond market expert, MEP, and linguist. He was pathologically incapable of having a conversation about politics without making sly and not so sly digs at his rivals and even colleagues. In 2006, 3 years after getting flashed by that speed camera, he'd run for the Lib Dem leadership following Sir Mengus Campbell's resignation. He was beaten by Clegg by just 511 votes, with delayed postal votes perhaps meaning he would have actually won. So it could have been the Deputy Prime Minister doing jail time. In another parallel universe where he remained in the cabinet beyond 2012, he could have been a challenger to Clegg in government. At the 2015 election, he might have had a better plan to prevent the Lib Dem wipeout. He would have definitely thought he did. Instead, in May 2013, after serving 62 days of his 8-month sentence, he left Ley Hill Prison. His political career was over 2 years earlier, even than those of his Lib Dem colleagues who would go on to be thrown out by the voters. Unlike 6-foot Barnaby the Bee, that must have really stung. 50. A4 Great West Road, Chiswick, Friday the 14th of October, 2022. Fuller's Brewery has operated on the corner of the M4 and A4 in Chiswick since 1845, back in the days when Robert Peel's Conservative government was bitterly divided over the merits of free trade. Kwasi Kwarteng's motorcade had just passed the landmark beerhouse when he learnt that his own brief experiment in free market economics to solve the cost of living crisis was about to come to an end. He found out he was being sacked as Chancellor of the Exchequer while reading a tweet in the back of his government car, a grey Range Rover Discovery. After just 38 days in the Treasury, his old friend Liz Truss was calling time on his job in a desperate attempt to save her own. Like so many Truss initiatives, it didn't work. Truss and Kwarteng go way back. Both elected in 2010, from the backbenches they championed low-tax, free-market economics before beginning their ascent to the top. "We were mates," Kwarteng tells me. Truss had been a minister for a decade, including as Environment Secretary, Justice Secretary, Trade Secretary and Foreign Secretary, when in summer 2022 she ran to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. Her campaign was unapologetically pro-growth, arguing in favour of cutting both tax and red tape in order, in her view, to set the economy free. Kwarteng was Business Secretary in Johnson's cabinet, and he spent much of August working on Truss's economic plans at Chevening, the grace and favour home she had use of as Foreign Secretary. He was 90% certain that he would be her Chancellor. He was confirmed in the role when Truss beat Rishi Sunak to become PM on the 6th of September. 2 days later, Queen Elizabeth II died, and the country and politics entered a period of national mourning. Behind the scenes, Truss used this time to beef up her economic plans. "I think the funeral and the drama around a new monarch put people's heads in completely the wrong place," says Kwarteng. There was a big debate about freezing or cutting spending. He says, "It was her view that it would just create a whole political nightmare. My fault, as I was too indulgent of that. I should have made more arguments against what she was trying to do, particularly on spending. The markets would have worn that." By the time Kwarteng stood up in the Commons on the 23rd of September, his so-called mini-budget was not so mini. As he puts it, it was like a Christmas tree, with too many unfunded pro-growth baubles hanging from it. So in addition to keeping leadership campaign promises to reverse Sunak's policy of hiking corporation tax to 25% and the creation of a national insurance levy to raise money for the NHS, he went further, much further. A £45 billion package of tax cuts, the biggest for half a century, included a stamp duty cut, a 1p cut in the basic rate of income tax, and the scrapping of the top rate of income tax, all unfunded and paid for from increased borrowing. The Office for Budget Responsibility had not been allowed to crunch the numbers. There was lots of talk of supply-side reform, but no detail, and it was soon being cast by critics as a rush-to-the-bottom bonfire of works, safety and environmental protections. It was also just days after Truss and Kwarteng had unveiled a multi-billion-pound energy bill package to cap household costs, and it came just as central banks around the world were moving to hike interest rates to curb the inflation being fueled by gas price rises following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The market reaction to the mini-budget was swift and brutal. The pound crashed to its lowest level since 1985. Banks cranked up interest rates on new mortgages, and the Bank of England stepped in to buy government bonds as the pensions market teetered. Kwarteng says he told her to slow down at a time when currencies around the world were crashing. She did not listen. There was just too much, he says. On Thursday, the 11th of October, Kwarteng took Treasury questions in the Commons before heading to the annual meeting of finance ministers at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. There had been some debate about whether he should attend, with the crisis burning at home, but it was decided that dodging the IMF would spook the markets further. The late booking and awkward flight times meant catching a plane to New York, staying overnight, and then boarding a train to the US capital early the next morning to be there on time. He was forced to sit through endless meetings in which officials told him his plans were crazy. In interviews, Kwarteng insisted, "I am not going anywhere." In fact, he was getting texts and calls from home. Truss and her team were demanding he cut short his trip, despite the very act of returning early being almost certain to add to the sense of chaos. In his absence, she had used Prime Minister's questions to insist she was absolutely ruling out spending cuts. What Liz was brilliant at was adding fuel to the flames, Kwarteng says bluntly. There was no drama that she wouldn't turn into a crisis. I just think Number 10 went into a blind panic. He boarded the 7-hour overnight flight home, thinking there was a chance he would be fired, but the rational part of my brain thought this is mad. Rumours had, however, reached Washington that Sajid Javid, who spent 7 months as Boris Johnson's Chancellor, was being lined up for the job. British Airways flight BA292 was being tracked by more than 6,000 people as it performed a U-turn over the Surrey Hills, one for metaphor collectors, before landing at Heathrow at 10:50 a.m. Kwarteng was quickly in his government car and being whisked into central London. They had just turned onto the A4 in Chiswick when, sitting next to the Chancellor, Celia McSwain, Kwarteng's special advisor, scrolled through Twitter. "Oh," she said, "you've been sacked." At 11:28 a.m, Stephen Swinford, the impeccably sourced political editor of The Times, had tweeted, "I'm told that Kwasi Kwarteng has been sacked as Chancellor, as Liz Truss prepares to reverse the mini-budget. Not clear who will be replacing him. Events moving very, very quickly this morning. Number 10 not commenting." Shortly after midday, Kwarteng arrived in Downing Street, entering through a back door away from the glare of the cameras, and was taken straight into the cabinet room, where he sat across the table from Truss. They were alone. "It was just the two of us. I was slightly taken aback, but I could see where this was going." Truss explained that, despite their long friendship, he had to go to save her, adding, "They're already coming for me, Kwasi." Kwarteng recalls, "She was crying, and I said, 'This is nuts, because they're going to ask you, if you've sacked him, why are you still there?' And she didn't say anything. She was literally in tears. I was very much of the view that she didn't have the temperament for the job. You don't cry when you sack people." A spokesman for Truss denied that she cried during the meeting and disputes Kwarteng's recollection of what was said. By the time they met, Kwarteng had in fact been out of a job for hours. It was at 9:30 a.m, with Kwarteng still somewhere over the Atlantic, that Truss had offered his job to Jeremy Hunt, who was on holiday in Belgium and returned to London to take up post at 4 p.m. Kwarteng left office after just 38 days as Chancellor, only just beating Tory Ian MacLeod, who managed 30 days before he died in 1970. That afternoon, Truss made perhaps her oddest public appearance, a title for which there is stiff competition. In an 8-minute press conference, she declared that the mission remains the same, before announcing that actually the mission was being torn up, and corporation tax would increase to 25% after all, as Sunak had planned, raising £18 billion a year. She seemed weirdly spaced out. "I met the former Chancellor earlier today," she said, getting her tenses muddled. "I was incredibly sorry to lose him. He's a great friend." She took only 4 questions, all of them, exactly as Kwarteng predicted, asking why she thought she should stay in the job. Between each answer and calling the next, she gave out a pained, like she was stuck on a maths puzzle, and gazed, head tilted, at the room of smirking hacks. "Can you explain why you think you should remain as Prime Minister?" gently inquired Ben Riley-Smith from the Truss-backing Telegraph. She burbled a jargon-filled non-response. "How come you get to stay?" asked the Sun's Harry Cole. Burble. The BBC's Chris Mason ventured, "Excuse the bluntness, but given everything that's happened, what credibility do you have to continue governing?" Gulp, burble, burble. And she looked up one last time. Robert Peston?" The ITV man asked if she would apologise to her party. She ignored it, like all the other questions, burbled again about delivery and difficult decisions and economic stability, and then tottered off to consider her own political instability. "That performance was so wooden," one senior Conservative texted me. "Getting rid of her wouldn't be regicide, it would be deforestation." They wouldn't have to wait long to see her felled. The next day, Hunt went on Saturday morning TV to tear up the rest of the mini-budget, vowing to reverse it all. The following Tuesday, the Home Secretary Suella Braverman resigned for leaking government policy to allies. At PMQs the next day, Truss declared, "I'm a fighter, not a quitter," but within hours was embroiled in a whipping row about a baffling Commons vote on fracking, which culminated in confusion over whether or not her chief whip, Wendy Morton, had resigned. There was also the fallout of the Bank of England having to buy up £65 billion in government bonds to tackle a crisis sweeping through the pensions industry, which Truss claims she was never warned about. Her advisers insist that this was the real cause of the economic meltdown, and hilariously claim the fact it happened after a mini-budget was just a coincidence. Enough was enough. The next day, just after lunch on Thursday the 20th of October, Truss emerged from Downing Street to the spot where, just 45 days earlier, she had set out her dreams as a new Prime Minister and announced she was quitting to end the nightmare. It turns out you can't brutally sack your Chancellor, tear up your entire economic agenda, and still survive. What is surprising is that Truss was no novice. She'd been a minister for a decade in some of the biggest jobs. One senior number 10 official who worked with both Johnson and Truss says that the clues were there. With both Boris and Liz, in their ascent, there were always people saying no, and when they got to the top, they were untrammelled. There were no guardrails. Kwarteng agrees. I think her view is that she was always on the periphery, so she thought, now I've finally got control of the whole machine and I'm just going to do what I want. She just went hell for leather. She should have reversed all the things and then maybe sacked me a month afterwards, or shuffled me out. But there's never any method with her. It's all shock and awe, rip everything up. It's that lack of temperament where you're rushing everything. And then once you've got into a bit of a hole, you lack the temperament to see a way out of it. Both getting into the mess and then blowing up once you've got into the mess were signs of the instability. A cooler person would have got out of the problems, but they probably wouldn't have got into them in the first place. The price paid by the country was huge. The price paid by the low-tax free marketeers who saw their long-held dreams shattered remains high too. While Truss's departure set a new record for prime ministerial precarity, little of what unfolded was truly unique or unprecedented. The parallels echo down through a quarter of a millennium of political history. Like so many of the stories you've heard, it was a combination of hubris, haplessness and happenstance which changed British politics once more. Some are born to change, some achieve change, and some have change thrust upon them. And some are like Truss and Kwarteng. When they finally got the chance to change politics, they showed they couldn't even organise a piss-up in a brewery on the A4. Acknowledgements. This book would not exist without my brilliant Times Radio listeners. The day that English Heritage reported a 20% rise in visitors to Barnard Castle, we started talking on my show about other obscure sites of special political interest. Alternative destinations flooded in. This sowed the seed of an idea, which I blurted out a few days later to HarperCollins's Arabella Pike, who concluded this was finally one of my ideas for a book which would work. And all that talk came to something as the result of her patience and perseverance as an editor. Alex Gingle kept the pages turning as the project manager. Proofreaders Lyndon Lawson and Richard Collins saved me from my mistakes. Julian Humphreys made the outside of the book look as good as Jackie Coulton made the inside. Chris Wright and Chris Gurney kept production on track. Sam Harding made things happen behind the scenes, and marketing supremo Matt Clatcher and publicists Catherine Patrick and Lizzie Rolls made sure people knew about it when it was finally finished. Across my various day jobs, I must thank my numerous bosses, including at Times Radio, Tim Lavelle and Stig Abel, and at the Times, John Witherow, Tony Gallagher, Jeremy Griffin, and most significantly, Emma Tucker, who from the day I joined the Times in 2016 encouraged me to say yes to everything, from podcasts and sketches to panels and stand-up, and for all I have done since, she deserves the credit or blame. Writing this book has been an unexpected joy, but I'm conscious that it has also sometimes taken me away from the day job, so apologies to Roland Watson, Nicola Geel, and anyone else to whom I've filed late or not at all. My incredible Times Radio team have, over many months, pretended not to be sick of hearing about this book and instead offered support, inspiration and encouragement, especially Andrew Alexander, Lewis Decker, Dominic Housechild, Kia Browning, Erin Carney, Andrew Wright and Aina Orne. Thanks also to all of my Times and Sunday Times colleagues, not least Stephen Swinford, Oliver Wright, Chris Smythe, George Grills, Jerry Scott, Tim Shipman and Gabriel Pogrund for providing ideas, tidbits and phone numbers. I am indebted to Henry Zeffman and Patrick Maguire, two of the most talented political journalists I know, for reading not just my many drafts but also every WhatsApp message posted at all times of the day and night. I will never have the same weird level of political knowledge as them, but researching this book has helped me understand more of their obscure references. Lara's spirit has been characteristically enthusiastic while offering nuggets of exactly the sort of colour and detail which make a book like this work. Daniel Finkelstein is as generous with his time as he is honest with his feedback. It is a privilege to count him as a friend. Ever since our Big Day Out sketch group days, Lewis Georgeson and William Kenning, my comedy brothers, have made me laugh through many harebrained, over-ambitious projects, of which this is just the latest. To my actual brother, Lee, thank you for providing the quiet support that neither of us would admit to out loud. Much of what I've done would have been less fun without Andrew Dunn, Chris Jordan, Alex Thompson, Charlie Howarth, Richard Edwards, Rhea Broadbent, Graham Demunick, Oliver Barrett, Harry Griffin and Callie Chapman. Thank you to everyone who spoke to me on or off the record for the book, or during the past 2 decades covering politics. In particular, I would like to thank Kieran Andrews, Ed Balls, Chris Brannigan, Rory Carroll, Sam Coates, Michael Crick, Francis Elliott, Nigel Fletcher, William Haig, Ian Hislop, Iona Kilhorn, Kwasi Kwarteng, Sean Lay, Alan Lehman, Adam McQueen, Tom McTague, Lindsay McIntosh, Jane Merrick, Charles Moore, David Owen, Mark Pack, John Stevens, Rachel Sylvester, David Torrance and Nick Thomas Simmons. A special thanks to Mark Roodhouse for sharing so much of his work on Henry Durant, who does not get the credit he deserves for bringing polling to Britain. Thanks also to MJ Jennings and Nick Mays from the Times Archive, also the National Archive at Kew, the National Theatre Archive at Waterloo, and the team at Cliveden, including Angela and Erica, for making me so welcome. The online archive of the Times, dating back to 1785, is an underappreciated, indispensable resource. I remain humbled, not just that Morton Morland agreed to provide the illustrations, but he so brilliantly satirises the contemporary characters alongside the long-forgotten and the never-known. How a 40-something Norwegian can so perfectly capture Douglas Hurd, Pitt the Younger and Baby Gladstone is beyond me. I was lucky to have great teachers, first at Hewish Episcopi School, where Dave Roberts and Clym Deely inspired a love of English and history respectively, something which continued at Richard Hewish College with Jill Burton and Rob Johnson. My tutor and philosophy teacher, Sheila Evans, was astonished that I might not go to university, but I hope she is now reassured that things will pan out okay. To those I worked with at Weekender, Taunton Times, Press Association, Western Morning News, Independent on Sunday and Mail Online, I learnt something from all of you that I use every day. I first met my wife, Alison, at the Taunton Times. She found me irritating to start with. It's the risk that this might happen again which keeps me on my toes. Wherever my career has taken me, none of it compares to coming home to her afterwards. She tolerated all the things I neglected because I was writing a book. I have a lot of catching up to do. I hope the mini break to Barnard Castle goes some way to making amends. I'd also like to use this opportunity to remember Alison's dear mum Denise, who grew up in Lossiemouth, to where Ramsay MacDonald understandably retreated. In 2017, we all took the sleeper train to walk on Lossie's golden sands, and in her reminiscences, Denise was as happy as I'd ever seen her. We all miss her. Emily and Jessica are the daughters lesser parents dream of. Kind, clever, and most important of all, wickedly funny. They make me laugh and make me proud every day. I've missed too many of their birthdays thanks to party conferences, but I hope I've made up for it in the other 50 weeks of the year. I've been blessed with a vast supportive family of aunts, uncles and cousins. Since childhood, my life has been peppered with people who questioned what I was doing. I listened instead to my incredible Granny Spaxton, Gladys Speed, who was perhaps the greatest influence in my story. When others suggested I give up this nonsense and knuckle down to a proper job, she encouraged me to write that daft sketch show, apply for that job I was underqualified for, book that stand-up tour, and even have another performance of my TV show from inside the cardboard box in her front room. She indulged it all. I hope I've repaid a fraction of her belief. Matt Chorley, Fleet, Hampshire, July 2023. Email me, matt@mattchorley.com. That was Planes, Trains and Toilet Doors, 50 Places That Change British Politics. Written and read by Matt Chorley. Produced by Michael Umney at Wardour Studios, with post-production by Will Chapman and John Nichol. An audiobook from William Collins, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Matt Chorley 2023. Production copyright 2023 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Matt Chorley asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.
We hope you have enjoyed this book. For further information on Daisy Books, including details of those available for loan through our library, those available to download from our reading services, and those available to purchase, please contact R&IB Helpline.